A Lady's Choice.
Written by Fanny Finch and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Emma looked around the ballroom for her cousin, Lady Camilla Fielding. The crowd was not yet as plentiful as it would be soon, and she could tell Camilla had not yet arrived. She looked down at her gown and ran her eyes over her gloves, trying to do it as inconspicuously as possible. She had to look perfect tonight. Her father had warned her. This was the season when she would need to find a suitor. By the end of the season, it was imperative that she be on her way to wedlock, if not already there. She lifted her eyes and stared blankly in front of her, remembering the conversation before she'd left for the ball with her mother and younger sister. Her father, Aaron Michael Wentworth, Duke of Corning, was not a young man. He wasn't a young man when he married her mother, and was even older when he married her stepmother, 2 years after her own mother's death. With the second Duchess of Corning, the Duke had taken on the responsibility of her daughter, Catherine, who was only 2 years younger than Emma. The Duchess was also a widow, having lost her husband in the war. They had 2 twin sons, Michael and Thomas, 6 years ago. His health was ailing. Only those closest to the family knew the true state of things. He'd called her into the parlour where he was seated in front of the fireplace, his legs covered by a thick blanket. He looked so old to her. She knelt by his chair and rested one small hand on his knee. She tried not to wince visibly. Touching his leg was like grasping the bones of a skeleton. It cut her to the very core. "Papa," she whispered, "are you feeling all right today?" The Duke of Corning smiled down at her. It was a warm smile, though weak. "I am as well as I expect to be, my dear," he said, his voice soft. She wanted to hug him but was afraid it would hurt him. "Can I get something for you? A cup of tea?" Her father reached out and touched her cheek. She stared at him with tears brimming in her eyes. "You look beautiful tonight, daughter," he said. "As you can see, my health will not hold up for much longer. You must marry soon. You must find someone who is willing and able to care for our family. And I am hoping you find a man who fills your heart with happiness and love. I fear you will become unhappy. I do not wish that for you." "Oh, Papa, I do not want you to go." Although she cried the words aloud, she sometimes thought she would rather he go live in the vast, beautiful rooms of heaven than stay on this earth in the state he was in. But when confronted with the fact that he would soon leave her, the urge to keep him in her life was overwhelming. "I love you, my daughter. My time will come soon. I do not want to worry about you in my last days. Please, find yourself a good suitor so that I can be assured you will all be taken care of and loved the way you deserve." "I will try, Papa. You know I will." She'd been trying, but not as much as she could have. She did not want to talk to men about trivial things, passing the time with small talk. How could she possibly find out the depths of a man's soul, the way he thought about life in general and the people around him, how he treated those of less than equal standing to him in society, without spending real time with him? These were things she wanted to discuss and witness for herself. Gossip of the ton bored her. The men expected her to be polite, giving, obedient, but also quiet, and something for them to look at. She wanted something more. She spent a lot of her time in the library, reading. There were so many interesting things to read, and she wanted to talk about those things. She learned so much from reading, the talk of the ton bored her to no end. She did not care to gossip and flutter about like a bird without a brain. She wanted to talk about interesting things. So she stood at the ball by herself, waiting for the room to fill up, for Camilla to come, and for the men to begin approaching to be on her dance card. She had not had any trouble filling her dance card in the past. Finding men to dance with was not a problem. She had a good figure, was of good height at 5'1", and was pleasant to look at. Her slender face was offset with 2 beautiful blue eyes and long curling blonde hair that she typically kept piled up on her head. The Duchess of Corning always made sure she wore the most flattering gowns. She knew it wasn't her behaviour or looks that were the problem. Finding an interesting suitor who would not bore her with talk of cards, the weather, and other generalities. That was the problem. She gave a sigh of relief when she saw Camilla enter the room. She hadn't heard her cousin announced. She lifted her hand in a wave. Camilla saw her. A bright smile crossed her face. It was the kind of smile that made the recipient of it feel like they had won the highest honour of the land. Camilla was a tall girl at 5'5", but not so tall that it made her uncomfortable to dance with. She was slender, and her mother dressed her in beautiful dresses that never ceased to stun the men who laid eyes on her. She had long brown hair that was either piled high on her head and adorned with jewels, or swept back into a thick braid, also adorned with beads, chains, and other ornaments. She crossed the room, coming directly to Emma. She leaned forward, giving Emma air kisses on both cheeks. "My dear cousin, you look absolutely gorgeous tonight. I am impressed." Emma smiled wide. "And you look beautiful as always, Camilla. I am so pleased you are here. I have been quite bored waiting." "You arrived early," Camilla said in her defence, her smile never wavering. "How is your father's health?" Emma lost her smile and shrugged gently. "He is not well, Camilla. It is quite unfortunate. I will dearly miss him when he is taken from us." "Yes, I know you will. I will too. He has been like a second father to me. He has informed me that I must have a husband by the end of the season. I must say—" Her voice cracked a little and she looked up so the tears would not fall. She did not want red eyes. "I do not know if he will make it till the end of the season." "Oh, Emma, I am so sorry." Emma nodded, gaining control of her emotions. "I will survive, Camilla. Thanks to you and my aunt and uncle. I am dreading the day, but he will be so much happier in heaven." "Yes, he will." Lady Camilla nodded in agreement. "Oh, look, here come the Duke of Andries and his cousin. You know they will be asking for a place on our cards. Get yours out of your handbag. Have it at the ready. My mother says they are quite eligible, and both have a purse that is not to be sniffed at." Emma reluctantly removed the card from her handbag. The Duke of Andries and his cousin, Mr. Bonds, were both handsome men and said to be excellent in business dealings. They treated others fairly, such was the word, and could be trusted when asked for advice. But she was not looking to fulfill a business transaction. She wanted to find a man to love and cherish, one who would return her passion, a man who would make her feel like the most beautiful woman in the world. She hoped it was not too much to ask for. She would know that man when he came along, she was sure of it. The Duke of Andries stopped a few feet from the two ladies and bowed at the waist. "Lady Wentworth, Lady Fielding, may I introduce my cousin, Lord Reginald Bonds. He has come to South London for the season. May we have a place on your dance cards?" "My lord, how do you do?" Camilla dropped into a small curtsy and handed him her card as he was closer to her. She glanced at Emma expectantly, prompting Emma to hand her card to the Duke of Andries. "Yes, oh, here," Emma stammered, her face flushing in embarrassment. The Duke of Andries pressed his lips together to hide a grin, taking the card from her. He placed his name at the top of the card, but for the second dance. She took it back from him, looking down at it. The second dance. He did not want to open the dance with her. She pulled in a silent breath and smiled at him. "I will see you later then, Your Grace." The Duke of Andries kept his eyes on her as he took Camilla's card and placed his name on it for the third dance. Before moving away from the ladies to mingle some more, he stopped in front of Emma and leaned down slightly so he could speak in a low voice, and only she would hear. "I am spoken for to another for the first dance, my lady," he said. "I do not wish for you to believe I am not willing to open the ball with you. You are a fine dancer and a fine young lady. It will be a pleasure to acquaint myself with you again this year." He moved on as soon as he was finished with his short speech, not giving her time to respond. She watched him go, the tips of her lips turned up in a pleasant smile. The Duke of Andries was not unfamiliar to her. He had danced with her for several of the past seasons. They got along well, but there had never been a spark between them. So her search continued. She swept her eyes over the room and spotted two men coming in that she did not recognize. She leaned closer to Camilla. "Camilla, do you recognize those two men there?" She turned her eyes in the direction of the men, not willing to point, which would have been terribly impolite. Camilla looked over at the men. Without looking back at Emma, she shook her head. "I do not know either of them," she whispered, barely audible to Emma. "But they are certainly fine on the eyes." Emma could not hold back her smile. "Yes, they are." She would do her best to flirt as she was supposed to be the refined young lady they wanted her to be. But she desperately hoped to find a man with some personality. She wanted to be in some control of her life and to be able to paint and grow her favourite flowers in the garden. She didn't want a dictator. She wanted a man more like her own father. Her father had always treated his women with the highest respect. He had chosen two fine women to love, marry, and have children with. Emma respected her stepmother and younger half-siblings. They were kind to her, and she returned the favour. She didn't consider her stepmother's forceful ways to be unkind, though. At times, she felt the Duchess was a bit too harsh. She knew the woman behaved that way because they shared a love for her father. The Duchess of Corning could be dictatorial in her methods. Emma believed it was because the Duchess wanted Emma to marry a wealthy, well-bred man, worthy of her status as the eldest daughter of a duke. She sometimes wondered if her behaviour would stay the same once he was gone. Would the Duchess still give her the same respect and love? She hoped so. If she was to sacrifice her life and marry for money, the Duchess had to treat her with the respect she deserved. If she did not, Emma would make it very difficult for her, providing only a small allowance to live on. After all, it is her husband who would be providing the money to her to give to the Duchess. In the end, it would be his decision how much the family would receive. She would be sure to have great influence over the decision. The Duchess of Corning herself had no money of note. She gained her status as Duchess only because of the Duke of Corning. Her late husband had only a title in the military, having reached the rank of second lieutenant before his death. He left nothing behind for her. For months, the Duke of Corning had struggled with his business accounts. As his health failed and he became iller, he did not function the way he had when his mind was clear and he felt no pain. He had lost clients, deals, and a great deal of money in a short period of time. Only the Duchess, Emma and Catherine knew that the money was slowly being depleted and they would soon feel the need to start selling valuable possessions to continue their lifestyle. The two men were making their way across the room. Emma could tell they were not moving quickly and had no intention of coming directly to her and Camilla. She strained her ears as they moved closer, trying to hear an introduction. As they got closer, she was sure she heard the word Duke. She did not know to which man the word was directed. Finally, they were just a few feet away, chatting with another man, someone Emma recognized by appearance but could not come up with a name for. She felt Camilla grip her elbow tightly, signaling the men were coming over. She did not need prompting. She was well aware of their approach. She braced herself and cleared her throat softly. She smiled as they got closer. "My ladies," one of the men said, bowing, "may I introduce myself? I am Lord Baldwin, Duke of Lox. This is my closest companion, Lord Christian, Duke of Rabney. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Likewise, I am sure," Emma said, using her most pleasant tone. She curtsied, bowing her head respectfully. "Your Grace, I am Lady Emma Wentworth, daughter of Duke Wentworth of Corning." "My lady!" He took her hand and bowed to her. She moved her hand to the Duke of Rabney, who took it and also bowed. "I am Lady Camilla Fielding, daughter of Duke Fielding of Cooksey." "A pleasure, my lady." The Duke of Lox bowed to her. The Duke of Rabney also repeated the motion. As soon as the men introduced themselves, Camilla was holding her card in anticipation of being asked for a dance. Emma was a little embarrassed for her cousin. The look on her face betrayed her attraction to the two men. Emma hoped the same look was not on her face. She would not worship a man as if he was a god. That was the look Camilla was giving them. Lady Fielding, may I place my name on your dance card this evening? Yes. Thank you, Your Grace. Camilla immediately held out the card, smiling at the Duke of Lox. Emma could not help it when a streak of jealousy passed through her. She wanted him to sign her card, but Camilla was much too quick with hers. Amusement followed the jealousy, and she handed her card to the Duke of Rabney. He smiled and took it from her. The men switched cards and placed their names on both before handing them back to the ladies. "It will be a pleasure to get to know you better," the Duke of Lox said, smiling as he and the Duke of Rabney tipped their heads and moved on to the next group of people, both clasping their hands behind their backs. "I wonder where he came from," Camilla said, excited. She was staring at her card, obviously enamoured. Emma looked at her and then down at her card. A chill ran through her. The Duke of Lox had signed up for the last dance. It was the longest of them all, and most people believed the last dance was the highlight of the evening. There were other open spots on her card. The fact that he chose the last dance was significant. "Camilla, do you have the last dance taken?" she asked, moving her eyes to her cousin's card. Camilla looked down at it. "Yes, it was that man, the Duke of Rabney. He signed up for it." Emma grinned at her cousin. "The Duke of Lox signed up for my last dance." "Oh, Emma, this is exciting. 2 fresh faces to South London during the height of the season, obviously eligible suitors. Where have they been hiding?" It was a fair question. Emma had heard of both provinces, Lox and Rabney, but had never been introduced to someone from either place before. Would it not be so exciting if we were to be courted by the 2 most handsome men in all of the ton? Camilla's voice was so high-pitched, she sounded like a much younger girl. Emma kept up the effect, giggling like a child. "Oh, Camilla, it would be so wonderful. The Duke of Lox is such a handsome man. What if he should turn out to be the man I marry?" "I am praying for us both, Emma," Camilla said, still excited. "I really am. Lady Wentworth." Emma turned when she heard her name. She smiled at the newcomer, a dancing partner for her for at least the last 3 seasons. Lord Archibald Van Dobson, Earl of Caen. "Lord Archibald, how lovely to see you here. I did not expect you at the ball tonight." She leaned in and gave her friend air kisses on both cheeks. "I did not expect to be available this evening, Lady Wentworth, but here I am. You look stunning." "Why, thank you ever so kindly, my lord. You do remember my cousin, Lady Fielding." Lord Caen bowed at the waist. "I do, yes, quite. It would be difficult for one to forget such a beautiful young lady who only serves to accentuate the beauty of her constant companion, Lady Wentworth." Emma giggled, opening her hand fan and sweeping it in the direction of her face. "Oh, my lord, you are so complimentary. I do thank you. It is always a pleasure. May I have a dance with you this evening?" "Of course, yes, I would be so honoured." Emma handed him her card. "How is your Lady Bonneville this evening?" She noticed his eyes went directly down to the bottom of the card. He scowled for only a moment when he saw the slot was taken. Emma saw the look and knew that he wiped it off his face as quickly as he could. He was smiling when he looked back up at her. "Thank you, my lady. She is not feeling well this evening and has chosen to stay home from this event." "Oh, I do hope she feels better very soon." "Thank you. I will tell her of your good wishes. I will see you just after intermission. That way we will both be quite rested." "Yes, quite." As the lord walked away, Camilla gave her cousin a wide grin. "I did not know you were so close to Lord Carnay." "I do not consider myself to be close to him," Emma replied. "We are only friends. He seems quite fond of you." Emma looked at her cousin with her eyebrows raised. "You came to that conclusion in less than 5 minutes," Camilla giggled. "Emma, I have been coming to the dances with you since we first began attending. I have seen you dance with him before. You and I have met him in the street while shopping. I can see it when he looks at you, and I know you can see it too. Do not try to fool me into thinking you do not see what I see." Emma just smiled at her cousin. "I do not know how he feels, but I do know that we are friends. Only friends." Camilla gave her a skeptical look that she chose to ignore. Lord Carnay was an earl, but he was poor, and it was well known he would rather spend his time in front of a canvas, painting some odd object with obvious skill and talent, than hold a job that would put pounds in his accounts. It wasn't that he was lazy, he just never seemed very grounded to Emma. Plus, she saw a resemblance in some of his behaviours and speech that reminded her of her stepmother's authoritarian ways. She did not want a husband who would treat her more like an employee than a wife. She wanted love. That was the only thing that would make her happy. Lord Carnay lived in the east wing of a huge mansion just outside of London owned by his patroness and benefactor, Lady Bonneville, whose advancing age was known to all in their small area of England. Chapter 2. Emma waited all night, dancing with every man on her card for the last dance. She could feel her stepmother's eyes on her as she did so and wondered what the Duchess of Corning was thinking. She hoped she was doing everything required of her. She did not like to be lectured. The Duchess of Corning was known for that. Lord Carnay talked all the way through their dance. He'd started a new business deal with a local merchant to bring goods from Germany and Italy, which he planned to sell to the highest bidder. Emma could barely stay awake through his lengthy one-sided discussion. She was not interested, and if she had not been moving her body to dance, she would have fallen asleep without question. Typically when she danced, she flirted as she was taught to do. She knew her stepmother, the Duchess of Corning, was always watching. She was aggressive with Emma and Catherine, keeping a close eye on both to make sure they were behaving properly. Just like most of the other mothers of eligible girls in society, the Duchess of Corning gave her two girls no leeway whatsoever. She was almost brutally pushy in what she did for them. She did not care what they thought of her methods. She was going to make sure they behaved the way they were supposed to behave. Emma had respect for her stepmother. She was an honourable woman. Not only was she tall and beautiful, with a slender body and fine features, such as big blue eyes and long wavy blonde hair, she was also extremely intelligent and resourceful. When the current Duchess of Corning met her father, the Duke of Corning, she seemed to fall immediately in love with him. There was a small scandal because she was nearly 20 years his junior, but their love proved true. For the first few years, the Duchess of Corning had to endure talk that she had only married the Duke of Corning for his power and money. She had provided two sons, ensuring her husband's legacy would live on through them and there would be a male heir waiting for the dukedom. It would most certainly be Michael, who was 3 minutes older than his brother, Thomas. Despite all the good things about the Duchess of Corning, Emma was also resentful that the older woman was so stern and hard about the rules of the ton. She didn't care if Emma was happy with the man she married, just so long as she was married, by the end of this season. She hoped. She met him near the dance floor, glancing at her cousin Lady Camilla with a sweet smile. "Lady Wentworth?" The Duke of Lox grinned. "Would you care to dance?" "I believe it is your name on my card, my lord. Yes, I am happy to dance with you." He took her hand and led her to the dance floor. They took their positions and waited for the music to start. The Duke of Lox was an extremely interesting man. Emma could tell he was not like any of the other men she'd danced with the entire night. The sound of his voice was like silk brushing up against her body. She felt warm and comfortable with him. Unlike the other men of the ton, he seemed to assume from the beginning that she was intelligent and had something to discuss other than local gossip and clothing. "Please tell me, Lady Emma Wentworth," he said out, sweeping her to the side with one long step. "How has your evening been?" "I have enjoyed myself, thank you, Your Grace," she responded, smiling at him. "And you?" She was keenly aware of how graceful he was as he stepped from side to side. She felt like she wasn't even moving. They danced together perfectly. She looked up at him, assessing his height to be about 5 inches taller than her. She was 5'1" and 1/4. He was one of the most handsome men she had seen in the last 3 seasons. "It has been a splendid evening, my lady, and I have been blessed beyond measure that I end it with a woman as stunning as you." Emma knew she was blushing by how hot her cheeks grew. How very complimentary, thank you, my lord. You are quite welcome. May I ask, my lady, if you have ever travelled to another country, such as the Americas, Ireland, or anywhere else? Emma had never been asked such a question before. She had no response, not immediately. She had to think about it first. There was a pause in the conversation which seemed to amuse him. He pulled away just slightly and looked at her. You do not know if you have been out of the country, my lady. She could hear the laughter in his voice. It made her smile. I am sorry, my lord, I was caught off guard by your question. I have not been out of the country, though it is something I would someday like to do. I have read about it in many of my father's books, though. I am sure you have been, have you not? I have, yes. How interesting that you have read of other countries. I have not met a young lady with that response before. Her smile softened. Perhaps you have not danced with the right lady. He chuckled. I do believe you are right. I think you would enjoy many of the places I have been to. You seem like you would be a worldly woman if you put your mind to it. I would be most interested to hear what you have read about. Thank you, Your Grace. You barely know me, but yet have such a flattering assessment of me. I do appreciate your candour. I speak only the truth, my lady. I do not have time for frivolous games nor frivolous women. Your eyes tell me you are not that kind of woman. Emma raised her eyebrows. My eyes? Do you find that odd? He swept Emma to the side again. She felt like she was floating on a cloud. I must say I do find it a bit odd. Why is that? I have never met a man who has looked into my eyes and predicted my personality. Do you do this often? Over the years, I have developed a keen sense of intuition when it comes to this. The ladies of the ton are not the only ones who must find a mate. I also feel this pressure. My mother, the Duchess of Lox, is anxious to become a Grand Duchess and have many little lords and ladies running about the mansion. Emma giggled. She had never been to the mansion of the Duke of Lox, but could still picture it. In her mind's eye, she saw a grand woman of noble stature, chasing an unruly batch of hellions as they ran through the large hallways of a mansion, threatening every priceless statue and artifact on display. He grinned at her. That does not scare you. Scare me? Emma sounded amused. My lord, it is my duty to marry and have children. I see no reason why such words would scare me. We met a few hours ago. How do you know I am not a dishonourable swindler? Emma gasped. My lord, I would never think of you in such a way. Never. His grin remained. I could be that and more. You do not know. Emma shook her head. I do not believe you are such a thing. You do not seem the type to defraud anyone out of anything. I am sure you are a fine, respectable businessman. Are you? Yes, my lord. I find that most women are unable to hold a decent conversation, especially those who are of lower upbringing, unlike you, my lady. You clearly come from a distinguished family of note. Do you know my family, Your Grace? Emma did not remember ever having heard her father mention the Duke of Lox. She would be very surprised if they knew each other. I have not had the privilege of meeting anyone in your family, my lady, other than the Duchess of Corning. She encouraged me to seek you out. Emma felt a stab of disappointment slice into her. The Duchess of Corning was the reason the Duke of Lox was dancing with her. Her own merit had nothing to do with it. I see. She was correct in her assessment of you, at least from what I have seen so far. Do tell how she described me, my lord. She hoped her voice didn't reflect how she was feeling. If the Duchess of Corning encouraged the meeting, there was no telling what she had told the Duke of Lox. The Duchess of Corning had often endowed Emma with abilities and attributes she did not, in fact, have, making Emma seem to be a liar when she denied the things that were said. Why the Duchess of Corning would make her out to be a liar when she was working so hard to marry her off was beyond Emma's comprehension. She said that you were obedient and kind, and you would be an excellent wife and mother. Emma's high hopes from before were dashed in just a few seconds. The man was typical, just like all the others. Her mood immediately soured. She had misjudged him. He must have seen the look on her face because he lost his smile. Are you not those things? Emma was quick to smile, though it did not reach her eyes. I am all of those things, my lord. But you are not what I had hoped. She thought the words but dared not speak them. The handsome young Duke of Lox would probably end up being a man with the kind of attitude her stepmother had, dictatorial and authoritarian. She would not fall for such false charms and charades. Emma did not mind respecting those in authority, but she wanted respect in return, simply because she was the kind of woman who deserved that respect. She was not a woman of disrepute, nor had she made a habit of being unkind to others. She wanted others to be happy just as she wanted to be happy. For the rest of their dance, Emma's disappointment kept her from paying close attention to what the Duke of Lox was saying. She concentrated on the dance and enjoying how smoothly the Duke of Lox was able to move her around the floor. He was an incredible dancer, she had to admit that. But his statement that she was obedient had stuck in her mind. To her, that meant she would be expected to do whatever he wanted her to do, even if she didn't want to do whatever it was. She could not expect any freedom. That sounded like a miserable existence to her. She assumed there was something he was hiding. Otherwise, he would not put on such a fine act of nobility. Only a man who was hiding something would put on such a display of friendliness. She was glad when the dance was over. The Duke of Lox may have noticed her initial look of disappointment, but seemed to pay less attention to the distance she put between them as he finished the dance with her. Although it was the last official dance of the evening, many people would mill about afterwards, talking as they slowly made their way out the doors. Instead of going toward the front of the ballroom to leave like everyone else, Emma decided to step out onto the veranda, where there were only a few people, many of them in groups of 3. The Duchess of Corning would be unhappy that Emma had disappeared, but she wasn't too interested in what her stepmother wanted at that point in time. She wanted to think. She was disappointed that the man she had initially thought might be perfect for her had turned out to be just another duke who wanted a slave for a wife.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
She walked to the left, crossing her arms in front of her chest, before she sat on a bench just beyond a row of ferns that ran along the side of the house. When she thought more deeply about it, she did not know why she had come to the conclusion that he might be the one so quickly anyway. It was as though her brain had decided it before she even met him. Her instant attraction to him had been purely physical. That was obvious now. He was handsome to the point of distraction. Her heart had not given her brain enough time to make a logical decision. She had let herself drown in fantasy and reality had hit her with a swift smack. Emma was disappointed in herself. Why had she let herself slip into such a fantasy land? She shook her head. No more. She would trust that God would send her the right man before the end of the season. Her family depended on it. She stood up and was about to go inside to leave the ball when she saw Lord Carney through the glass-paned double doors. He spotted her too and pushed the door open, hurrying to her. "Lady Wentworth, how has your evening been?" he asked, hurrying over to her. She looked at him surprised. "Lord Carn, were you coming to find me, my lord? Did my stepmother send you for me?" Lord Carn shook his head. "No, my lady. The Duchess of Corning is still inside with Miss Catherine, wooing one of the dukes who danced with her." "Oh?" "Yes. I believe Lady Camilla is searching for you, though, unless she has left. I am sure she will realize you are out here. You look a bit distraught. Is everything all right? Did you not have a good time?" "I had a good time tonight. It was a bit disappointing, though." "I am sorry to hear that, my lady. What happened to disappoint you?" Emma wanted to tell Lord Carney that she was disappointed because she had not met a suitable candidate for her hand in marriage, but she knew he was vying for that position himself, and if she revealed her feelings, he might be upset about it. "I suppose I am just not feeling well right now. My father is not feeling well. His health is declining and I am very worried about him." What she told him was the truth. She was worried about her father, and she was just beginning to feel a little queasy standing out in the moonlight talking to Archibald. The Duchess of Corning would not approve. She moved back toward the door, grateful that she and Lord Carney were not alone on the veranda. He knew it was not appropriate for her to be seen with him alone. It made her feel disrespected. It put her reputation with the ton in jeopardy. He should know that. He opened the door for her and she went through, searching the room for Camilla or her stepmother. The Duchess of Corning was on the other side of the room, her back to Emma, with Catherine, the Duke of Lox, and the Duke of Rabney. She was surprised when a streak of jealousy passed through her. The Duke of Lox, to his credit, did not look extremely happy. His eyes were wandering around the room over Catherine's shoulder. He spotted her, and a look of pleased recognition passed over his face. He said something to the Duchess, who turned and looked at Emma. She did not look pleased. Emma wondered why, feeling anxious. She rewound the evening in her mind, but could not think of anything she had done wrong. Had the Duke of Lox said something unpleasant about her, she would find out later that evening. The Duchess was sure to tell her what she had done wrong as they went home. "Excuse me, my lord. The Duchess is waiting for me, I believe." Lord Khan was standing next to her and leaned slightly to whisper without looking at her. "She does not look happy, my lady. I do hope it is not because I came in from the veranda with you. I did not intentionally go out there seeking you. I would not have done that without permission." "I understand, my lord. If that is why she is upset, I will inform her that it was not an intentional meeting." "I do apologize if that is the case. Have a good evening, my lady." He bent at the waist and took her hand, bowing to her. "Thank you, my lord," she replied, looking down at him. When he looked back up at her, she was not looking at him any more. Emma crossed the room to her stepmother, her heart hammering in her chest. The two dukes were still talking to the Duchess of Corning. If they had said something unpleasant, she did not want her stepmother to say something about it in front of them. That would put her in the spotlight where she did not want to be. The Duchess of Corning was not known for such antics, however. She was a respectful woman, even if she did pressure Emma greatly when it came to finding a suitable husband. Emma was sure the woman was doing it for her own good. "Lady Wentworth." The Duke of Lox bowed to her when she made it to their small circle. Catherine moved back, staring at Emma as if her sister's dress was on fire. "Your Grace." Emma curtsied to him and to the Duke of Rabney. Chapter 3. "Lady Wentworth, did you have a chance to meet the Duke of Lox and Duke of Rabney?" the Duchess of Corning asked. Emma looked at her. Her stepmother knew full well that she had met them and danced with both. Emma had been hoping that Camilla would be talking with the Duke of Rabney, but Camilla was nowhere to be found. "I have. Do you know where Lady Fielding has gone? Has she left yet?" "I believe she and her mother have gone, yes," the Duchess of Corning responded. "I have just invited the Dukes to our home for dinner the day after tomorrow." Emma smiled weakly at both men. "That sounds lovely. I am sure we will all have a good time. You will have a chance to meet my father." The Duke of Lox nodded. "I am anxious to meet the man who has so many beautiful women in his home. He is a lucky man." "Thank you, Your Grace." The Duchess of Corning lifted her hand fan and spread it out, covering her smile. "That is kind of you to say." The Duke of Lox looked at Emma. "As I was telling your daughter during our dance, I only speak the truth. However, I must go. The Duke of Rabney and I have business to attend to early in the morning, and I must get some rest." "It was so good to meet you, Your Grace," Catherine spoke up, holding out her hand to him. He took her hand and bowed. "And you as well, Miss Catherine." The Duke of Rabney repeated his friend's actions as the two of them said goodbye to the ladies. Emma was a little nervous that when the Duke of Lox left, the Duchess of Corning would scold her. She should have known the grand lady would not behave that way in public, but it did not keep her from fearing she would. True to form, the Duchess of Corning held out her hands to the girls as if she was rounding them up. "The carriage is waiting, girls. Let us see to it." The women moved swiftly across the room, following the dukes who had just left them. Emma watched the Duke of Lox from behind, running her eyes over his body. admiring the way he swung his greatcoat around his shoulders and pinned it under his neck. There was no need for the extra layer, as it was a warm night. Emma draped her shawl over her forearm instead of wearing it. She did not want to get overheated. Her stomach was grumbling from hunger. She would have Cook make her some pastries if there were any available, and drink some tea before bed. It would settle her stomach and put her mind in a better position to think. There were so many distractions around her, and the queasy feeling had not dissipated after she left Lord Carnay behind. He was being uncommonly friendly towards her. Emma desperately wanted to talk to Camilla about it, and was disappointed her cousin had already left. She would have to wait until tomorrow to talk to her. Her fear was that he would make his way to her father and make an arrangement for their marriage. He was wealthy, making a good income on his investments, and his purse was heavy. But Emma was less interested in the size of his accounts than the size of his heart. She longed for passion and mutual respect. The more she thought about the decline of her father's health, the more she realised that Lord Carnay would not be making a deal with her father. It would be the Duchess of Corning that would sign for her husband. The thought filled Emma with dread. She had danced with Lord Carnay regularly for the last 3 seasons, and never had the inclination he had any intentions other than friendship towards her. Now the thought of taking their friendship beyond that repulsed Emma. It was not that the Lord struck her as being repulsive himself. It was more the idea of sharing herself with him and attempting to love him with all of her being that turned her away. In her heart, Emma held not one modicum of attraction for Lord Carnay that would make her even entertain the idea of becoming his bride. "Emma," her stepmother said in a low voice that implied she was unhappy, "why were you on the veranda with Lord Carnay? What did he say to you?" Emma was caught off guard. She had not thought about that incident. She was probably subconsciously blocking it out. In previous seasons, Lord Carn had just been another face in the crowd. This season, there was something different about him. Emma thought quickly, formulating her words carefully so she would not sound disrespectful. "I was not on the veranda with Lord Carnay," she said. "Not on purpose. I went out there for a bit of fresh air and he was returning from a walk, I assume. We had brief words and he opened the door for me. That is all." "What were his exact words?" The Duchess of Corning had narrowed her eyes and was scanning Emma's face carefully. Emma was taken aback by the look on her stepmother's face. What could she be so worried about? "I am sorry. I do not even remember what was said. I did not want to be drawn into conversation with Lord Carn. He is being very forward with me this year, but I have no interest in him." The Duchess of Corning said nothing. She simply stared at Emma a few more seconds before turning her eyes to look through the window at the night sky, leaving Emma completely confused. The carriage bumped underneath her as she rode with her family back to Corning Manor. She saw the torches burning from a distance and thought how beautiful her home looked in the mist of the night, lit up only by firelight in all the windows. The parlour would be cosy and warm. Her favourite chair was waiting for her. She would have tea with her family and then off to bed. What would she dream of tonight? Who would she dream of? In her heart, she knew who she would dream of. The Duke of Lox, his handsome face, his broad shoulders, his strong countenance. If she were to attract such a man, and if that man were to have the heart of compassion she sought, she would be a very blessed woman. She could not deny she was attracted to his physique. His dancing was impeccable, beyond reproach. But that one word he had uttered, it had been his undoing. Obedient. She did not want to be a man's slave instead of a wife. Chapter 4. The Duke of Lox departed from the ballroom, glad to be free of the crowing mothers and their braying daughters. He was nearly certain the Duke of Rabney felt the same way. From the look on his face when he turned his eyes to him, he was surely not mistaken. "I do hope this experience makes you understand why I rarely attend these events," he said firmly, as they walked quickly to their carriage. The Duke of Rabney looked at his friend and nodded. "I most certainly do. We are the same age, sir. And still, we are bachelors. Our bank accounts are full, and these events are filled with ravenous wolves out to decimate those accounts for the sake of others." "You speak so eloquently," the Duke of Lox replied. "It would seem you have given this topic some thought." "I most certainly have." The Duke of Rabney fell quiet for a moment. They reached the carriage and he said, "I must admit, however." The Duke of Lox could not help grinning wide. He already knew what his friend was about to say. "Tonight was different, was it not?" he asked in a low voice as they pulled up into the cabin of the carriage. The Duke of Rabney looked at him through understanding eyes. "Yes, my lord. It was different, and I do believe we are talking about the same young ladies." "I am relieved to hear you say ladies and not lady, sir," the Duke of Lox said with a grin. "I did hope we were not vying for the same young woman." The Duke of Rabney shook his head. "No, my lord. These two young ladies were together when we signed their dance cards early in the evening. Lady Camilla Fielding of Cooksey is the lady of which I speak." "Yes, I thought as much," the Duke of Lox nodded as he spoke, "and I set my eyes on the lovely Lady Emma Wentworth of Corning." "Exactly, my lord. Then we are of like mind? I am glad to hear it." The Duke of Rabney nodded soberly. "We are well on our way to inheriting what is rightfully ours." The Duke of Lox nodded back at his friend and turned his eyes to look out at the cloudy night sky. The moon was bright when it was able to shine through the drifting clouds. At times, he would see the entire countryside, and moments later it would be nearly pitch black as far as the eye could see. He thought about his dance with the young Lady Wentworth. She was somewhat of a puzzle to him. When they started the dance, she was like all the other females, prancing, giggling, flirting. When he'd asked a question or two, she'd answered with intelligence and understanding. She did not boast in any way, nor did she lie to put herself in a more favourable light. She simply told the truth. And when he had mentioned her stepmother, he suddenly realised he should not have mentioned the Duchess of Corning. He assumed too much. What if the relationship they had between them was not a good one? If the problem stemmed from Lady Wentworth's apparent stubborn-headedness, he could understand. After his comment about having spoken to the Duchess of Corning, Lady Wentworth seemed to become very quiet. She was no longer interested in what he had to say and would answer his questions honestly but bluntly with no embellishment or flair. She complimented him on being a good dancer when the music came to an end, but it went no further than that. She showed no signs of having complimentary feelings towards him. Unfortunately for him, there was nothing he could do until the next event, and simply hoping that Lady Wentworth would be there. Unless he chanced by her in the streets, the chances of that happening were slim. The Duke of Lox rarely ventured into the shopping district of town, which was the most likely place to find a female. Maybe he would have to try out new things. There was no reason he could not meander out that way at some point in time. He grinned at the twinkling stars outside. Perhaps she was looking through the window of her chambers, staring at the same glittering black sky. The thought made his smile widen. He pulled in a deep breath. It was strange to feel this way. It was so different. He was not quite sure if the feeling was real or not. He had never experienced it before. He found himself thinking about the woman, wondering if she was all right and had had a good time at the ball. It was not his business in the least. But he could not help wondering. That made his decision to woo her stronger, and he wondered what he could do to impress her. She had seemed anxious to get away from him, so he had to assume he had some explaining to do. Some promises would be made, he was sure of that. He would promise to never speak of the Duchess of Corning ever again if she would consider him worthy. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. It would be a mistake to entrust his heart and soul to this woman quite yet. He had one more season to go before he was required to marry or lose the majority of his money. He did not think ill of his uncle, who was the executor of the late Duke of Lox's will, for enforcing the marriage requirement. His father, rest his soul, had told him before he passed on that if Nigel didn't have a family, he would not need such a large inheritance. The money would go to charities that favoured women and children. On the other hand, the sooner he was married, the sooner he would receive his inheritance. Of all the women he had danced with for the past 4 seasons, Miss Wentworth was the only one who caught his eye the way she did. He couldn't help wishing he had bought Brisbane and moved to the area sooner. When she placed her hand in his other hand firmly against her side, he felt a sense of completeness he had never experienced before. He wanted to know everything about her. His initial question asking her if she had ever been out of the country was completely due to being nervous. It was the first thing that came to his mind. He had searched his mind for something interesting to say, and there it was, coming at him like a board in a windstorm, smacking him in the head. And she had responded with dignity and class. He admired her honesty. He knew many women who had told odd, lengthy tales of journeys only to find out later they were completely fabricated stories, told to make the young woman out to be more than she was. This included matters of the purse. He was not interested in the type of pushy woman who would insist he pay for all the extravagances of life without lifting a finger to do anything other than eat. He wanted a real wife, not a slave, not some kind of concubine. "What are you thinking, Baldwin?" the Duke of Rabney asked. "I can see by the look on your face you are contemplating something." The Duke of Lox slid his eyes over to his friend and nodded. "I am. I am thinking a great deal about the young women you mentioned earlier. I must admit I do not believe I have ever felt this way about a woman before." The Duke of Rabney frowned as one in disbelief. "No, Baldwin, that cannot be possible." "I do not know why it should be such a surprise, Christian. I propose you think back to when we were just 20 years of age. We were informed together that our inheritance dictates we marry within 5 years or risk losing it all. For the last 4 seasons, we have been searching but have never found a compatible match. That may be because we were perhaps not really looking. I know several women you have introduced to me that seemed like a fine match." The Duke of Lox gave his friend a sarcastic look. "Surely I look different on the outside after having danced with Lady Wentworth?" The Duke of Rabney scanned his friend and then nodded. "Yes, I do admit you look different. You appear much more relaxed. I feel somewhat anxious, if I may say so, but I am glad I appear more relaxed. I am thinking about my future. Perhaps a bit late in the game, but I am finally considering it." The Duke of Rabney gave his friend a dubious look. "You are thinking of marriage to Lady Emma already? Our plight may be important, Baldwin, but do not jump ahead of yourself." "I will be cautious, Christian, and yes, I wish to win her heart. I fear I have my work cut out for me." "Your dancing this evening was immaculate, Baldwin. You need not worry about that. I was impressed, and I have seen you dance many times before." The carriage jostled, making the men sway from side to side, attempting to steady themselves. The Duke of Lox gave the Duke of Rabney a direct look. "I believe it is time to do some repairs on the carriage," the Duke of Rabney guffawed, throwing his head back. The loud but joyful sound filled the carriage. "You mean it is time to purchase a new carriage?" "I understand the concept of living frugally, Baldwin, but at some point you must admit it is time to move on from the old. Buy a new carriage. You can afford it." "I will thank his lordship for not interfering in the private affairs of my estate." The Duke of Lox sounded serious. As soon as the words left his mouth, he joined his friend in laughter. The carriage was not far from Brisbane Manor. The Duke of Lox was anxious to see the soft, warm blankets of his bed. His chambers were always warm from the fire that stayed lit from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Lady Wentworth. How he longed to dance with her again. He could not forget the sensation of having her in his arms. He wanted more than that. He wanted her as a wife. The way she had changed her behaviour after hearing something she did not want to hear was on his mind. It showed the woman had a spine and was willing to fight for herself. They pulled into the circular carriage path in front of Brisbane Manor. The Duke of Lox stepped down from the carriage, landing gracefully on a street of broken marble. He looked at the broken pieces and wondered why he had ever agreed to have it put around his path. It just made people fall about each other and wore down the horses' hooves. The cost of replacing horseshoes on a regular basis made the path without any value. He shook his head. He would replace it soon enough. He had more important things to think about at present. It was a rare moment when something could make the Duke of Lox bargain with himself. He was easygoing and famous among some circles for being a man who produced real results. That often made him a force to be reckoned with, but every so often he would neglect the simple pleasures he enjoyed, such as this. He had ample time and money to have the repairs done. And it took the face of a lovely young woman to motivate him to make small things like that a priority. Lady Emma Wentworth would make him feel invincible. She may be angry with him right now, but he hoped she would grow to fancy him at least a little. He felt a connection to her as soon as he saw her face. He did not want to say he was completely taken in with her beauty, though he was. Her wavy long hair, her big, bright blue eyes. She was a remarkably pretty woman. He wondered if she knew it. There was nothing more obnoxious than a woman who knew her beauty but had the personality of a coiling snake about to strike. He wanted nothing of that kind of woman. When she showed her backbone by standing up to him, he knew he had to have her. There had to be others vying for her hand as well. He wondered how many suitors called on her. He felt jealous without reason. Grinning, he walked into Brisbane Manor, following his friend inside where they would share a brandy before going to their chambers and trying to get a good night's sleep. He knew he would not be able to get to sleep. She was too much on his mind. The Duke of Lox was wrong, however. He was asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Chapter 5. Although she was exhausted from her long day, Emma found it very hard to get to sleep. She knew her anxiety stemmed from what the Duchess of Corning had said on the way home from the ball. She did not think her father would approve of what his wife was saying, but Emma would never tell him about it. She wanted him to go to heaven believing his family was close and secure. She lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, remembering the Duchess of Corning's words. "You both looked elegant tonight. I was very impressed, and I think the lords were, as well," the Duchess of Corning had stated after her initial questioning. She commonly began her lectures with compliments. Emma fully expected what was to come next. Her stepmother never wavered from her habits. "Thank you, Mother," both girls replied in unison. Emma could tell Catherine was waiting for the but in her mother's sentence. "But there are still many things you must work on," the Duchess of Corning continued. She turned her eyes to Emma, whose heart dropped. She did not want to go first. "Emma, you do not seem to be trying very hard. The Duke of Lox was interested in speaking with you, but mentioned that you were unapproachable. This will not win you a gentleman of his status. You simply cannot behave that way with a suitor as compatible as he is with our standards and expectations. What were your objections to him?" "He spoke about me to you?" Emma did not like to hear that. The man had insulted her to her own stepmother. If he was attempting to win her heart, that was not the way to do it. She furrowed her eyebrows. "Do not scowl so," the Duchess of Corning said rebukingly. "It makes you look ugly. You do not want to look ugly, do you?" "There is no one here to impress, Mother," Emma said, trying not to disrespect her elder but finding it difficult to keep calm. "I am uncomfortable that the Duke of Lox had the audacity to insult me in such a way. I was not aloof. I was merely distracted. I was thinking of other things." "Perhaps you would do well to keep your mind on your priorities, Emma." The Duchess of Corning was using the tone that Emma detested the most. It was condescending, as if she was talking to a baby or a very young child. "As you well know, your father's health declines as we speak. He is a strong man and has fought hard against this disease that is taking him from us. But the time is quickly approaching, and we must secure our future through you. If you continue this behaviour, the only man left for you to marry will be Lord Carney." Emma's mind was reeling. She waged a battle against herself. One side wanting desperately to speak out and tell the Duchess of Corning exactly what she could do with her callous behaviour. The other seeking to be the good girl her father wanted her to be. To Emma, her dear father might as well be already gone, the way the Duchess of Corning was speaking. She did not like that at all. In the end, her temper won out and she spoke out of turn. "Lord Carney has a title in name only. He has nothing to provide." "Perhaps not, but his patroness does. She will leave him her fortune, that is certain. Nothing is certain, Mother. My father is not dead, and I will not marry a man because of the size of his purse just to please you. I will marry for love and for love alone. There can be no other way with me. The Duchess of Corning looked shocked for a moment before regaining her composure. Lady Emma, your father will hear about this behaviour. For the first time in her life, Emma interrupted her stepmother, interjecting in a stern voice. You would complain to my father when his health is so weak? How cruel. The words even surprised Emma, and she was the one saying them. His condition is weak enough. Do you wish to aggravate it further? Are you purposefully trying to kill him? The Duchess of Corning shut her mouth tightly and stared at Emma. She was fighting for the right words. Emma could see it on her face. I do not wish to upset you, Mother. Emma softened her voice. But I am obliged, nay, required to begin making decisions for myself. I do not plan to leave anyone in squalor when I choose the man I will marry. But I will not be forced into a union that will cause me misery and pain for the rest of my life, which I hope is long, God willing. Do you not agree with this? The Duchess of Corning listened to everything Emma had to say, her eyes narrowing with every word. At the end of Emma's speech, she nodded. I do hear you, Lady Wentworth, and I do not wish to harm your father, who is my husband, and whom I dearly love. I believe you know that my love for your father is genuine. Then you will refrain from speaking of this to him. Am I correct? The Duchess of Corning stared at Emma, her mouth open slightly, her lips twisting as she tried to think of what words she wanted to say. Yes, I will not speak of this. However, I am fully aware of my duties, and I will certainly do my best to find a husband before the end of this season, as I, too, fear for the health of my father. But I must ask you to minimize your interference and let me find a man that is suitable for me, in personality, and mind and soul, not just in finances. It appeared the Duchess of Corning could think of nothing to say. Emma was fully aware that she and her half-sister were staring at her as if she had lost her mind. She wasn't quite sure what had happened herself. But hearing that her stepmother and the Duke of Lox had both spoken of her outside of her presence and said less than honourable things about her made her angry. She was just a young woman trying to make her way. They should not have been whispering wicked things behind her back. The Duchess of Corning leaned forward, pointing her folded-up hand fan in Emma's direction. You would do well to watch your tongue, young lady. In my hands, I hold the power that can make your life easy or destroy it altogether. Emma set her jaw, unwilling to return the Duchess of Corning's stare. Her face was flushed, her heart was pounding, and she felt like a disrespectful little girl who was being scolded. She did not like the feeling. She was too old for it. She may not have been completely mature in years, but she was a mature young woman with thoughts of her own. She would fulfill her duties as expected, even if the final decision made her unhappy. But she would still have her thoughts. No one could take those away from her. The next morning she felt groggy and had a bit of a headache. She lifted one hand and pressed it against her forehead as she sat up. Dizziness swept through her mind and she steadied herself, pushing her palms down flat on the blanket around her legs. She looked around her, still a little dazed from sleeping so heavily. As the fog cleared from her brain, she remembered Camilla had invited her and her family to Cooksey Castle for a luncheon. Her father, the Duke of Cooksey, promised some very high-profile men of stature and wealth. Of course, the Duchess of Corning had jumped on the opportunity to meet them. Emma dare not say it, but the Duchess of Corning was still a young woman and would soon be a widow. She would need to remarry if she wanted to retain any type of state in society, since Emma would be the one all looked at once. The Duke of Corning passed on to the heavenly gates. She was probably looking for a possible new husband for herself. Emma was upset that these were her first thoughts of the morning. She wanted to enjoy her day with Camilla. She wondered if any pleasant young men would be there. Try as she might, she could not keep her mind from the Duke of Lox and wondering if he would be there. On one hand, she got an uneasy feeling that he would most likely be there, as the Duchess of Cooksey would never leave out a prominent, wealthy bachelor when she had daughters of her own to marry off. And on the other hand, she hoped he was there. She wanted to at least gaze upon his handsome face. She found she rather liked the nervous feeling she got when she glanced at him and he was looking at her. She had to look away quickly. It made her stomach feel like butterflies were fluttering all through her. As she dressed and pulled her hair back into a neatly combed mane that waved around her pale cheeks, she thought of anything she could think of besides the Duke of Lox. She stared at herself in the mirror and was about to turn and leave the room when an unexpected knock made her look at the door in the reflection. "Come in," she said, her surprise obvious in her voice. No one ever came to her door in the morning. Fear split through her. Had her father passed on? She straightened and faced the door abruptly and tilted her head to the side when she saw it was her younger half-sister, Catherine. "Good morning, Catherine," she said in a low voice. "Has something happened? Tell me quickly. Do not hesitate." She braced herself to hear something awful, but Catherine just looked at her for a moment before moving to stand next to the window, facing away from Emma. Emma frowned. Catherine's odd behaviour baffled her. "Catherine, what has happened? Why are you here?" Catherine turned back to face Emma, her eyes on the floor in front of her. I want to tell you something, Emma. Something I know you have not been told, but I think you should know because she is your friend and cousin. And..." Emma's frown deepened. "Catherine, whatever are you talking about, dear? Out with it! Are you talking about Camilla? What about Camilla?" Catherine shifted from one foot to the other, looking terribly uncomfortable. "Mother is entering negotiations with the Duke to secure my hand in marriage, and I thought you should know." The thought of the Duke of Lox wedded to her younger sister almost made Emma double over with sickness. Camilla would feel the same if she heard her chances were being snuffed by the Duchess of Corning. She placed one hand on her flat stomach and the other over her mouth. "When did this happen?" she asked, her voice muffled by her hand. Catherine looked at her through pleading eyes. "I cannot object to the union, Emma. I do hope you understand. He is such a handsome man and is in negotiations to purchase a beautiful mansion, though it is a bit run down and—" "But you are not the eldest, and you are not yet 18. I have until the end of the season. And was this decided while you were speaking with the Duke of Rabney last night?" "Yes. Mother says that is when she decided," Catherine responded. Emma caught the words, "when she decided," and felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It was not set in stone. It was something the Duchess of Corning had decided and assumed it was a fact because she decided it. "I am sure the Duke of Rabney will consider all options," she said softly. "I agree. I could see that Camilla enjoyed dancing with him, but I think he is more interested in me. And he is such a handsome man. I know Camilla would be heartbroken." "How do you feel about this, Catherine?" Emma said, taking a few steps toward her half-sister. Catherine certainly did not look comfortable with the idea herself. The younger girl shook her head. "I do not want to be betrothed to a man simply because Mother wants it that way. I have my own standards as well. They are similar to my mother's, more similar than yours, but they are not the same. I fear she will take control of my life, and I will be forced to marry someone I do not wish to marry." Emma took her sister's arm and directed her to the bed, where they sat next to each other. "I cannot see the Duchess doing something like that," she said gently. It was almost a lie. She could see the Duchess manipulating a situation to her advantage no matter whom it hurt. But not to her own daughter. Surely she would not do that to her own daughter. Emma thought about it for a moment. Would the Duchess of Corning ignore Catherine's wishes to better the financial situation of the family? She could understand if they were talking about her. She was not really the woman's daughter, but her own kin, her real flesh and blood? Would the Duchess of Corning be that greedy? Surely not. With a nearly silent sigh, Emma put her arm around her sister's shoulders and squeezed her in a tight hug. Mother will not do that to you, Catherine. I know she is not like that. She cannot be that kind of woman. She is smart and kind and honest, though she may be firm a great deal of the time. Do you truly believe that? Emma nodded. You will see. She will not pair you with someone you do not want to be with. And I will say something to Camilla when I see her. I will make her aware so that her mother can step up and insert her into the mix. Will that be all right with you? Will you be hurt if he turns away from you and seeks Camilla instead? Catherine shook her head vigorously. No, no, I do not want the Duke of Rabney, though he is handsome and wealthy. As I said, I sensed there was a connection between him and Camilla, and I do not want to be in the way. I do not want to be his second choice, because my mother talked him into it first. I understand. I will do what I can. I promise. Thank you for understanding, Emma. I must say I feel terrible about telling you all this. I feel as though I have betrayed Mother. No. Emma squeezed her shoulders again. Do not feel bad. You have been honest. You have done the right thing. I understand how you feel. I love you, Emma, Catherine whispered, wrapping her small arms around her sister. I am so glad you are my sister, even if we are not blood. Emma smiled and kissed Catherine on the top of her head. I love you too. You are my sister. You always will be. Chapter 6. Emma felt like the 2 days that passed before the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney were to arrive at Corning Manor might as well have been 2 weeks. The time passed like molasses dripping from a tree. She was terrified throughout the whole 2 days that Lord Carney would pay her a visit, but she was thankfully left alone by him. She spent the 2 days perusing the library, where there were many books she had yet to read. She was interested in them all. Her father had new books arriving for the shelves regularly. She would never have time to read them all. Odd coincidences seemed to bring Lord Carney into the topic of conversation, more often than she would have liked. She would hear her mother in the parlour with one of the family's solicitors, and hear his name mentioned. She did not want to eavesdrop, but sometimes it couldn't be helped. Voices echoed at times in the great halls of Corning Manor. As she prepared for the arrival of the Dukes, she thought about what Catherine had said. She wished she had permission to invite Camilla tonight, but when she brought it up to her stepmother, the Duchess had nearly lost her temper. She shook her head vigorously. This is not for you, Emma. This is for my daughter's benefit. This is a chance for Catherine to become better acquainted with the Duke of Rabney. You may use this time to redeem yourself from your bad behaviour at the ball. Emma retreated from that conversation quickly. Her stepmother was more brutal than ever. Emma sensed the Duchess was highly agitated about something different from finances and the health of the Duke. The Duchess had been dealing with those stressful issues for the last year or more. She was more irritated than before. Emma wondered what was causing it. She sat in the window seat, leaning on the side, her eyes gazing out at the front of the house. She could see the road leading up to the house from where she was, and she was watching intently for the men to arrive. Catherine had been quiet the last 2 days. Emma knew why. She was uncomfortable knowing her mother wanted her to give the Duke of Rabney all her attention at the dinner party. As for Emma, she had been instructed several times to redeem herself because of her bad behaviour at the ball. The more Emma thought about redeeming herself, the more resentful she became. Who was the Duke of Lox to speak ill of her and create this problem between herself and her stepmother? Now Emma sat in the window seat stewing, thinking of all the things she would not say to the Duke of Lox. She caught herself grinning. She wouldn't be rude to him. Not at all. But she would not allow herself to be caught up in his web of deceit either. Having met the Duke of Lox and danced with him only one time, she did not know very much about him. She wished she could learn more about him. She had already decided to be extremely observant of him. If he was keeping something from everyone, she wanted to know what it was. He was diplomatic in many circles, so was the talk of the town. Her mother had discussed the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney with one of the ladies who frequently came to visit her. Emma did not know whether the ladies that came to visit could be considered friends to her stepmother. They rarely laughed and were always extremely proper, as if they were conducting business even in their social time. Emma could think of a lot of subjects she and the Duke of Lox could talk about. He had travelled to many places, and she had read of many places. Her heart skipped a beat when she thought about the things he must have seen with his own 2 eyes. Her excitement was short-lived as she thought about his callous discussion of her outside of her presence. She would not believe his friendliness was genuine, but she longed to think of him differently. She did not want him to be rude. She wanted him to be honest and open so that she could delve into his brain and see the things he'd seen. Frustrated by her indecisive nature, she pushed herself up from the window seat. At that moment, she saw the swirling of dust as horses drew a fancy carriage towards the house. It was a topless carriage, driven by a well-dressed driver. The 2 dukes were in the carriage, one on each side. She kept her eyes on the men for only a moment, but did not want to take the chance that the man facing her would look up and see her staring from the window. That would be extremely disconcerting for both of them. She would simply have to make the best of the night. She tried to keep it in mind that she did not know the man well and would need to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, he was a duke of some note and was wealthy by all accounts. She looked in the mirror before she went down to make sure she looked appropriate. She practiced looking demure and sweet. Before turning away from the mirror, she stuck her tongue out at herself and then smiled. She went down the stairs, her heart thumping against her chest. She wanted to be in the parlour before they arrived. The Duchess and their housekeeper, Gertrude, were standing at the bottom, talking in hushed tones. The Duchess looked up at her. The look on her face concerned Emma. "What is it, Mother? Is something wrong?" The Duchess frowned. "Your father is not feeling well enough to meet the Dukes of Lox and Rabney. He is sleeping and we do not want to wake him from his rest. Dr. Smithson has instructed us not to bother him with any action that might weaken him further." "Oh dear." Emma was distressed. "I will go see him." The Duchess reached out and took her arm gently. "No, Emma, he is sleeping. Do not bother him." "I will not wake him, Mother," Emma responded, unhappy that she was being kept from her father. When the Duchess replied, it was with a gentle tone, one that Emma was not used to. "No, Emma, wait a bit before you go. Let him rest for now." Emma felt herself give in to her stepmother's request. She relaxed some and nodded. "All right, Mother. I will wait until after dinner." The Duchess nodded just as there was a knock on the door. The women turned to look and then moved in different directions as Emma went to the parlour and the Duchess and the housekeeper went to the door to greet the visitors. Emma passed through the doorway and stopped on the other side, breathing slowly. She placed one hand on her chest just below her neck and closed her eyes. She would need to calm down and keep herself together. She crossed the room to the fireplace and stood in front of it, anticipating the men coming through the door with her stepmother at any moment. When the door opened and Catherine came in, Emma was briefly startled. The Dukes and her stepmother came in right behind her. Emma realised Catherine must have been coming down the stairs behind her, and she had not realised it. She had waited with her mother as the Dukes came into the house. Emma suddenly felt a little out of place. Catherine was giving her frightened looks as if she was being set up in a trap. Emma wanted to hug her sister and tell her everything would be all right. For their part, the Dukes were on their best behaviour. The Duke of Rabney did not hover near Catherine, as an interested party might. He stood back and let the Duke of Lox be at the forefront of the conversation with the Duchess of Corning. "I do hope we have not come at a bad time," the Duke of Lox said, scanning the older woman's face. "You look distraught." The Duchess of Corning waved one hand in front of her face, shaking her head. "Please do not worry yourself about me, Your Grace. The Duke has not felt well today and will not be joining us. It is a shame and a disappointment, but we do what is necessary to help him through this." The Duke of Lox looked at Emma, sympathy on his face. "That is a disappointment. I was hoping to meet him today. I am sorry he is feeling ill. I hope he recovers soon." "Unfortunately, recovery does not seem to be an option at this point. We will be praying for him, my lady." The Duke of Lox used a gentle voice. Please do come and sit. The Duchess held out one hand toward the middle of the parlour, where there were chairs of different sizes. Emma had moved to the one closest to the fireplace where she'd been standing. The Duke of Lox thanked the Duchess and walked to the chair opposite Emma, so that when he sat, he was facing her at a slight angle. He sat on the edge of the seat with his back stiff. Before he found a seat, the Duke of Rabney stopped in front of the Duchess and asked a medical question about the Duke's health. Emma automatically tuned out. She did not want to hear specifics about her father's condition. She would not understand most of it, and many of the words were foreign and scary sounding. She did not want to know anything other than when he would get better. And, as her mother had said, there was little chance of that now. Emma noticed the Duke of Lox frequently glanced at her. Each time he did, she wondered what he saw. The third time he glanced at her, he smiled. Instinctively, she smiled back. He was already handsome, but when he smiled, his face lit up like a beacon. It was a contagious, humour-filled grin, playful and boyish. Emma liked that. I enjoyed our dance, Lady Wentworth. The Duke of Lox leaned forward to speak to her. She nodded. As did I. I do hope we will have the opportunity to dance again at the next function. Emma detested the confusion she felt inside. She was stuck on the word obedient, but yet he seemed so amiable. With Lord Carnay as an alternative, she quickly decided she needed to give the Duke of Lox another chance. She leaned forward. My lord, I would like to show you my father's library, if you are interested. The Duke of Lox grinned wide. I am interested. Emma stood up looking at Catherine. Catherine, would you like to accompany us to the library? I would like to have the Duke of Lox's opinion on our vast selection. She glanced at the Duke of Rabney. Would you like to see it, Your Grace? The Duke of Rabney gave her a smile that resembled his friend's in spirit, if not in looks. Yes, that would be grand, he said in a light-hearted way. Chapter 7. Emma went ahead of the Duke of Lox, unaware that he had his eyes set on her. He stood by the door as she passed, followed by her sister and the Duchess. He looked up at the Duke of Rabney, who nodded at him. They walked behind the three women. The Duke of Rabney leaned to his friend and whispered, What are we doing here, Baldwin? Who is the Duchess intending to match? I thought it was you, but from her behaviour it appears she is placing me with Miss Catherine. The Duke of Lox just shook his head, not willing to say anything and be overheard. He was once again confused but pleasantly surprised by Emma's sudden change of mood. He kept his eyes on her back, admiring the curls of her long hair and the way her hips swayed when she walked. She was a fine-looking young woman. He lifted his eyes when he passed through the door of the library and raised his eyebrows. It was a grand room with shelves of books from knee-high to the ceiling along 3 entire sides of the room. A large stained glass window depicting the flood of Noah's day stretched along the outside wall, showing a distorted coloured view of the landscape on the other side. Emma was suddenly at his side, looking up at him. His heart did a flip and his chest tightened. You startled me, my lady, he said in a gentle, amused voice. I did not see you there. I apologise, she smiled. I enjoy spending a good deal of my time in this room. The Duke of Lox nodded, looking around. I can understand why. It is a magnificent room. Have you read all these books? Emma giggled, scrunching her nose at him. Oh, my lord, no. It would take most of my life to read half of these books. But I am sure you are on your way, are you not? Emma's giggle turned to a soft laugh. Yes, I do love to read. There are many great tales and adventures to be had. I enjoy bringing both darkness and light into my life, and have the adventure come to an end. Even the stories in the Bible have their ending. Yes, all but the last one. The Duke of Lox took a step towards one of the walls of books, hoping she would come along with him. When she kept in step with him, he continued until he was close enough to read the titles of the books. He walked slowly, scanning the books, his hands clasped behind his back. This is quite a selection. He glanced behind him at her. How many have you read? Emma looked at the books surrounding her. The room was tidy, but the maid and housekeeper had been instructed to leave any open books where they were and not to touch them. Emma frequently read until she was too tired to stay awake any longer and left the room, her book open to where she stopped reading. There were only 2 of them open on the tables by the window where she usually sat. "I have not kept count," she responded. "I like adventurous tales." The Duke of Lox looked over her shoulder. "Does the Duchess restrict your reading?" "What would give you that impression?" Emma tilted her head to the side curiously. He shook his head. "She seems a very strict woman. I would hazard a guess that she is very strict with you. Many rules." "She does have her ways," Emma nodded. "Do you know why she asked us here this evening?" Emma was surprised by the conspiratorial tone of his voice. She scanned his face, feeling a warm sensation slide through her. She liked that feeling. She wanted to feel it more often. "I was not told a specific reason," she responded. "It is the season for dinner parties and balls. Could there be any other reason?" "I think she is trying to match us up." He did not sound opposed to the idea. "I believe she is trying to match the Duke of Rabney with my sister Catherine." The Duke of Lox averted his eyes, looking over at his friend who was standing by the window with Catherine and the Duchess. He turned his eyes back to Emma. "Oh? I do not think that will be successful." "Why is that?" "My friend already has his eyes set on another woman." The Duke of Lox grinned, and Emma had a feeling she knew why. "Is he interested in calling on Camilla?" The Duke of Lox grinned wider. "That is correct. He spoke of her loveliness and the graceful way she danced with him for most of the night when we arrived home, and I nearly had to slap him to make him stop." "Oh, I do hope you did not need to slap him." Emma giggled at the thought of the Duke of Lox slapping the Duke of Rabney. The man shook his head. "No, I did not. But I thought about it. Several times." He joined her in soft laughter. "Truth be told, he would have been justified to do the same to me, as I was behaving in the same manner." Emma raised her eyebrows at him. She was enjoying the teasing banter between them. Could it be that she had become agitated with him too soon? She really should be more patient with him. "Oh, you were speaking too frequently about Camilla?" He gave an abrupt chuckle and shook his head. "No, not Lady Fielding. I mentioned another woman several times. Someone I would like to get to know much better if the opportunity arises." "Oh, do I know this woman?" He nodded. "You know her very well. Better than anyone else, I am quite sure." Emma giggled. "I shall pass a message on to her if you like." "That would be grand. You may tell her that I believe she has the most pleasant smile and warm laughter that I have heard in some time, and I would like to call on her at her convenience." He leaned slightly closer to her, his hands still clasped firmly behind his back. "It is you, Lady Wentworth. I am talking about you." A pleasant chill swept through Emma as she gazed into his eyes. "I would like that, my lord. Good. It is settled, then." Chapter 8. Cooksey Castle was quite a sight to see. Generations before she was even a twinkle in her father's eye, Lady Camilla Cooksey's ancestors had dug into the side of a huge mountain and built rooms, creating one of the most unique home atmospheres in all the world. Cooksey Castle took up just a quarter of the space in the mountain it was built in. Emma could not help leaning toward the window of the covered coach and gazing out at it. She could hear the rumble of thunder in the distance and glanced up at the impending dark clouds. Where the clouds did not cover, the sky was as blue as could be, as if the sun was battling for dominance but slowly being taken over by the drifting insistence of the water-filled clouds. She liked to take in the castle as she got closer to it, amazed by the way it seemed entrenched in the side of the mountain so precisely, so neatly, and yet jutted out, as if the mountain had given birth to it. She was always fascinated by it. How creative Camilla's ancestors had been, and how skilled in the craft of architecture and design. The castle had remained intact and in place, sheltering nearly 16 generations of Camilla's family. The story never ceased to amaze Emma. It had been 2 short days since the dinner party with the Dukes. The Duke of Rabney seemed unsuccessful in convincing the Duchess that he would be no more than friends with Catherine. At a loss, Catherine had gone to bed that night crying, though her mother did not know it. Emma knew her sister felt obligated to do whatever her mother wanted. But the more she spoke to Emma about it, the more she convinced herself the Duke of Rabney was not a compatible match for her. Despite his wealth and good looks, Catherine could tell the man's heart was already taken. "He is distracted at times, Emma," Catherine told her during their dinner party. "It is as though he goes into his mind and closes himself away, even for only a minute or two. It is very disconcerting." Emma wondered if the Duke of Rabney was distracted by thoughts about Camilla. It was amazing what one dance could do. The carriage pulled up next to the front doors, but Emma's carriage was behind another, and two young ladies were being helped down by young men. She and Catherine would have to wait their turn, even though they were closest in kin and friendship to the young lady of the castle. Emma did not really mind, but she was feeling anxious. She wanted to talk to Camilla about what her stepmother was plotting. If Camilla felt the way Emma suspected she did, she would want to fight for her opportunity to marry the Duke of Rabney. She waited on the edge of the bench seat, one hand on the door of the carriage. When the carriage stopped moving and the footman reached up to open the door, she already had it pushing out toward him and was grasping for his hand so she could get down. Catherine noticed Emma's hurry and suspected she knew why the girl was acting the way she was. It did not sway her. She had told Emma so that word would go immediately back to Camilla, and she had done it for one reason. She knew Camilla showed interest in courting the Duke of Rabney, and she knew there was nothing she herself could do to stop her mother from doing whatever she wanted. The only way the situation could change was if Camilla captured the attention and heart of the Duke of Rabney before the Duchess of Corning could have her own way. Catherine was not interested in taking the heart of a man Camilla longed for. She wanted a man of her own and did not want to ever question his loyalty to her. At the same time, Catherine wanted a man who had a heftier purse. Like her mother, she put a great deal of stock in how much the man made annually. It would need to exceed her expectations if he were to be considered. The Duke of Rabney was well off, to be sure, but he was not in the range Catherine had her sights on. She was more apt to run off with a ruffian with a great deal of money than a refined gentleman with a comfortable pension. Emma hurried up the steps, trying not to be distracted by the enormous pillars to her left and right, the etchings in the outer walls of the castle, the statues and other artifacts that remained in place even after hundreds of years. At times, she had wondered why Camilla ever left her castle. It was too beautiful for normal human imagination. It was the stuff of storybooks and fairy tales. She was holding up her skirts as she swept up onto the porch and headed for the front door. It was standing open, and the butler was to the right, greeting those who came in and telling a young man behind him the name of the guest being announced. There were more people here than she had thought there would be already. She had thought it was just a get-together of friends, a luncheon to be enjoyed, not another ball where she was expected to dance and flirt. She was hoping for a more relaxed time. Feeling a bit disappointed, she glanced at the butler, who ushered her in without giving her name for an announcement. He knew she was there for Camilla. The young man assisting him had not returned from announcing the guest who had come in before Emma. She did not feel the need to wait for him, and dashed toward the parlour, where she was sure Camilla would be, standing near the pianoforte, waiting for someone to ask if she would play. She did so love to play, but never did so without being asked first. She passed the young announcer, who only glanced her way and continued on. She was well known in Cooksey Castle. She heard the butler giving Catherine's name to the announcer just as she went through the door to the parlour. With some relief, she noticed there were not as many people there as she had thought. The parlour was a large room, suitable for several hundred people if need be, but there was only a handful scattered around the room, talking in polite, low tones. Camilla was near the pianoforte, but she was not waiting for someone to ask her to play. She was seated in a cushioned chair by the instrument, turned to the side, speaking with the Duke of Rabney. Emma felt an adrenaline rush pass through her. It did not seem she would be needed when it came to matchmaking in this situation. The two looked as though their conversation was intense. Emma could not help her curiosity. She crossed the room and was about to step up to them when a voice near her said her name. She turned and looked at Lord Carnay. Her heart nearly stopped. "Oh, my lord, I did not see you there." He nodded. "That was quite obvious, my lady. I do believe you may have jumped 3 feet in the air. Allow me to apologize. I did not mean to frighten you." Emma could not help collapsing into a fit of giggles. She did not know why seeing Lord Khan surprised her. "Oh no, do not apologize. It was a simple error. I feel remiss in not seeing you there in the first place. Would you care to take a turn about the room?" Emma felt a tension slide through her, but glancing at the Duke of Rabney and Lady Fielding changed her initial instinct to deny a walk around the room with Lord Carnay. She considered him a friend. She would just be cautious not to give him any false hope. "Yes, that would be fine." She turned and walked beside him as they surveyed the paintings on the walls and the fine artwork that decorated the room. He walked with his shoulders back and his hands clasped behind him. She scanned the room, searching for the Duke of Lox. He was on the other side of the room, speaking with 2 other gentlemen. He was sipping from a glass which he raised when he caught her eye. She looked away, flushing. "You seemed in quite a hurry to reach your friend, Lady Fielding. I do hope there is not some emergency I am keeping you from?" Emma shook her head. No, she said in a low voice. I was happy to see her speaking with the Duke of Rabney. He seems a fine gentleman." "I have not met the man. She is quite taken with him." "Yes, she is. Then what is there to fear?" "I heard something that made me afraid there would be no connection between them. And I do believe Lady Fielding is hoping for one." Emma could not help speaking in a low tone, as if she was telling a secret. She looked around, intensifying the impression, and continued in a dramatic stage whisper, much to Lord Khan's amusement. "My stepmother, the Duchess of Corning, is attempting to arrange a marriage between the Duke of Rabney and my younger sister Catherine. This is not a good thing." "Oh my," Lord Carney used the same dramatic whisper, playing along with her. It reminded Emma why she thought of him as a friend. "And how does Miss Catherine feel about this arrangement?" Emma shook her head, a serious look on her face. She is not happy. She does not want to marry the Duke of Rabney. "Does Miss Catherine have something against the Duke of Rabney?" Emma stopped, smiling up at him. "I suppose she is not in love with him. She barely knows him, is but 16, and does not want her mother to arrange a marriage for her when she has time to find a man she does love." He nodded, becoming serious again, turning back to face the front and resuming the walk. "This does make sense to me. I do understand how a young lady would want to be wooed and courted properly before marriage. An arranged marriage is not something I would enjoy myself." Emma was glad to hear that. It meant she did not need to fear him making an arrangement with the Duchess of Corning. Then again, when she turned her eyes up to him, she began to wonder if he was telling the truth or just saying what he believed she wanted to hear. "Although if it were necessary, I suppose it would be something I would consider," Lord Carney said, taking a turn. They were heading toward the Duke of Lox. With each step, Emma's heart beat harder. Would he say something to her? She almost stopped listening to Lord Carney, but his words made her give him her attention. "An arranged marriage is sometimes necessary, you know, especially when one party is obliged to marry and has not found a partner of note." Emma stared at him for a moment, and then looked away. There was something strange in the way Lord Carney was speaking. She shook her head. He was just a mysterious man. She was sure he meant no harm. They were getting closer to the Duke of Lox. He looked up at them and met her eyes. The memory of their time talking in the library flooded through her mind. It was a pleasant feeling. She wanted to talk to him instead of Lord Carney. She glanced up at her companion and then back to the Duke of Lox. As if on cue, the Duke of Lox broke away from his companions and approached them. Emma's skin tingled and she struggled not to feel nervous. Lord Khan would surely not appreciate the interruption of their walk and conversation. "Lady Wentworth." The Duke of Lox stopped in front of them and bowed, halting their movement forward. Emma dared to glance at Lord Carnay and was amused by the look of disappointment on his face. The Duke of Lox turned to him. Lord Carnham, I believe. Yes. And you are the Duke of Lox, Lord Baldwin. Correct? That is correct, sir. I would be so obliged if I could take Lady Wentworth off your hands for a few moments to walk with me. Emma tried not to smile too wide. Lord Carn looked down at her. The look on his face said everything. He did not want her to walk with the Duke of Lox instead of him. But could she blame him for that? I am flattered, Your Grace, Emma said. That would be very pleasant, yes. Emma was amused by the satisfied look the Duke of Lox instinctively gave Lord Carnes. Lord Carn looked like he would rather die a horrible death than let the Duke of Lox take Emma's attentions away. But he nodded politely, bowed to Emma, turned on his heel and walked away, reminding Emma of a dog with its tail between its legs. The Duke of Lox turned his eyes to her, his handsome smile lighting up his face. Shall we? She had nearly forgotten about Camilla when they turned back, and she caught sight of her again. She was laughing about something the Duke of Rabney was saying. His grin watching her smile spoke volumes. An instant smile crossed her face. Emma pulled in a deep breath and looked around the sunlit room as they began walking. Is this not the most magnificent castle you have ever seen? The Duke of Lox nodded. It is. And I have travelled, as you know. I have seen other castles. I have been to Ireland and Scotland and Germany. There are some of the most amazing structures you will ever see in those places and others, but none like this, built into a mountain. He shook his head. Never have I seen anything like this. I feel the same way, Emma agreed. I feel as though I have stepped into a storybook when I come here. I do not attempt to understand how they made something like this sustainable for human life. I am sure details have been added over the years to make it so. The two turned and continued walking, making a wide circle around the room. Did the Duke of Rabney accompany you on many of your travels? Emma asked, her eyes straying once more to her cousin and the Duke of Rabney. She was surprised by the way they were talking, if only because it was so relaxed and constant. There seemed little to no awkwardness between them, which surprised Emma. I met Christian in the academy when we were about 14. We became instant friends. When we left the academy, we parted ways for 3 years. It was during this time that I travelled alone. I was with my father, that is. He introduced me to some of the most prestigious men in politics and religion. Diplomats I never would have had the opportunity to meet if it had not been for him. Was your father an amiable man? Emma tried to keep her voice pleasant. He was. Very much so, in fact. He acquired his wealth himself. It was not inherited from his own father. They were destitute when my father was growing up. The title he carried meant nothing. But my father was a smart businessman and a humorous character, a man people enjoyed being around. I am sorry I never had a chance to meet him. The Duke of Lox looked at her and nodded. Yes, it is a shame. But if you speak to anyone who knew him and knows me, they will tell you I am just like him. So, in a way, you are meeting him. The Duke of Lox gave her a warm smile that covered her like a blanket of sunshine. She sighed, making the Duke of Lox grin wider. I am still disappointed that I did not meet your father those few nights ago when I came to Corning Manor, the Duke continued. I pray that his health is recovered and that I will have that opportunity. Tell me, how is he faring? Emma tilted her head to the side, picturing her father. He is always very ill. He is in a lot of pain, but he still lives. I fear for him. I do not want him in pain, but I do not want him to leave me, so I am caught in the middle. I imagine it is heartbreaking for you. You have my sympathies. Thank you, my lord. I do not wish to darken your mood, Lady Wentworth, the Duke of Lox said. Do you have any hobbies other than reading? What do you like to do with your time? Emma was drawn to the conversation, glad to have an excuse to look at his handsome face. Well, that is a good question, my lord, she replied. I am done with my studies, so I do not have any schooling to do unless I choose to learn more. I do have an interest in art and painting. I find working with a clean, fresh piece of canvas can be very soothing to the soul. Emma did like to paint, but doing so reminded her that Lord Carnay was a painter. She instantly decided to not show any interest in painting in case he heard about it. He might ask to paint a portrait of her. Sitting for hours with Lord Carnay staring at her sounded like a day in the depths of hell to Emma. "I believe that depends on whether the artist is any good at the task," the Duke of Lox was saying. "I myself cannot draw a circle, much less a portrait of any kind." Emma smiled. "All people are artists in a way. I am sure there is something creative you can do that I cannot." "Perhaps." The Duke of Lox seemed to be thinking about it. She found it amusing, considering he had brought up the topic in the first place, but yet he had nothing prepared to say when asked the same question. I am fond of archery. I am quite good at fencing." Emma nodded. "Two pastimes appropriate for a man of your stature, my lord." He looked at her solemnly. "I have been known to write a bit of prose." Emma's face lit up. "I knew it. There had to be something, my lord. I would love to read something that you have written." She was delighted when colour rose to his cheeks. He was blushing. He was very handsome when he blushed. She bit her bottom lip gently and looked away from him. "My lady, I will have to find something or pen something new, as I have saved only a few things I have written in the past. I cannot guarantee the condition of the scrolls I wrote them on." "If you should find one, I would be glad to read it." He nodded. "Thank you, Lady Wentworth. It was quite an enjoyable time in my life. I enjoy learning. I have been to many places around the world because of that love. I like to add new facts to my brain every day if possible. There is always something new to learn. I suppose the longer we live, the less there will be that is new and interesting." The Duke of Lox chuckled. "I hope I will find something new to learn every day, my lady. It will be a boring life if there is nothing left to learn. I am willing to bet—" He turned to her. She stopped walking and turned to face him, gazing up into his dark eyes. "I am willing to bet that if I tried hard enough, I could find out something new about you every day. Whether it be a talent you did not know you had, or a new curl in your hair." His words were laced with a passion Emma had never heard before. It captured her heart and made it race with anticipation. Had she judged him too soon? She needed to proceed with caution. He was an attractive, wealthy man. Perhaps Camilla was right. He may not have meant that he wanted a servant for a wife. He was parroting the Duchess of Corning, most likely. It would not surprise her in the least if her stepmother had used that word to describe her. She was only trying to help. Emma tried to keep that in mind. She put one hand over her heart and tried to breathe slower. The rapid heartbeat made her feel faint. His expression turned to one of concern. "Lady Wentworth, are you feeling ill?" Emma had put one hand on her heart and felt faint. He lifted one arm, crooking it at the elbow, and she grabbed his forearm to steady herself. Once her mind was clear again, she released his arm and patted the front of her dress to cool herself. I am fine. I am sorry. I do not know what has come over me." She dared to glance up at him and noticed the satisfied smile on his face. He had purposefully said those words to see if he could make her swoon. Her mind hardened. He was playing games with her. He had almost made her forget he wanted a woman who would be obedient to him. She was just beginning to like him. Sighing, she gave him a weak grin and turned to walk to Camilla and the Duke of Rabney. Chapter 9. The Duke of Lox walked beside her, glancing at her every few steps, wondering what he'd done wrong. The way she had reacted to his sweet words was perfect. It touched his heart. It meant she did have feelings for him. And now she had turned away and appeared cold towards him. He was confused. He did not understand what had gone wrong after they had just shared such a perfect, loving moment. She had quickened her steps, and though it was not difficult for him to keep up with her, as his legs were much longer, he could tell their promenade around the room was over. He pulled in a deep breath and let it out slowly and silently. He did not understand this woman. He had to find a bride before the end of the season in order to keep his inheritance. He had searched and looked for 3 seasons. It was time to get serious. Of all the women he'd met, Emma was the first one who did not leave his mind when he left the ball. He spent a lot of his time wondering what she was doing and how she was feeling. Her abrupt mood changes confused him. He had to admit, they intrigued him. One moment she seemed happy to speak to him. The next moment she was stomping away from him, looking nervous or anxious. He wanted to take her by the arm and ask her directly what she was thinking, why she had become cold to him for no apparent reason. But he did not dare. Such a spectacle would hang over both their heads with every member of the ton, even those who were not present to see it. "Camilla," Emma said, stopping directly in front of her friend and gently bowing to them both. "Your Grace, it is lovely to see you both." "Lady Wentworth." The Duke of Rabney stood up and took her hand, bowing. "We have been anxiously awaiting your arrival. Why, the Duke of Lox was nearly in fits." He exchanged a humorous look with the Duke of Lox, who gave him a rebuking one in return. The Duke of Rabney laughed softly. "My lord, you know I am teasing the lady. But we have been waiting for you, Lady Wentworth, to make our quartet whole." "How lovely of you to say," Emma responded, looking over her shoulder at the Duke of Lox, who switched the rebuking look on his face for a bright smile as soon as he saw her looking. She was amused but rolled her eyes and shook her head. "I did not notice you were in fits while we were walking, my lord. You hide your emotions well." This made her three companions laugh. She smiled at them and continued, "Shall we play a game of cribbage or cards? The sun is shining. We can go outside and play croquet if you are interested." Camilla laughed. "We have the day already planned, Emma, as the Duke of Rabney said. We have been awaiting your arrival with great anticipation. We do expect to best you and the Duke of Lox in all games." Camilla made her voice haughty, but her laughter broke the farce. "Oh, do you now?" Emma said in a competitive voice. "Let us see what we can do, my lord." She said the words to the Duke of Lox, who looked at her soberly, nodding his head. "Yes, let us see." Chapter 10. As soon as Camilla asked Emma to stay over, she knew there would be questions. She and the Duke of Lox had spent the entire day in each other's company. After their initial walk around the parlour, Emma did not allow herself to be taken in by his charms. They were compatible. He was knowledgeable in so many things, but how could she be certain of his true intentions? She was still sure he was hiding something. She was going to ask Camilla since she knew Camilla had questions of her own. The Duke of Lox remained on her mind whenever she had even a moment's free time. His face swam in front of her eyes when she blinked. It was rather annoying. Even she had to admit, however, his behaviour throughout the day had been nothing but stellar. He was a gentleman at every turn, never rude or presumptuous, and he treated others with respect, no matter who they were. She could tell his years of wandering the world had tethered out charming diplomacy in his personality, one that he could turn on and off on a whim if he chose. She rather liked that about him and liked that she was able to see it and understand him better for it. Lord Khan had come for just a short visit along with his patroness, Lady Bonneville, Grand Duchess of Clydesdale Hill. He had not stayed long, as his patroness was elderly and did not get along well with most people. She was somewhat of a tyrant, and the only person she could tolerate on a general basis was Lord Khan. Emma did not know how they had met and had not given it a second thought. She had heard the story told that he was an orphan, left with the title of Earl, but absolutely no inheritance other than the title. Lady Bonneville gave him a home and became his sponsor. The old woman would do anything for Lord Carnay, which gave the young man a sense of pride that went unjustified. His decisions were still poor, and Emma always felt put off by him. She did not mind talking to him, but she wanted nothing more than that from him. But seeing him walking next to the elderly Grand Duchess made Emma feel sorry for him. She could understand his desire to get away from such a bland existence. He wanted to marry and have children and a family. That family was not going to come through her. She would not bear his children. Their eyes met just once, and Emma avoided his gaze after that. She was relieved when he left shortly after arriving, and she did not have to worry about coming across him in a manner that meant she had to speak to him. All was not lost, just because she had no interest in Lord Carney. She would be dancing with other lords in the future. She may have only the rest of the season, but there were other prospects. The Duke of Andries, for instance. He was a gentleman of note. It was well known that most of the ladies of the ton and their mothers had their eyes on him to see who he paired with. Then it would be the talk for days and weeks about who was seen with the Duke of Andries, and whether or not that woman should be admired or loathed. Typically, any woman seen with the Duke of Andries who was not related to him was loathed by all other ladies of the ton, simply because they did not have him by their side. Emma had danced with him for several seasons, many times in fact, and they had always got along well. But there was no spark between them. They were better as friends. Both of them knew it. Emma thought of the Duke of Andries as a gentle older brother who would fight alongside the strongest of men to protect his woman. But he was like a brother to her, nothing more. Dismissing the Duke of Andries as a suitor, Emma ran through a list of other eligible men of the ton. She found herself comparing them all to the Duke of Lox. She had gotten little time alone with Camilla and was happy when the two girls met in Camilla's room to get ready for bed. "Let me brush out your hair, Camilla," Emma said, coming up behind her cousin, who was seated at the dressing table staring at herself in the mirror. "I do so love to. You keep it very clean." "I have it washed every day. I asked Papa to give me a girl to wash my hair every day, or every other day, and he did. Little Mary. I like her. She is just a child that comes from the village, but she comes whenever I ask her to, and we give her a good salary for her troubles." Emma laughed. She knew about little Mary because she'd seen the girl coming and going. She never knew what the girl's job was, though. "It is so nice that you gave a village girl a job. I imagine you make it a great deal of fun for her while she is here, too." "Oh, yes. We always have a spot of tea and lunch set out for her. Her family does not have a lot of money. Yes, it is so unfortunate that there are poor people in our village. I wish for everyone to prosper." "I know you do." Emma looked down at her cousin's long, flowing hair as she brushed it. Emma pulled the brush through Camilla's hair, folding it in parts so that it could be pinned up for the night. Camilla reached behind her and began to pin it in place while Emma helped. Once she was finished and put her nightcap over the piles of pinned hair, they switched places so Camilla could brush Emma's hair. "What do you think of the Duke of Rabney?" Camilla asked in a soft voice. Emma had been expecting the topic, but she had thought it would be the Duke of Lox they would discuss first. She smiled at Camilla's reflection. "I think he is a fine gentleman and is definitely interested in you, Camilla." Camilla flushed, biting her bottom lip and smiling. "I like him too, Emma, so much." "I know you do. I wanted to tell you before, when I saw you early this afternoon, but you were so busy talking to him I did not have a chance. My mother is attempting to make an arrangement between the Duke of Rabney and my younger sister, Catherine." Camilla's eyebrows drew together. "But Catherine has not spent any time with the Duke of Rabney. Has he been calling on her?" Emma caught the sound of terror lacing Camilla's words. The thought that the Duke of Rabney was calling on anyone other than her made Camilla feel nauseous. She stopped brushing Emma's hair and simply froze in place. Emma shook her head quickly. "No, Camilla. He has not been calling on her. Catherine came to my room and told me what the Duchess of Corning is planning. But she does not believe the Duke of Rabney is interested, and she herself does not want to be his wife. She came to tell me so that I would tell you to assert yourself, perhaps, just a little more." Emma was surprised to see an amused look cross Camilla's face. The corners of her lips lifted in a small grin and she chuckled. That is quite a relief." "From the look on your face, I would say relief is an understatement. You have already fallen for him, Camilla, I can tell." "Perhaps I have." Camilla's voice was only slightly defensive. "There is nothing wrong with it. I believe he feels the same way. He may have felt that way from that first dance last week. We have been on carriage rides through the park. He has called upon me at the castle. He is an excellent communicator. I believe I have found the man I shall marry." Emma put her hand on Camilla's to stop her from brushing her hair. She stood up and turned around to put her arms around her cousin. "I am so happy for you, Camilla," she gushed. "I cannot tell you how happy I am." And if I am married by the end of the season, perhaps we will continue our lives together the same way, having children at the same time, having picnics and get-togethers. Do not ever leave my side, Camilla. I would be so lost without you." Camilla was giggling uncontrollably, absorbing her cousin's compliments. "You flatter me so," she laughed. "And now I feel obligated to say the same back to you, and yet you have already used all the right words. What is left for me to say? We will be old married ladies together. A couple of doddering duchesses with old fools for husbands and arrogant know-it-alls for children." The two young women laughed. Emma sat back down, picking up a small cloth from the table and dabbing it in a clear lotion her father had brought back from India. It promised to keep her skin looking refreshed and clean. She wiped the lotion on her face, finally hearing the words she had expected to hear. "I hear you are interested in the Duke of Lox." Emma looked up at her without turning around. "You hear this from whom?" "I hear it from everyone," Camilla responded, "who has eyes and can see two people walking around a room together." Emma giggled. "Thank you for the sarcasm, my lady. It is so mature of you." Camilla laughed with her. "You must admit it, Emma. You cannot deny your attraction to him." Emma shrugged, trying to look nonchalant. "Is it that apparent?" "Yes, it very much is." "I try not to let it show. He is a gentleman, to be sure, but he is looking for a woman who will be obedient and jump to his every whim." Camilla lost her smile, frowning slightly. "He is. He did not seem that type of man to me. He does not treat you as if he wants you to be a slave to him. And that is not how the Duke of Rabney describes him at all. He said it himself, the first time we danced together." Camilla looked down, brushing Emma's hair with a thoughtful expression on her face. She finally shook her head, saying, "I believe you may have misunderstood. We spent the whole day with him, and never once did I hear him demand anything of you or of anyone else. He is not a demanding sort of man. He is a negotiator." Emma thought about her cousin's words. She was right. The Duke of Lox had done nothing to raise her ire other than to play a game with her to gauge her reaction. Perhaps his intentions had not been bad. Perhaps she had read too much into it. She wondered if she might be a little too sensitive. It was possible that she was misunderstanding him when he had no ill intentions at all. "I did not misunderstand him," she retorted. "I remember exactly what he said." "Tell me what he said, then." Camilla stopped brushing Emma's hair and began turning it, as Emma had done to hers. Emma did not use pins at night. Her hair was not as thick and full as Camilla's. Pins slid through her hair and poked her while she was sleeping. Instead, she used ties to keep the waves curling around her head and covered the ties with her nightcap. She did not need a lot of help putting it up. Camilla took a few steps to sit on the side of the bed, reaching over to turn the lamp down a bit. They had it up full so they could see to get ready for bed. It was nearly time, and Camilla liked to conserve the oil as much as she could. Just because her father had the money to buy more did not mean she would be frivolous with her spending. Emma sighed. "Tell me, cousin, or I shall thrash you." Camilla smiled when Emma glanced at her. "He said that he came to sign my dance card because he talked to the Duchess of Corning and she recommended me to him because I am friendly and obedient." Camilla raised her eyebrows. "Do you think he only came to sign your card and dance with you because your stepmother told him to?" "Emma, you know that is ridiculous. You do not need to be recommended by your stepmother. You have your own virtues and do not need to be carried by others." Emma nodded. "This is what I thought as well." "But her recommending you is not the reason he came to sign your card, Emma." "It seems to me it is." Camilla shook her head. "No, you are being stubborn. No one recommended me to the Duke of Rabney, yet he still comes calling. Why is that?" "Because he is enamored with you." Emma was not sure where her cousin was going with her line of thinking. "Yes, you are saying that if you were not recommended, the Duke of Lox would show no further interest, but I am not better than you by any means. I was not taken by recommendation. I was taken by my own merits. You are being taken by your own merits. And the Duke of Lox is interested in you, not your status." How can you be so sure? Emma thought her cousin sounded extremely confident. Because the Duke of Rabney told me himself. Emma had just pushed the last strand of hair up into her nightcap and turned to Camilla with wide eyes. He did? What did he say? What did the Duke of Lox say? Camilla giggled. Of course it was something good about you. Yes, he said the Duke of Lox is very interested in seeing you. He says you are a lovely, stubborn young woman. Camilla lowered her voice, as if she was a man to say the last 4 words, lifting one finger in the air in front of her chest. You are too hard on him and too hard on yourself. Camilla reached out and grasped her cousin's arm. Emma, you are so hot and cold with the Duke of Lox. I've noticed it. The Duke of Rabney has asked me about it. It confuses the Duke of Lox. Why do you do that? Emma blinked. I did not realize I am hot and cold with him. I am just trying to make a good decision for my future, she gasped. Oh, I wanted to talk to you about Lord Carney too. Camilla raised her eyebrows. What about him? I think he is interested in me this season. Perhaps it has been long enough and he is tired of looking, but it seems this season is different. He has been calling on me and insisting I spend time with him. That seems strange. I did notice something the other day I thought was odd. I wish I had told you before. Emma frowned. What is it, Camilla? I saw your stepmother, the Duchess, standing next to the tall fern in the corner by the fireplace at the Long Mill Hall party. Do you remember? Emma nodded. The particular fern Camilla was mentioning was unmistakable, the tallest and ugliest piece of decoration the 2 girls had ever seen. What did you see, Camilla? She was standing alone at first, which did not surprise me, but then she was approached by Lord Khan. They had a very intense short discussion. I was curious about it, but forgot to ask you about it. Emma's frown returned. Why would the Duchess and Lord Khan have any kind of discussion at all? Much less one that is intense. What happened after they spoke? Lord Carney stomped away from her as if he was angry. How did she look? Camilla thought about it for a moment. She looked angry. That is very strange. They were quiet for a moment before Camilla broke the silence, saying, perhaps they were complimenting each other's attire. The 2 girls laughed together. Emma got up from the dressing table chair and moved to sit next to Camilla on the bed. She took her cousin's hands and they smiled at each other. Oh, Camilla, it is as I had hoped. My doubts remain, but I had hoped that I would find at least one man that I could love, or at least learn to love. I see no reason why you will not be in love with the Duke of Lox within the week, Camilla laughed. He is handsome and strong and intelligent, and he adores you. I can tell. Emma shook her head. I do want to love the man I marry, Camilla, and he will have to prove to me that he does not want someone to serve him. You concentrate too much on the Duchess's description of you as obedient. I am sure he did not mean it the way you think he did. I will give him a chance, Emma responded, to show me that he did not. Chapter 11. The next morning, Camilla and Emma were quiet as they got ready for the day. Neither would have considered themselves morning people. As usual, her brain was in a fog as Emma went through the motions of waking up. Her dreams had been vivid and filled with all the colours of the rainbow. She remembered walking through a meadow filled with the brightest, most beautiful flowers she had ever seen. As she walked, she spread her hands out to her sides and brushed the tops of the flowers. They were soft and pretty, tickling the skin on the palms of her hands gently. It was not until the morning that she realized the flowers would have had to be waist-high for her to touch them. Camilla left the room before her, mumbling that she would see her cousin downstairs in the dining hall. The good smells of breakfast filled the room as soon as Camilla opened the door. Emma smiled at herself in the mirror. It would be a good day if she made it one, and she planned to make it one. She went down the curving stairs, reminding her that she was in a castle. There were 5 floors to the castle, and the bedrooms were situated on the 3rd floor. The castle had many qualities. The upward trek was not one of them. She did not mind the walk down, but she questioned the desire to walk up 3 stories of stairs every time you wanted to go to your room. She was happy with her second-floor room. She giggled as she went down, her hand lightly brushing along the stone wall the way her hand had lightly touched the tops of the flowers in her dream. Once she was at the bottom, she took a left turn and went directly to the dining hall. The smells were overwhelming now. Her stomach growled, the scent of her favourite tea mixed in with biscuits, eggs, honey-glazed baked ham. She was growing hungrier by the moment. She pushed open the door, now fully awake and ready for company. She crossed the room to the long table, smiling at Camilla, who was already seated. "I trust you slept well, Emma," Lord Fielding said. "I did, Your Grace. Thank you for the invitation to stay." "My dear, you are always welcome in our castle. You know this." "Yes, my lord," Emma grinned at him. "Camilla received a message today from Duke Christian of Rabney." Camilla's younger brother Nathan spoke up as if he was telling a forbidden secret. Emma's eyes darted to her cousin, who was sitting next to her, blushing. Camilla turned furious eyes to her little brother. "Nathan, that was my announcement to make. You should not have said anything." Nathan lost his smile and looked surprised, though Emma knew what the little boy was doing. "I did not realize. I apologize." "But you did indeed realize, Nathan," Camilla scolded him. "Nathan, apologize in a sincere tone or this will not end here," Lord Fielding said in a firm voice. Nathan glanced at his father fearfully before turning regretful eyes to his sister. "I apologize, Camilla. It was rude of me." Camilla frowned and turned to Emma. As soon as their eyes met, Camilla's lips lifted in a smile. "Yes," she whispered enthusiastically. "He has invited the two of us to view the land he is thinking of purchasing. He says he wants a lady's opinion. Perhaps the Duke of Lox will be there. Father is taking us as he wants to view the property too, and keep an eye on us." Camilla could not contain her excitement. It made her face glow. Emma could not keep from smiling in return. "Oh, Camilla, how wonderful! It is as if you are purchasing the land together. He wants your opinion. Oh, my!" Camilla squealed lightly under her breath and bounced a few times in her seat, making Emma and Nathan laugh. "But now we must change after we eat. He will be here to fetch us at noon. We cannot go to an abandoned property in our fine dresses. We will need to wear boots and older dresses that can be ruined if need be." "I must say I did not think to pack an old dress in with my trunk," Emma said with a smile. "In fact, as I recall, I did not pack a trunk. I decided to stay after the party went long." "Yes, I did not intend for it to be a party of that size." The Duchess of Cooksey smiled at the girls as she spoke. "At first, I invited a few of my closest friends, while the Duke, Nathan and Camilla all did the same. As time progressed, I ended up inviting what seemed to be all of London, and perhaps all of England." The Duchess of Cooksey laughed with a gentle tinkling sound. "It is a good thing the Duke is a most patient man." The Duke chuckled. "Yes, my lady, it is a good thing." "And you will not guess who else will accompany us on this journey, Emma." Emma glanced at her. "You are sure I will not guess? Because I can think of someone I believe will be accompanying us. The formidable Duke of Lox, Nigel Baldwin. Am I correct?" Camilla grinned wide. "Of course the Duke of Lox will be there. If you are there, he is sure to follow." "What is this?" The Duchess of Cooksey sounded very interested in their topic of conversation. "The Duke of Lox has taken to you, Emma." "I believe he has, Auntie," she replied. "This is what Camilla has said, at least." Camilla spoke up quickly. "He has, Mother. He is interested in her. For some reason, she cannot seem to grasp the concept. I do not know what she can have against him. He is an honourable man in all ways, is he not?" "I have done no business with him," the Duchess of Cooksey responded. She looked at her husband. "Have you?" The Duke of Cooksey shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly held up one finger and nodded. "I do know of the Duke. You say the Duke of Lox?" "Yes, Sir Nigel Baldwin. A fine chap, if you ask me. A good lad. He would be only a few years older than you, Emma, and yet he has seen so much. I knew his father as well. Fine family, God-fearing and highly respected." "He has told me stories of his travels around the world," Emma said. The Duke of Cooksey looked as though he was remembering a pleasant memory. Yes, I also have heard many things about his travels. He has made a name for himself among some of the top diplomats and aristocrats in the world, even at his young age. I do hear he is destined to marry soon. Emma looked confused. He is destined to be married soon? What do you mean, my lord? He must marry in order to receive the entirety of his inheritance money. I believe he will lose nearly 3/4 of his income if he is not married by his 25th birthday, which is this year. This is only a rumour, mind you, my dear, and may not be true. But how fortunate for you that he is seeking a wife this season. Emma turned knowing eyes to Camilla. Her initial feeling that he was hiding something was proven right. She pushed down the anger that filled her, not wanting it to show on her face. On top of his desire for a slave wife, the Duke of Lox was money-hungry. He would not lose his annual income for the sake of love. He would rather find a bride as quickly as possible, since this was the last season he would have an opportunity to do so. And her desperation had driven her right into his arms. She felt like a fool. She pulled her breath in and finished her food, knowing that Camilla was giving her side glances. Her cousin knew what she thought of the Duke of Lox and his scheme to get a bride quickly. She didn't expect Camilla to understand. She was not the one being focused on in order to keep an inheritance. Once the food was gone and Emma's belly was full, she pushed back her chair and was excused from the table. Camilla had left only a few minutes before and was standing at the bottom of the stairs waiting for her, a forlorn look on her pretty face. "I am sorry, Emma," she said as they began the walk up the curving stairs. "I did not know he was seeking a wife in order to keep an inheritance. I know how you feel about that." Emma nodded. "How can I judge him, Camilla?" she asked, holding back the tears that threatened to surface. "I need a husband by the end of the season to satisfy my father's desire, and I need to find one soon so that I can prevent my stepmother from making an arrangement for me with Lord Carnay." Camilla frowned. "What is this? What have you not told me?" Emma stared at her cousin in shock. "What do you mean? I did not tell you." "No, my dear, you did not tell me this. Did the Duchess speak to you about it? Is she going to make plans with him? When did she say this would happen? Tell me everything." Emma thought about it, trying to remember if her stepmother had threatened such a thing or if her imagination had run away with her, and she felt it was an imminent disaster about to happen. She blushed furiously and shook her head. "I suppose it is all my suspicious mind, Camilla. I have seen them speaking in private, and I have confirmed that his lordship is interested in courting me. If my father, God bless him, does not last till the end of the season and I have not secured a husband, I am certain my stepmother will marry me off to whomever she chooses." "I feel you give the Duchess too much power, Emma. She will not be in charge when your father passes on. The dukedom will fall to Michael. Your father's solicitors will take care of the estate and everything having to do with it until your brothers are of age." "While that may be true, there is little incentive to keep me around unless I am of viable marrying age. It must be this season, Camilla. It must." Camilla nodded. "I know your desperation. Try to keep that feeling in mind when you are dealing with the Duke of Lox. He is a good man, but I fear he may be in some ways sensitive. You are stubborn and aggressive. The Duke of Lox does not strike me as the kind of man who is looking for a slave he can marry to keep his money." "A case could be made for it," Emma responded, wanting desperately for the situation to be different. "Aye, maybe," Camilla replied. "But I do not believe it is true. I have seen him with you and with others. He is not that type of man. I can feel it." "You seem very familiar with the Duke of Lox, Camilla," Emma teased. Camilla grinned. "His closest ally is the Duke of Rabney, and he is the one I spend my time with. Duke Christian speaks of Duke Baldwin often." "Oh?" Camilla nodded instead of saying something. Then she grinned wide. "A lot. It is quite amazing sometimes. He tells of his friends' adventures but rarely speaks of his own accomplishments. He is kind and gentle in tone. I believe he and the Duke of Lox are the same in many ways. The Duke of Lox, however, seems worldlier, as he has travelled extensively, while the Duke of Rabney has not." "Do you know how long he has been stationary?" Emma asked. The men docked in New York Harbour about a year and a half ago in September. According to Duke Christian, they had known each other since they were at the academy, but Duke Christian did not go on his travels with him. They were separated for several years while the Duke of Lox did most of his travelling. But when he went back to his home nearly 5 years ago, when his father was dying, they reunited and have been inseparable ever since. I was under the impression the two men were always together, and always had been. They were very comfortable with each other. Yes, they are good friends, according to the Duke of Rabney. They are very respectful of each other. The two girls had nearly reached the landing that would take them to Camilla's room. I cannot bear the thought that the Duke of Lox is only pursuing you so that he will keep his inheritance. Camilla shook her head, looking downtrodden. Emma felt just the way Camilla looked. It is a sad thing, Emma said. But I must say, I knew from the beginning that something was odd about him. I have been saying all along that he was hiding something. Do you not remember me telling you that? But Emma, if you do not marry him, whom will you marry? How possible is it that you might find another man by the end of the season? Every season we get a few men we have not seen before, Emma reasoned. Camilla nodded vigorously. Yes, and the Duke of Lox and Duke of Rabney are those men. You will need to choose from the men you have at your disposal now. I can only think of the Duke of Lox and Lord Khan. Emma did not bother to mention the Duke of Andries. She would be surprised if the season did not pass with him being neither betrothed nor on his way to betrothal. Think of it, Emma. They'd reached the landing, and Camilla stopped her cousin with a hand on her arm. Perhaps the Duke of Lox is only pursuing you so that he can keep his money. He is not bad on the eyes, is he? And he shows an attraction for you. She tilted her head to the side and continued, I refuse to believe he wants another servant. He wants a wife. How do you know that? Camilla frowned stubbornly. I just know, Emma, you are being silly. You should try to remember he is a man. They very often do not know what they are doing. Both girls giggled softly. Emma nodded. That is true, Camilla. Camilla shook her head again. Emma, you know I love you and you are like a sister to me. But this is just something I cannot understand. Your refusal to accept what his best friend in the world, the Duke of Rabney, says about his character astounds me. She wanted to be respected, but also know she had earned that respect. Most of all, she wanted love. It was love that would keep her happy in her darkest moments. She needed to make sure she was with a man who could provide that for her. She nodded as she moved down the hall to Camilla's room. Yes, I suppose if it came down to it, the Duke of Lox is my best option. After all, I am looking for a husband so that I am secure when my father goes to heaven. I suppose in a way the Duke of Lox is doing the same thing. Camilla's voice dropped as they walked down the hallway. His Grace seems to know what he wants, Emma. I do not think he would be pursuing you if he did not want to, no matter how much money is at stake. He has had years to make sure this did not happen. He found no one worthy of his attention before. That makes you very special. Do you not see that? The words made Emma feel good. She grinned over her shoulder at Camilla, whose responding smile was instant and bright. The more she thought about it, the more excited Emma got. She would be the Duchess of Lox. She tried on Duke Baldwin's last name, calling herself Emma Baldwin, Duchess of Lox. It had a nice ring to it. She danced around the room, trying on different pairs of old boots and dresses that Camilla stored in a box in her closet. Camilla was in a similarly happy mood. Both were about to see the men they would possibly be married to by year's end. Two handsome dukes for two best friends and cousins. They talked about the irony of it, and how blessed they were. They had a little time before they were to be picked up and decided to stroll through the garden. It was a rare sunny day, not one cloud in the sky. Both girls wanted to take advantage of it. It is such a beautiful day to be looking at land to purchase, Camilla sighed, slipping her hand through the crook of Emma's elbow and holding on to her as they walked. Yes, it is. Emma's voice was just as whimsical. Both young women felt as if they were walking on clouds, butterflies fluttering all around them, rainbows piercing the sky in every direction. The fresh feeling of new love filled them both when they thought about the men who were coming to pick them up. Emma could not help feeling a bit more reserved than her cousin. It seemed to her that there were no warning signs in Camilla's budding relationship with the Duke of Rabney. He was just suddenly there, perfect for her, making her laugh, fulfilling her every desire in a future husband. The Duke of Lox was not so picture-perfect. He mentioned he wanted an obedient wife, which translated to a servant in Emma's mind. He appeared to play games with her to get the reactions he wanted, manipulating her feelings. Not to mention the fact that he was in desperate need of a wife in order to keep his income. But despite knowing these warning signs were there, Emma could not deny her attraction to him. He had many qualities that could not be ignored because of a few trivial flaws. She herself was filled with flaws. Could she stand on a moral ground higher than him? She thought not. She would take her chances. As long as she was still seeing him on a regular basis, she would give him the opportunity to prove to be the man she needed and the man she wanted. Chapter 12. The Duke of Lox affixed his greatcoat, flicking his fingers under the fluffy collar that moved down his chest to his waist. He detested the latest fashion of flair and fluff. He wanted to look like a man, not a travelling gypsy. He sighed and looked up at his face, scanning his trim beard and moustache, his bright blue eyes, and the dark mop he would soon cover up with a hat. The hat was the only thing about his outfit that he liked. He had a fondness for hats, whatever the style. The thought brought a smile to his face. "Are you ready, Baldwin?" Duke Christian stuck his head in the room and inquired of him in a quick tone. "I am ready." The Duke of Lox laughed. "Yes, I am ready. I see you are ready. You are also in a hurry, are you not?" "I do not like to waste time when I am on my way to seeing a beautiful woman, Baldwin." "I can see that." The Duke of Lox went to the door and quickly followed his friend to the front doors. The carriage was waiting for them just beyond the steps. "Do you think she will like the property we are going to see?" The Duke of Rabney was adjusting his shirt, feeling the buttons underneath his outer vest, and adjusting the hat on his head several times. "I think you are a bundle of nerves, Christian," the Duke of Lox said with a laugh. "You must calm down. She is not the Queen." The Duke of Rabney turned his eyes to his friend without smiling. "I have met the Queen, Baldwin, and I did not feel this nervous then. That must mean something." The Duke of Lox nodded. "It does. It means you will be asking for her hand in marriage soon. I cannot imagine why you would want to purchase any land. If you marry her, surely you will move into Cooksey Castle." He and his friend smiled at each other. "It is a grand place, to be sure," the Duke of Rabney said, chuckling. "But I cannot live there. It would not be a home that I have provided for my bride. Since I will be receiving my inheritance after I marry, I will be able to afford to provide a home for Lady Fielding and our children. You are fortunate to have a mansion already provided to you by your grand-uncle." "I do not know if I will be using it," the Duke of Lox said forlornly. "I may lose it if I do not marry. I am not sure if it is part of the arrangement or not." The Duke of Rabney frowned. "What do you mean?" "You will be married. You will not lose your inheritance. You will marry Lady Emma Wentworth. Am I mistaken?" "I do not think she cares much for me," the Duke of Lox stated in a sad voice. "I seem to irritate her. I do not know how, but I always seem to." "Yeah, I have seen the way she looks at you when you are not looking, Baldwin," the Duke of Rabney said in a knowing voice. "It is not a look of disdain that I see. I believe she is enamoured with you. Perhaps she is denying it for some reason. Women are sometimes difficult to understand." The Duke of Lox cocked his head. "You seem to have no trouble with it." The Duke of Rabney laughed and shook his head. "It is not women that I understand, it is this one woman that I understand. She has wit and knowledge and is well read. She sings like a bird and plays a beautiful pianoforte. She does not raise her voice, and is accommodating as well as headstrong. I could not have asked for a better woman in my life than she." "I do wish I could say the same about Lady Wentworth." The Duke of Lox felt a bit jealous of his friend, but washed it over with pride. "I am very happy for you. It seems you are well on your way to a fulfilling future." The Duke of Rabney nodded, but his eyes looked into the distance as he thought deeply. "I remember a few times Lady Wentworth seemed to take something you said and perhaps was displeased by it in her perception. She is a friendly duck but seems complicated. You are in for a run, Baldwin. I wish you luck." "I thank you for your encouragement," the Duke of Lox replied, "and I ask that you continue to invite me along on these adventures so that I might have more time with—" The Duke's words were cut off when they both heard the shrieking tone of a female ring through the air in their direction. "Brucey?" The Duke of Rabney's eyes widened, and he stared across the carriage at the Duke of Lox. Both turned stunned faces back toward the house behind their carriage. Neither had even heard the other carriage pull into the drive. A young woman was practically standing up in the carriage, holding on to the side with a tight grip as she swayed back and forth with the movement. Her other hand was waving wildly in the air, and she was continuing to shriek, calling the Duke of Rabney Brucey. Both of the men knew who it was. There was only one Lady Daniela Christian, the Duke of Rabney's only female cousin on his father's side, who had been raised mostly in New York in America. The Duke of Lox turned back to face away from the young woman, his wide eyes staring at his friend. "Why did you not tell me you invited her?" The Duke of Rabney looked stunned and innocent at the same time. He shook his head. "I did not invite her. I have not spoken to her in nearly a year. Not since the last time when—" Neither man wanted to speak of the last time they had seen the Duke of Rabney's cousin. She had practically smothered the Duke of Lox to death, threatening several other women who dared to show interest in her man. Both men had skillfully avoided contact with Lady Christian ever since, and now it appeared she had found them. The Duke of Lox felt a little sick to his stomach. His friend smiled and waved back at his cousin before leaning forward and saying in a serious voice, "You must take a few deep breaths, Baldwin. You are turning green. We will handle this woman." "But I live here, Christian, I live here. Now she knows where I live." The Duke of Lox groaned and slid down in his seat a little, covering one side of his face with his hand. "She is coming, Baldwin! Straighten yourself quickly!" the Duke of Rabney hissed. Reluctantly, the Duke of Lox sat up straight, and by the time Lady Christian appeared at the carriage door, he had painted a smile on his face. "Well, I cannot believe this luck." Without asking, Lady Christian opened the door of the carriage and climbed in, plopping herself next to her cousin. She turned to him and began talking rapidly. The two men said nothing, just staring at her, blinking. "Why, I have been looking for the two of you for so long now. It seems as though no one in the family knows where you are, Brucey, and I had to keep asking friends upon friends and getting the word out that I was trying to find you. Of course, you know why I wanted to find you. I just knew you would be with my favourite man in the world, or at least you would know where he is." She giggled and fluttered her eyelashes at the Duke of Lox. He had sat in silence, listening to her speak so quickly he sometimes lost track of what she was saying and had to catch up in his mind. He caught the part about being her favourite man in the world, just like he caught the flinch Duke Christian made when Lady Christian referred to him as Brucey. It was the most disrespectful thing the Duke of Rabney could think of, and it made him detest his cousin even more. He would not be disrespectful towards her, though. It was not in his nature, nor would it be the gentlemanly way. And she was technically family. The woman would have to be dealt with another way. "It is lovely to see you, Lady Christian," he said, interjecting his words into her conversation when it looked like she was going to pause to take a breath. "His lordship and I were on our way to view an old plot of land I am intending to buy. It will be very hot and dusty. Would you like to stay here and rest? Perhaps wait for us in the parlour or on the veranda. I am sure we can provide refreshments for you after your long journey." "Oh, thank you, no, cousin," Lady Christian replied, much to the dismay of both men. "I am refreshed. I arrived early this morning and had breakfast in town before coming out here. I needed to meet with a friend." The men wondered how she managed to breathe when she was talking non-stop. "The friend I mentioned told me you were here. I am so grateful. Now we are together again." You must tell me all about your adventures since we last saw each other. And cousin, you are planning to buy land. You know you will not be able to if you are not married by the end of the season. Does this mean you have a lady in mind? Am I going to welcome someone new to the family? You must come to the inn and see our great auntie. You simply must. She is not going to be with us much longer, you know. You must pay your respects to her very soon, while she's alive. The Duke of Lox was exhausted just from listening to the woman speak. He knew the Duke of Rabney did not want to tell Lady Christian all his business. Half of it would turn into gossip, and the other half would be speculation and rumours she would add in for embellishment. The Duke of Lox also knew that once Lady Christian was finished with her cousin, she would turn her sights on him. He would not be able to win the heart of Lady Wentworth with Lady Christian trailing along. He looked at the Duke of Rabney with pleading eyes. The Duke of Rabney looked at a loss. He shrugged and whistled to the driver to go on. The servant turned and looked down at him. "To Cooksey Castle, my lord?" "Yes, Arthur. To Cooksey Castle." Arthur looked sceptical as he turned around. Arthur had acted as a driver for the Duke of Lox for many years, travelling with him when he settled in a new home. He had met Lady Christian the year before. The Duke of Lox assumed she had made herself known to anyone and everyone as soon as they met eyes with her, never to be forgotten. He tried to zone out and not listen to her droning voice as she scolded her cousin for losing touch with her and for travelling with the Duke of Lox for a year sowing your wild oats. He knew she meant before settling down to married life, with her. He shuddered. Halfway through the ride to Cooksey Castle, Lady Christian stood up and noisily moved to the other side, sitting down next to the Duke of Lox. Instead of taking the seat comfortably, as she had done with her cousin, she sat as close to the Duke of Lox as she could. She barely left enough room between their thighs. He knew she did that so that when the carriage rocked back and forth, they would be forced to touch. Again, he felt sick to his stomach. He did not want this woman around Lady Wentworth. Things were difficult enough for him to understand. There was no way he could explain his way out of this. He stared out at the passing scenery, giving up on any chance at happiness. He wanted to throw himself out of the carriage and plead with God to take him away. The longer he listened to Lady Christian's droning compliments and flirting, the more he wanted to jump from the carriage and run away. It went on and on until they saw Cooksey Castle in the distance. The fact that the Duke of Lox had ignored nearly everything she had said, grunting every now and then as thanks for a random compliment, did not stop her from talking. When she saw the castle on the side of the mountain, she pulled in a sharp breath. Oh my, what is this? Such beauty, this is where we are going? You are going to buy this? You are definitely getting married then. There is no way you can purchase this without a hefty income. I did not know you were getting so much. It must be much more than I thought. Lady Christian, the Duke of Rabney interrupted her, lifting one hand. This is not a discussion I wish to have with you. I am not purchasing Cooksey Castle. I am picking up 2 young ladies who will be accompanying us on the drive to and from. This brought a halt to Lady Christian's incessant talking. She stared at her cousin and moved her eyes to the Duke of Lox. Both men revelled in the abrupt silence, thanking God for even a moment of it. I see. I did not realise. Well, you know, I always believe the more the merrier. Am I not right? We will have a lot of fun. Yes, I am a very friendly woman, you know that. I am friends with all sorts of people, no matter their station. The Duke of Lox was overcome with remorse. He did not want Lady Wentworth to meet Lady Christian. The woman had been obsessed with him since they had danced together the first time at least 5 years ago. He did not want to go back to the way it was before, dodging her, trying to get her to understand he was not interested in making her his wife. She told everyone they were engaged to be married for months, and it had taken twice as long for him to unravel the confusion she had caused. He braced himself for the impact as the carriage got closer. He knew Lady Wentworth's reaction to Lady Christian would not be a good one. She already questioned him and seemed irritated by him. How could he ever possibly hope to win her heart when another woman claimed to have his already? Lady Christian continued to remark on the beauty and uniqueness of the castle. She could see the two ladies waiting on the porch, and as the carriage drew closer, she stood up, just as she had in her own carriage, and waved at them, calling out to them. The two men exchanged exasperated looks. The Duke of Lox did not want to look at the reactions of the women. He knew they would be friendly with Lady Christian because both were refined individuals. But the questions would be there. When Lady Wentworth found out Lady Christian considered the Duke of Lox to be her future husband, there would be some explaining to do. When would he find the time? He finally turned his eyes to see how the ladies were taking the presence of Lady Christian. It appeared both women were trying not to laugh, transforming their giggles into welcoming smiles for the stranger. Lady Christian stepped down from the carriage and went to both the women, leaning forward and placing kisses in the air around both of them. "Hello, hello, I am Lady Christian, second cousin to the Duke of Rabney over there, my brew." She stopped mid-sentence, catching the warning look on the Duke of Rabney's face. "My brutal young cousin, who is so very strong and handsome." She turned back to the women. "I do not know either of you. Who are you, and do you live in this astoundingly beautiful castle?" "This is my family home," Camilla said, extending one gloved hand to the woman. Lady Christian took her hand and squeezed once before letting go. "I am Lady Camilla Fielding, and this is Cooksey Castle. My father is the Duke of Cooksey." "It is a pleasure to meet you, my dear." "And you are?" She looked at Emma. Emma felt oddly amused and more than a little shocked by the woman's outlandish behaviour. She could not help wondering who had raised the woman to be that way. The woman's accent gave her away as American, but she claimed relation to the Duke of Rabney. She was curious to know the story behind that. "I am Lady Emma Wentworth, daughter of the Duke of Corning. It is wonderful to meet you as well, and to be invited to this beautiful castle was a pleasant surprise." Camilla turned her eyes up to the Duke of Rabney, who was looking down at her from the carriage. He and the Duke of Lox were still seated there, staring at Lady Christian in dismay. He shook his head at her. "I do apologise for this sudden appearance of another person, my lady," the Duke of Rabney said. "It was not intended." Camilla shook her head. "There is no harm done. Let us all go see this land you want to purchase, my lord. I am sure we will all have a lovely time." The women loaded up into the carriage. They waited until the Duke of Cooksey, who was riding along with them, came alongside the carriage on his large horse. Camilla looked proudly at him, and he smiled at her. Emma sat across from the Duke of Lox when Lady Christian resumed her spot next to him. She gazed into his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. He apparently had changed his mind about pursuing her. It surprised her. It hurt her, but it was expected. She should have known something like this would happen to her. Now she was once again stuck with the only two choices left on the table, Lord Carney and the Duke of Andrice, neither of which she had any desire to love. Chapter 13. Lady Christian never seemed to run out of things to say. Her four companions barely got a word in as the carriage took them to the land the Duke of Rabney was considering. She didn't seem to notice that the four of them looked about as uncomfortable as they could get. Whomever she was looking at would smile politely and nod if needed. When Emma tried to start a conversation with the Duke of Lox, Lady Christian interrupted her with a story of her own that somehow related to what Emma was beginning to say, but then trailed off into other topics she thought were more interesting. Emma narrowed her eyes and avoided looking at the Duke of Lox after that. She did not know if he was being polite by not shushing the loquacious Lady Christian, or if he was interested in listening to what she had to say. From the look on his face, Emma did not think he was enjoying himself as much as Lady Christian appeared to believe he was. At one point, Camilla moved her hand just enough to wrap it around Emma's and squeeze as the two looked at each other, trying not to reveal their shared embarrassment for Lady Christian. When the land came into view, the Duke of Rabney pointed to it. He had to interrupt Lady Christian. "There it is!" His companions looked in the direction he was pointing. A long gravel road led up to a dilapidated mansion with overgrown foliage all around it. The short hill that led up to the large old house was overgrown with grass. The green reached up at least 4 feet all the way up the hill. There were trees scattered over the front lawn. Behind the house, which they could see as they made their way up the curving road, was nothing but trees. The woods started there, and the end of them could not be seen as far as the next hill over. The house itself was not in terrible shape, but it was obvious it had not been occupied for some time. Emma looked over at Camilla and gave her a look of appreciation. "I like it so far," she said. The Duke of Rabney smiled at Emma. "I do too. I am impressed with the look of the land. It has been 10 years since the previous owner moved out, but he has maintained it over the years as he attempted to sell it. That is why the grass is not higher than it is." "It will not be hard to get the land back under control," the Duke of Lox said, scanning the land. "But we must also see what the inside of the house looks like." 10 years is not a very long time," Camilla said. "Surely. I have seen many homes that are completely unlivable after 10 years of emptiness," Lady Christian interrupted Camilla. The 4 of them turned their eyes to her in amazement. Emma wondered if the woman was being rude on purpose. If so, why? The people who lived in them did not take care of them even when they lived there. "That is most likely the reason for their poor condition after a short period of time, Lady Christian," the Duke of Rabney said. "I met the previous owner of Lockwood Estate, and he is not the type of man who would let his estate go to ruin. He has been maintaining it, as you can see, but has not been here in several months. If I decide to purchase the estate, he will bring his men to take down the tall grass and trim the trees, bushes, and other foliage. There is a garden over there." The entire carriage turned once again when the Duke of Rabney did, pointing to another side of the house they could not see yet. "I plan to replenish it and have gardeners make it as beautiful as it can be, unless my future wife decides to take over that part of the house." "Surely you will have a housekeeper," Lady Christian said hurriedly, as if she thought she would not have time to get the words out. Emma looked at her curiously, sliding her eyes to the Duke of Lox, who looked nothing short of miserable. She wondered what his relationship was with the woman. She was obviously enamoured with him, as she had complimented him and brought him up as a topic nearly their entire ride up to that point. She could think of only 2 things. He was not interested in courting her, and her mere presence made him miserable. Or he was upset that her presence showed his lack of loyalty and honesty. She vowed to find out. With Camilla growing closer to the Duke of Rabney, she was sure to be spending a lot more time with the Duke of Lox, as it appeared the 2 dukes were joined at the hip. They reached the front of the house. The Duke of Cooksey dismounted from his horse, leaving it to stand by the front steps of the house. He went to the carriage and opened the door, holding out one hand for his daughter. Camilla took it and stepped out of the carriage, thanking him. He did the same for Emma and Lady Christian. He let the dukes get out themselves, though he did jokingly ask if they needed a hand. Both the men smiled at him and shook their heads. The group turned to look up at the mansion. The Duke of Rabney was the first to go up the stairs. He used a key to let himself in the front door. Emma looked around as she went up the steps onto the porch. 2 very tall pilasters flanked the steps. They had once been white. Now the portion that could be seen through the vines that had grown up around them was grey. It would need to be polished up and the vines cut down. Certain parts of the wood that surrounded the front windows looked like they were weather-beaten. The windows were dirty. The front door was a bit creaky when the Duke of Rabney pushed it open. He went in first, letting the Duke of Lox take up the rear behind the women and the Duke of Cooksey. Emma followed Camilla, who went in right after the Duke of Rabney. She looked around, feeling a bit strange to be in such a huge empty house. It was not really in that bad a shape. She did not think the Duke of Rabney, or Camilla, would have a hard time decorating it. "It needs a few repairs," the Duke of Rabney said, walking through the long front room to the curving stairs that would take them up to the 2nd floor. "As you can see, a few of these stairs have cracked. There are several door handles that will need to be replaced. The front windows should all be replaced. There are many decisions that will need to be made." Emma noticed that the Duke of Rabney looked at Camilla when he said that. She also noticed that Lady Christian was standing just behind the Duke of Lox, looking up at him adoringly. He, for his part, had his back to her, and was completely unaware that she was practically breathing down his neck. She felt a minor annoyance in her chest and looked away from the two. She went to the curving stairs and put one hand on the railing, admiring the etchings in the wood. She looked up the stairs. "It would behoove you not to take those stairs to the second floor, my lady," the Duke of Lox said, taking a few steps towards her. She glanced at him over her shoulder, once again noticing that Lady Christian kept up with the Duke as if she was attached to him by a rope. She pulled in a deep breath and held her chin up. "I was not intending to go up the stairs, my lord," she said in a polite but bland voice. She turned away from him once again, not noticing the confused look on his face. "Duke Christian, come look at this," the Duke of Cooksey said from one of the open doors. The entire group gravitated towards the door, with the Duke of Rabney arriving first. He went through the door with the rest of them behind him. Emma was taken aback by the beauty of the ballroom in front of her. It was empty, but the pine floors were spotless and perfect, as if they had just been cleaned. The other side of the room was nothing but glass from floor to ceiling. The long drapes that closed off the windows had been pulled back to reveal them. She had to assume the drapes were usually closed. "It is brilliant," the Duke of Lox said in an impressed tone. "This side of the house does not see the rising or setting sun. It is facing south. That is why these floors look nearly brand new." The Duke of Rabney looked at his friend, nodding. "Yes, Baldwin, I noticed that as well. It is a selling point for me." To her left, Emma noticed a small stage had been built for the quartet, or small orchestra that would play during parties and balls. Against the wall on the other side of the room sat multiple rows of chairs, some turned on top of another to provide space. Round tables were also stacked one on top of another, tabletops turned together. "He left you some furniture," she remarked. The Duke of Rabney glanced at her over his shoulder. "He just brought these back to Lockwood," he replied. "He wanted me to see them as another selling point. He has no use for the tables and chairs." "That is brilliant," Camilla murmured. Emma looked at her, knowing her dear cousin was picturing herself living in the mansion, decorating it to her liking, probably having children here and raising them with the Duke of Rabney. If she were Camilla, that's what she would be thinking. She watched her friend turn to the Duke of Rabney with a smile. "I love this mansion, my lord. I would buy it if I were you. What do you think, father?" The Duke of Cooksey gave his daughter a satisfied grin. "I am in agreement, daughter. This is a fine home, and though it can use a few repairs, I see it as a solid investment in your future. My lord, I believe, though, that you have already made up your mind, have you not?" The Duke of Rabney grinned at the older man. "How did you know?" The Duke of Cooksey laughed, along with the others. "It is quite obvious from the expression on your face, sir. As I said, this is a fine home, and I encourage you to follow your heart and purchase it for your future." The Duke of Rabney's expression turned to one of delight. Emma thought he must have brought the Duke of Cooksey along to get his approval. It was where his daughter would be living by this time next year. The thought brought an instant smile to Emma's face. The Duke of Rabney turned and looked around the room. "I believe I will purchase it, your grace. I am very satisfied with it." He looked at the Duke of Lox. "What do you think, Baldwin?" "I think you would be a fool not to purchase such a beautiful home, Christian," the Duke of Lox replied. Chapter 14. The entire time they were in the Lockwood mansion, strolling through each room and marvelling at the architecture and interior design, Lady Christian stayed close to the Duke of Lox. For his part, he noticed as soon as they all went into the grand ballroom that the woman was staying right behind him or beside him. When he'd spoken to Emma and she had given him the cold shoulder, he knew why. It was as he'd expected. Lady Christian would make it impossible for Emma to relax around him. How could he win her heart when another woman was standing between them? As a man, he wanted to physically remove Lady Christian from his side, but as a gentleman, he knew he could not. When Lady Christian attempted to encircle his elbow with her hands, He quickly moved to the side, pointing to a marble fireplace mantelpiece and talking to the Duke of Rabney about it, as if he'd never seen anything so beautiful in his life. He did not care that the woman frowned and stood back, her hands clasped behind her, staring at him. She followed him all around the house, even as he attempted to get away from her and draw close to Emma. He wanted to engage the woman in conversation, but she was skilled at avoiding him. She made sure to be speaking to the Duke of Cooksey, or, more likely, Camilla, so that she did not have to speak to him. She complimented the Duke of Rabney several times, but would not speak to him unless she had to. It was extremely frustrating for him. Just before they left Lockwood Estate, the Duke of Rabney pulled him to the side. "Baldwin, you have one of the most disappointed looks on your face I have seen in quite some time. It is because of Lady Christian, is it not? She is bothering you? She is certainly not making it easy for me to express my interest in Lady Wentworth. I wish she had not found us." "I agree with that," the Duke of Rabney stage whispered to him. "But my dear friend, the look on your face is very revealing and will not help you with your cause. Be patient, Baldwin. Lady Christian will not always be in your way. There will be future opportunities for you, I am quite sure." "I do not see it." The Duke of Rabney sighed. "I can see that you are quite miserable. This is what is making you so pessimistic. You must get control of yourself. You will not be marrying Lady Christian. Not now, not in the future. You know that, and so do I. It matters not what she wants or thinks, nor does it matter what she tells other people. You are in control, Baldwin, not her. Do not let her sour your mood when you are in the presence of the lady you most desire." "She does not desire me. She has been avoiding me the whole time." "I noticed. And you know why that is? Because she is always annoyed with me?" The Duke of Rabney dropped his head and tried not to show his amusement. "No, no, Baldwin, because she is annoyed with Lady Christian. If she was not annoyed by the woman's presence, she would surely not be avoiding you. Since she is annoyed by Lady Christian, you have cause to hope." "And why is that?" The Duke of Rabney chuckled, shaking his head. "Because she is jealous, Baldwin. Come now, can you not see this?" The Duke of Lox instinctively moved his eyes to where Emma was standing with Camilla. The Duke of Cooksey had taken Lady Christian in hand and was leading the young woman around the house. "Perhaps you are right." The Duke of Rabney nodded. "I am right, Baldwin. Trust me." "I do trust you, Christian." "Then lift your spirits and let us explore the outside of my new home." The Duke of Lox smiled at his friend. "Yes, that sounds like a fine idea." The Duke of Rabney announced to the rest of them that they were going outside and to follow along if they wished. As it was, they all followed him out onto the porch. As soon as the door closed behind them, a clap of thunder rolled through the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that lit the darkened sky. The Duke of Cooksey looked up at it. "Oh dear, we are going to have a storm." "You will fit in the carriage, Papa," Camilla said. "We can just rope the horse to the back of the carriage. You will not get wet." "I would not want that, Your Grace," the Duke of Rabney said. "I invited you here and I will not allow you to ride back in the rain on your horse. As Lady Fielding has said, there is room for you in the carriage." The Duke of Cooksey nodded, smiling. "That will be fine, but I do suppose we will not be able to explore the outside of Lockwood Estate." "Not today, my lord," the Duke of Rabney replied. "But we will return another day. I am quite sure." Light pellets of water were sprinkling all around them. The ladies dashed to the carriage, though they would not have gotten very wet had they not run. The driver was standing by the door of the carriage and opened it before the women got there. He held out his hand, which each of them took, and vaulted themselves into the carriage. Lady Christian was behind them, looking from the carriage to the Duke of Lox and back again. Emma could tell by the look on her face that she wanted the Duke of Lox to help her up into the carriage, not the driver. But when the Duke of Rabney realised what she was doing, he put one hand on her shoulder and pushed her gently toward the carriage. "Go on, Lady Christian. You should not wait until the rain gets harsher." "I do not—" "Go on, Lady Christian," the Duke of Rabney said firmly. Lady Christian's eyes widened slightly and she hurried to the carriage to be helped up by the driver. When she got in the carriage, she sat on the opposite side of the ladies. Emma waited to see what the Duke of Rabney would have to say about that. She waited with anticipation, feeling a bit childish for taking delight in the man's scolding of his cousin. He was not hesitant to tell her what he wanted her to do. He could not make her leave, but he would make her behave. The Duke of Rabney looked in through the window of the carriage as the Duke of Cooksey prepared to get in. He frowned at his cousin. "Lady Christian, you must sit on the side with the ladies. It is not proper for you to be sitting with me and the Duke of Lox." "But does the Duke of Cooksey not wish to sit with his daughter?" The brashness of the question would have surprised Emma if she had not known Lady Christian was raised in New York. She had picked up the American ways and had never learnt anything about her British roots. Without waiting for the Duke of Rabney to respond to the question, the Duke of Cooksey, who was twice the age of all his companions, held out his hand to Lady Christian. "If you please, Lady Christian, it has been a pleasure walking and talking with you today, but it is most inappropriate for you to sit on this side of the carriage. I understand you have spent most of your life in New York. I would be pleased if you would, at some time, talk to me about what it is like there, as I have never been." "I would be delighted, Your Grace," Lady Christian answered, smiling wide and taking the Duke's hand. She transferred herself to the other side of the carriage and plopped down between Camilla and Emma, who looked distraught that she had done so. The Duke of Cooksey looked a bit disappointed, but sat on the other side of the carriage and waited for the other two men to get inside. They waited in silence while the driver roped the Duke of Cooksey's horse to the back of the carriage. When he climbed into the driver's seat and the carriage moved, Lady Christian was the first one to speak, which did not surprise any of them. "I am impressed that you found such a nice home, Brew." "My lord," she said, once again stopping herself from calling her cousin by his pet name. Her hesitation confirmed the Duke of Lox's thought that she knew the moniker annoyed the Duke of Rabney, and that's why she used it. "There are many mansions in New York." She turned her eyes to the Duke of Cooksey addressing him. "But there are none that are quite so magnificent as the ones here in England." "Have you visited here often?" the Duke of Cooksey asked. "I have," Lady Christian nodded. "As you know, my family is here." She lifted one hand to indicate the Duke of Rabney. "And there is always one occasion or another to attend. My father has made it clear that I am not to marry an American man." "May I ask why he took you to America if he did not desire you to marry a man there?" Emma asked curiously. She was not highly interested in the answer, but felt the need to contribute something to the conversation. If the Duke of Lox decided to court Lady Christian and the Duke of Rabney courted Camilla, she would be stuck with the woman's presence simply because the two dukes were rarely apart. She had a feeling they would live together for as long as they could. They had travelled together for years, apparently, and were more like brothers than friends. She had no plans to stop seeing her cousin, whether she was confronted with the presence of Lady Christian or not. Lady Christian was quick to answer Emma's question, though she continued looking at the dukes sitting across from her as she spoke. "Oh, America is quite beautiful. The lands there and the people are simply unique. I have seen waterfalls the likes of which you would only expect beyond the gates of heaven. He is particularly taken with the American people." "Then why does he not wish for you to marry an American man?" Camilla asked. Lady Christian turned a smile to Camilla, which she had not done for Emma. "He knows that I have other prospects here in England. He would not want me to marry a man in America when there is one in England for me to marry." Emma knew in her heart that Lady Christian was talking about the Duke of Lox. It made her feel sick to her stomach, but for the life of her, she could not figure out why it would bother her in the least. Although the Duke of Lox was handsome, smart, and wealthy, he was also sneaky, disloyal, and manipulative. That was not the kind of man she wished to marry. Emma glanced at him as Lady Christian responded to Camilla's question with a story of a man in America who had asked for her hand, but she had turned him down. He had no title, as they did not follow such customs in America. As the woman spoke, Emma grew more and more frustrated. She did not understand her discontent. The Duke of Lox was no more hers to be jealous of than the Duke of Rabney. By the time the carriage pulled up in front of Cooksey Castle, the rain had lightened once more to a drizzle. They stopped and the driver climbed down, the umbrella he'd used to shield himself clutched in one hand. "My lord, my lord!" The group in the carriage turned to see the Duchess of Cooksey dashing towards them, completely ignoring the raindrops in her distress. Chapter 15. The Duke of Cooksey stepped quickly out of the carriage and met his wife, taking the umbrella from the driver and holding it over her head. She shook her head, waving the umbrella away. "My lord, we must get Lady Wentworth to her home." Hearing her name, Emma leaned forward, her heart racing. "What is it, Your Grace? What has happened?" Her first thought was that her father had passed on. Just the thought brought immediate tears to her eyes. The Duchess of Cooksey went to the open door of the carriage. "Your father has taken a turn for the worse, my dear. You must hurry home to see him. It is unclear how much longer he will be with us." Chills covered Emma's body. The tears that had come to her eyes slid down her cheeks, and she covered her mouth with her hands to keep from crying out. Camilla stood up and glared at Lady Christiane until she moved to the edge of the bench seat. She sat with Emma, wrapping her arms around her cousin's shoulders. The Duke of Cooksey approached the door of the carriage and gently moved his wife to the side. He closed the door and looked through the window at the Duke of Rabney. "Please see to it that Lady Wentworth gets to her home quickly. I will follow along in another carriage with the Duchess." "Yes, Your Grace. We will see to it." The Duke of Rabney nodded, calling out to the driver to take them at once to the Corning mansion. The driver was in his seat in moments, and the carriage began to roll back down the hill to the main road. Emma's pain was palpable and could be seen on her face. Thoughts of her father when he was younger, stronger, passed through her mind. She tried not to sob the entire way, but knew she was going to anyway. Camilla's arms around her were comforting. Her cousin did not care that she was wetting her sleeves with her tears. "Shh, we will get there in time, my dear," she murmured in Emma's ear. "We will get there in time." She patted Emma's hair, bouncing with her as the carriage moved too quickly for its wheels down the rocky road. At one point, she looked up, annoyed because the carriage rocked sharply and sent Lady Christian spilling onto Camilla's back. "Oh, I do apologise, Lady Fielding," Lady Christian said, pushing herself upright and glancing at the two women with sympathy on her face. The look softened Camilla's heart. When Emma got herself under a modicum of control, she pushed herself from Camilla's arms and pulled in a deep breath. She glanced at Lady Christian and saw the sympathetic look as well. She did not have time to think or worry about the woman right then. She wanted to get to her father. She wanted to be home as fast as possible and could only pray the carriage would not lose a wheel because of their speed or that a horse would not stumble. "I did not know your father was ailing, Lady Wentworth," Lady Christian said. "I do not wish to intrude on your family. When we reach your home, I will have His Grace take me home." Emma wondered which duke she was talking about. The thought was fleeting as the thought of her father passing before she was able to see him rolled through her mind. She struggled against the tears, swallowing them. "Thank you, Lady Christian," she replied in a weak, shaky voice. "But you are more than welcome to come to Corning Mansion and get some refreshments before your journey home. I know you must be tired after travelling all this way to come to England for the season." "I have been in England for a few days, Lady Wentworth, but if you do not mind, I will come in and rest a bit before having His Grace take me home." Emma said nothing more as they rode to Corning Mansion. She was dreading what she would see when she got there. She did not hear when the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney chatted quietly about the situation. They explained in soft voices to Lady Christian that the Duke of Corning had taken ill a few years back and could not seem to recover. The disease he was succumbing to had weakened his heart, and any strain rendered him nearly useless. When she saw Corning Mansion approaching quickly, Emma sat forward in her seat, straining her eyes to look at the house. There was only one extra carriage there, and she knew it belonged to the doctor who was caring for her father. Her heart pounded hard in her chest. "Papa," she whispered, allowing new tears to slide down her face. The Duke of Lox watched Emma with a heavy heart. He wanted to console her. He wanted to take her in his arms, the way Camilla had done, and ease her pain. He sat stiffly on the other side of the carriage, watching the woman's agony, feeling completely helpless. He no longer cared that Lady Christian was there. He was not annoyed by her presence when he was not thinking about her. She was no longer talking incessantly. She was watching Camilla and Emma with sad eyes. Her compassion for Emma's pain made him feel less irritated with her. Even though she considered Emma to be her rival, her heart was soft for the woman's distress. That brought her up in his eyes, though not high enough to consider her for a potential wife. He knew who he wanted to marry. It was not Lady Christian years ago, and it was not Lady Christian now. It would never be her. He listened to the Duke of Rabney speaking quietly to Lady Christian. He was telling her what they would do as soon as they got to Corning Mansion. He was instructing her that the Duke of Lox would escort Camilla and Emma into the house, while he and Lady Christian would wait in the parlour, where they would surely be offered pastries and tea. Lady Christian said nothing, which surprised the Duke of Lox. He would have expected the brash woman to have quite a bit to say, under any circumstances. It was the first time he had ever seen her speechless. She looked taken aback by the situation, as if she had never faced a dilemma of great magnitude before. The Duke of Lox remembered how he had felt when his father had died, leaving him the dukedom to care for. He had felt a great deal of responsibility from the moment he received the title. He had not been particularly close to his father, but did not say the same for his mother, who had always been an advocate and friend. Thinking about her whilst Emma was weeping for her father made him miss his mother more than anything. He looked at the Duke of Rabney, who looked back at him. "I must go see my mother," he murmured. His heart ached for Emma. Even in her pain and grief, she was still beautiful. Her red eyes, rapidly swelling, made his chest tight with sorrow. The Duke of Rabney, who did not have either of his parents still alive, nodded at him. "I understand, Baldwin. We will plan a trip soon." The Duke of Lox wanted to tell his friend he was not obligated to come, but it was appreciated. But right then, he did not feel it appropriate to make it about himself. He nodded and fell silent. Corning Mansion was close, and when they arrived, he feared what Emma's reaction would be. The group in the carriage was quiet as the carriage rocked back and forth, racing down the rocky road with haste. He looked through the window at the darkening sky. It was darker than it would have been if the sky was not blanketed with heavy clouds of grey. Typically, he enjoyed rainstorms. He found them comforting, but all he could think was that the rain reminded him of Emma's tears. God was crying for the Duke of Corning. The carriage pulled up in front of the mansion, and he was the first one to stand, opening the door and jumping down before the driver had a chance to. The carriage had barely come to a stop when his feet hit the ground. He lifted his hand to Emma, and she took it without hesitation, climbing out of the carriage rapidly. The rest of the group followed, with the Duke of Rabney getting out last. He saw the Duke of Rabney take Lady Christian's elbow and direct her up the stairs. He was grateful. He did not want the woman's attention. He wanted to concentrate on doing what he could to help Emma. He followed the women as they raced up the steps to the front door and burst through. Emma was calling for her father. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, he stood at the door, watching the Duke of Rabney take Lady Christian directly to the parlour. They disappeared on the other side of the door. The Corning housekeeper, Gertrude, came quickly from a back room, looking at Emma with fear in her eyes. "Lady Wentworth," she said urgently. "Come with me, miss. Your father wishes to speak to you." Emma nodded and followed the woman toward the back room where her father was. The Duke of Lox stayed back, not wanting to intrude. He found himself standing next to Camilla, both of them looking helplessly after the young woman as she dashed toward the back of the house. He looked down at Camilla. "Lady Fielding, I feel as though my heart is breaking." Camilla looked up at him, tears in her eyes. "I have been fearing this day since His Grace became ill, my lord," she replied. "I do not know what to do to help my cousin. My uncle is such a good man. He was a very playful father. When Emma and I were young, he would take us to the pond and to town, and he would buy beautiful dresses for us both, even though he did not need to. "I do not wish to intrude on the family's private business," he said quietly as he walked toward the parlour to join the Duke of Rabney, "but I get the feeling they are failing financially. Is this true?" "I do not know about their private business, my lord," Camilla responded, following him. "But I do know that Emma must be married soon. She has been told to marry by the end of the season, or she may be subject to—" Camilla stopped talking. She did not know Emma's fate. She should not speak of such things to the Duke of Lox. The Duke of Lox did not need any further prompting. It was his guess that if Emma was unable to find a suitable husband by the time her father passed on, she may be subject to an arranged marriage of convenience. He knew this situation would subject Emma to a life of misery. It was clear to him she had a mind of her own. He did not want to dampen the woman's spirit. He would make a good husband for her. But how would he convince her of that when she was so determined to think badly of him? Chapter 16. Emma raced back to the back room and pushed Gertrude to the side to enter the room. Her stepmother was standing next to the bed, looking down at the Duke of Corning with fear in her eyes. When she looked up at Emma, she shook her head. "Do not fear, Emma," she said quietly. "He is still with us." Emma went directly to the bed and knelt next to it, placing one hand on her father's arm. "Papa," she murmured. "Papa?" The Duke of Corning turned his eyes to his daughter slowly. She tried to smile at him, but it was shaky and weak. "My daughter," the Duke of Corning breathed. "I am happy to see you." "Papa, you cannot leave me yet. Please do not leave me yet." The Duke of Corning rolled his eyes to his wife. "I wish to speak with my daughter alone, my wife." "Of course, Your Grace." The Duchess of Corning bowed slightly, lowering her head and closing her eyes briefly. She backed away and then turned to leave quickly. Emma did not turn her head to watch, but her father's eyes followed his wife as she left. Then he looked at her again. "My beautiful daughter," he said, in a voice so low, Emma had to raise up and sit on the side of the bed to get close enough to hear him. "I love you with all my heart." "I know, Papa," Emma whispered. "I love you too, so very much. Please do not leave me." The Duke of Corning shook his head almost unnoticeably. "I have no control, my dear, but I am trying. I try to hold on for my dear, sweet, beautiful daughter." Emma lowered her head, letting her tears slide down her cheeks. She rested one hand on his arm while taking his hand in the other. "I see your mother in you so often." The Duke of Corning surveyed his daughter's face. She was ashamed that she was crying uncontrollably. Her tears came from relief that her father was still alive and fear that he would not be for much longer. She was a wonderful woman, Emma. She was an amazing woman who had spirit in every bone in her body. She was also quite funny, he grinned. She made me laugh like I have never laughed in my life. Emma wished she could remember her mother better. The 8 years she'd had her and her father both had been the most magical time of her life. Whenever memories popped into her mind, she felt a mixture of sorrow and happiness. "Papa, I do not know what I will do without you in my life." The Duke of Corning acted like he had not heard what she said. "You inherited your mother's spirit, my Emma. You will make a man very happy. I want you to be happy too. You must find a man who will fulfill your every need, your dreams, your goals. You must find a man who will take care of you and care for you at the same time." "I know, Papa," Emma whispered, squeezing his hand. "I am trying." Thoughts of the Duke of Andries and Lord Khan ran quickly through her mind. The Duke of Corning must have seen the look that passed over her face, because he suddenly looked very sad. "I was under the assumption you had a suitor in mind," he said. She blinked at him. "What makes you say that, Papa? I have not mentioned anyone to you." "Your sister came in before you. She told me that there is a man you are interested in. She was very flattering of this Duke of Lox. I would like to meet with him and speak to him." Emma shook her head, picturing the handsome Duke in her mind. It made her heart flutter a bit, but she denied it was because of any attraction she felt. The Duke of Lox was already spoken for, according to Lady Christian's behaviour. "You do not desire the Duke of Lox as a husband?" The Duke of Corning sounded disappointed. Emma wondered why. He had not met with the Duke of Lox. As far as she knew, he knew nothing about the man. "I have not considered it." It was a half-truth. She had considered it briefly at the beginning, but had quickly changed her mind. His skill at dancing, his charm, his good looks, it was true the Duke of Lox had much going for him. But now there was the introduction of Lady Christian, who was obviously enthralled with the Duke of Lox to the point that she came all the way from America in search of him. Apparently, it was not the first time she had travelled a great distance to be near the Duke of Lox. "My daughter, you know better than to lie to your father, do you not?" Emma was relieved that her father sounded as though he was regaining some of his strength. Instead of becoming weaker, he looked as though her presence had infused him with an energy he had not previously had. She tried to smile at him, squeezing his hand again. "I do not lie, Papa. I may have considered it for a moment or two, but the Duke of Lox has much to deal with. She did not know how to tell her father about Lady Christian. It was embarrassing and humiliating. "If you feel he is worth considering for a moment or two, perhaps you should give him more time. You cannot determine the essence of a man in only a moment or two. You must converse with him, take into account his history, his family, the generations that came before him." "But Papa, he seems to be already spoken for." The Duke of Corning frowned as if he was extremely disappointed by the news. "I did not hear this. Who is he betrothed to?" Emma swallowed. She could not continue with her father believing the Duke of Lox and Lady Christian were already betrothed. She spoke the truth in a gentle, quiet voice. "I cannot say that the Duke of Lox is betrothed to Lady Christian, but it does appear to be so. Or it will be shortly forthcoming." Her father gazed at her face, running his eyes over her features with love in his eyes. Emma wanted to drown in that love. She wanted it to never end. She wanted her father to live forever. "Papa, oh Papa." Emma lowered herself to the bed, resting her head on her father's shoulder gently. She held herself up enough to not rest her entire body weight on him. She turned her head and placed 2 kisses on his cheek, delighting when it made him smile from ear to ear. "I do not know what to do, Papa. I am so confused." "My sweet Emma, you are so like your mother." Emma could hear the sorrow in her father's voice. He had been missing her every day since her death. His remarriage was not of complete desperation, but the Duchess of Corning had done him some good, and Emma knew it. Despite the fear that the Duchess of Corning would insist she marry Lord Carne, or anyone else for that matter, she knew that her father loved the woman. She would never disrespect her father or the Duchess by complaining. She did not want to live a miserable life with a man she did not love. But how could she burden her father with this during the last days of his life? What could she say to ease his mind? "Tell me how I am like my mother, Papa," she said softly. While he spoke, she pulled herself up on the bed to lay next to him, resting her head on his shoulder, folding her arms around one of his and holding on desperately. "I have told you this before, my dear," he said quietly. She smiled against his shoulder, turning her head just enough to place a kiss on the thin bone protruding from the thin blanket that covered him. "I want to hear it again, Papa." She said the words, but in her mind, she ended the sentence with "before it is too late." "You have the same colouring as her," the Duke of Corning began. He would mention the same things he always mentioned whenever he spoke of her mother. She knew exactly what he would say. She did not care that he said the same things each time. It was a loving reminder that her mother had stayed alive to her father because she was alive. She reminded him of the first love in his life, and he showed his gratitude by giving her the most love a father could show a daughter. Emma pulled her legs up so that her knees were against his side. She closed her eyes and listened to the soft tone of his voice as he spoke. She did not want to fall asleep, but found herself becoming drowsy. He spoke of her eyes and her facial features that matched her mother's so well. He said he was glad she had not taken after him because he would not make a good-looking woman. They both chuckled softly at that. There were several phrases her mother often said that Emma had picked up on naturally when she was young and had used ever since. He mentioned each and every one of them, equating each with a short anecdote about why that particular phrase was so funny. Emma stayed where she was with her eyes closed, her arms wrapped around her father's thin arm, her face pressed against his. When her father stopped talking, she was nearly asleep. The ceasing of his words caused her to become alert. She picked up her face and looked at him. His eyes were closed. If it were not for the continuous rise and fall of his chest as he breathed, she might have run screaming from the room. But he was still with her. He was still alive, breathing, speaking, loving. She did not want to lose her dear father. She would give anything to keep him alive forever, at least throughout her own life. She reached up and placed one hand on his scruffy cheek. Her stepmother had not had a servant shave the Duke of Corning in several days. The hair that grew from his chin and cheek was soft. "Do not leave me, Papa," she whispered quietly so as not to wake him. "Give me time. I cannot go on without you. I am too young to lose you. You are too young to lose me. Papa, I need you. I love you. Please do not leave me. You are my rock, my guardian, my Papa. I love you, Papa. Do not leave me." She felt the tears coming once more and decided she could not cry on her father's shoulder while he was sleeping. She slid off the bed and went back to the door. She turned once there and looked back at him. "I love you, Papa," she whispered, gazing at him through mournful, loving eyes. "I would rather be a spinster all of my life than lose you." She stood for a moment longer, looking at her father, remembering when he was stronger, more energetic, healthy enough to lift two little girls on his shoulders and carry them around. She turned away and went through the door, her head low, tears flowing freely from her eyes once she was on the other side of the door. Chapter 17. Camilla met her at the door, surrounding her with her arms. "Oh, Emma, I must tell you something. Come with me." Emma looked at her with confused eyes. "What is it, Camilla?" Her cousin pulled gently on Emma's arm. "Come with me," she said quietly. She hurried to the front door and waited there for Emma. Emma followed her, looking around the empty foyer. She assumed everyone was in the parlour. Camilla was very concerned about something. Emma was anxious to hear what it was. It was making her nervous. Camilla's pretty slender face looked distraught. The two women went out on the front porch. At the steps, when Camilla still hadn't spoken, Emma said, "Camilla, what is it?" Camilla looked over her shoulder, shaking her head. She reached back and took Emma's hand, leading her to the garden. Once they were there, they sat at a bench in front of a tall statue under a large tree. Camilla sighed. "Oh, Emma, I feel bad, but I do not feel bad." "About what?" "I was in the foyer waiting for you to come out of your father's room. I overheard your mother talking to Catherine. She said—" She shook her head. "She said as soon as your father passes on, she's going to arrange for you to be married to Lord Carney. She's already spoken with him about it, and he's agreed to pay her a great deal of money and to continue paying for their upkeep after you're married to him." A chill ran through Emma's body. This was exactly what she'd suspected would happen, but prayed it would not. She turned her eyes and stared out into the distance, wondering if she should scream or cry. The next moment, anger split through her. "I do not understand what she has against me," she moaned. "I have not done anything to her. I have always followed her rules and done what she has told me to do. I do not deserve to be treated like a piece of property." "I know." Camilla's voice was distraught. "I have been rolling ideas through my mind, trying to figure out if there's anything I can do. I know the Duke of Rabney will soon ask my father for my hand in marriage. I will be happy. You will not. I cannot stand that. The thought is terrifying to me. I want to run away with you. Or maybe the Duke of Rabney will take you away. Maybe the Duke of Lox will take you away."
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
But Camilla's eyes moved over Emma's shoulder. She grabbed Emma's hand and pulled her to her feet, standing up. "Oh no," she said quietly. "What is it now?" Emma turned and looked behind her. Lord Carney was riding up on horseback, looking extremely pleased with himself. Emma echoed Camilla's sentiment. "Oh no." She turned back to Camilla. "She has brought him here to meet my father. How could she do that? He is ill. He is—" Tears rose to her eyes and she lowered her head, placing one hand on her forehead. The thought of her father meeting the man, the Duchess of Corning introducing him as a suitor for her, was devastating. Camilla grabbed both her arms and pulled her out of sight behind the tree and bushes behind it. "What can we do, Emma? You cannot go in there and make a stand. It will look terrible on you and may hurt your reputation. The Duke of Lox would understand. We need to go find them." "They are not still here?" "No. While you were talking to your father, they took Lady Christian back to wherever she came from. She was not happy here, and I do not think the Duke of Rabney wanted her here." "What about the Duke of Lox? It seemed to me they were connected in some way, if not now, then in the past, and I do not think she believes it is over, if it is. She is the Duke of Rabney's cousin, so she has been around the Duke of Lox for some time. I cannot compete with that." Camilla snorted softly. "The Duke of Lox did not appear to be very taken with Lady Christian to me. I do not think he wanted her here at all. You need to talk to him. You need to find out what is in his heart and his mind. You cannot just assume. What you see might not be what is really happening." "I thought he wanted to meet my father," Emma said in a resentful tone. Camilla frowned slightly. "Emma, why are you so determined not to see the good in the Duke of Lox? He seems such a gentleman with quiet ways and good intentions." Emma did not say anything. She did not know why she continued to see the negative when it came to the Duke of Lox. She turned and peeked around the tree. Lord Carney had already gone inside. He left his horse tied to a post next to the Wentworth carriage. She looked back at Camilla. "I wish they had stayed." Camilla nodded. "Would you like to know what I think, Emma?" Emma blinked at her, nodding. "I think you are afraid of the changes that will be made if you let yourself love a man. We are young. Mother always says this is a confusing time because there is so much that needs to be done, so much we are expected to accomplish. For me, it is easier, not just because I have found a prospective husband, but because my family is not in danger of losing everything. I know you do not want a marriage of convenience, but if you open your heart to the Duke of Lox, you might find that he is exactly what you need." Emma absorbed her cousin's opinion. She was probably right. Emma was scared. She was scared of many things. Losing her father and having to marry for convenience were at the top of the list. The look on Camilla's face changed when she had a thought. She looked directly at Emma. "We must go find them. We must get away from here and find them." "We have no idea where they are. How will we find them? We cannot take a carriage or horses. We would have to go change to ride and—" Camilla stopped her words, shaking her head. "No, Emma, we have 2 working legs. We will walk." She looked up at the house. "We had better go find them now. If you are forced to marry Lord Carney, I have a feeling he will keep you in a high tower away from everyone, isolated. He is obsessed with you. We must get to the Duke's before your father—" "He will hold on, Camilla. I know he will." Even as she said the words, she knew that if the Duchess of Corning introduced Lord Carn to her father as her suitor, he might feel content to just slip away, confident that his family was taken care of. Lord Carney would convince her father that he was the right man for her, that he dearly loved her and would treat her well. There was no reason for the Duke of Corning not to believe him, and he would surely believe his wife when she said it was the best thing for Emma. Camilla turned away, still holding on to Emma's hand. She moved through the bushes to a path that would lead them around to the front road without being seen. She and Emma had taken that path many times as young girls, exploring against their parents' wishes. It may not have been ladylike, but it was fun. The two young women hiked the path they had not taken for several years. It was somewhat overgrown, but not enough that they could not take it easily while holding up their skirts. "I do not know where you think we can go to find them," Emma said in a mournful voice. "They could be anywhere." "I am thinking of it this way, Emma," Camilla said, glancing over her shoulder. "You were not in your father's room for a very long time. They may still be on the road." Emma shook her head. "But even if they are in the Duke of Rabney's carriage. We cannot compete with a pair of horses." Camilla looked like she had not thought of that. "Then we will go to town." Emma stopped walking, staring at her cousin. "Go into town? Do you know how far that is? That is quite a walk, Camilla. I do not know if I have the stamina for it." "Of course you do. Just remember that Lord Carnay is with your father. What could he be saying? We must find the Dukes before it is too late to save you from this tragedy." Emma knew her cousin was right. The only way to fix this situation was to get to the Duke of Lox and explain the situation to him. He would take pity on her. She questioned her behaviour, wondering if he would even bother with her when she had been so rude to him so many times. She had never once given him the chance to explain himself. As soon as she saw something or heard something she did not like, she turned her back to him. Suddenly, she recalled the look on his face when he had reached out to her, when they were exploring the house the Duke of Rabney was planning to purchase. It was one of confusion and hurt. She had ignored it. It was not the first time she had acted that way to him. She believed the very first time she danced with him that he was up to no good. She was ashamed of herself. She now had a new motive for trying to find him. She would apologize to him. She would beg his forgiveness. She would try to see things from his point of view instead of her own. "You are right, of course, Camilla," she said, taking the lead. They would be out on the road soon, and her energy had been renewed. Even if her father was to pass before she returned, the thought nearly tore her apart. If the Duke of Lox was willing, he would save her from a life of misery. Hopefully, he would not cause misery for her. Perhaps Camilla was right and he was more of a gentleman than anything else. She could only hope. The two young women hurried down the path to the open road. Just before they stepped out onto the rocky dirt road, Emma stepped down onto a patch of grass and her foot sank deep into it. She gasped and looked down at her boot, which was now covered in grassy mud. She looked up at Camilla, who tilted her head sympathetically. Camilla reached out to her and helped her balance herself as she pulled her foot from the sucking mud. Oh dear, Emma murmured, shaking her head. "I look a fright now. Look at what has been done to my boot and my dress. Oh dear, I am so ashamed." Camilla shook her head. "The Dukes will not care, Emma. When we explain what has happened, they will help us." "But I cannot walk to town with my foot covered in mud." "You can. You just do not want to. It will be all right, Emma. When we find the Dukes, everything will be set to rights." Emma could only hope her cousin was right. Chapter 18. The Duke of Lox was silent as the carriage rolled toward Brisbane. It was probably the first time in his life that he wished the Duke of Rabney was not residing with him, even temporarily. It was the only place they could take Lady Christian. It would have been rude and unconscionable for him to insist the woman go to the inn. She tried to talk to him during the ride, but he was just polite enough to consider himself a gentleman. She smiled and talked non-stop, asking him questions he did not want to answer and then answering them herself when he grunted or gave a vague answer. He tried not to look in her direction too often. It made her think he wanted her, just by looking at her. The Duke of Rabney tried to keep her attention off the Duke of Lox, but was not succeeding. Lady Christian was focused on the Duke of Lox, and she would not be swayed from her agenda. The Duke of Lox breathed a sigh of relief when they reached Brisbane Manor. Being trapped in the carriage with Lady Christian was like being strangled. At least in the house he would be able to go to a different room. He would retreat to his personal chambers if he had to. He did not want to listen to Lady Christian gushing over him any more. He was out of the carriage first, holding up his hand to the lady to help her down. He noticed the curious look the Duke of Rabney was giving him, but he had thought of a plan and hoped that it would help him avoid spending any more time with Lady Christian than he had to. He also noticed the look of adoration she gave him when she took his hand. He smiled at her before turning his eyes to the Duke of Rabney, who was stepping down behind her. "I am going for a ride, Christian. Please do me the kindness of making your cousin comfortable in Brisbane." He turned to Lady Christian, whose face had turned to confusion. He could see how anxious she was for him to ask her and her cousin to come with him on the ride. She was waiting for the expected invitation, bubbling with excitement. That invitation was not coming. He bowed at the waist. "It has been lovely seeing you today, Lady Christian. I am sure we will cross paths again very soon." He turned away from them, looking up at his driver. "Fetch my horse for me, Arthur." "Yes, my lord," Arthur answered in a hurried voice. He snapped the reins and the carriage rumbled down the rocky path to the stables. The Duke of Lox did not look at either of the Christians. The Duke of Rabney put his hand under his cousin's elbow. "Come along, my dear. I'm sure you must be exhausted from the day. I will show you to your room where you can get some rest." Lady Christian looked like she wanted to protest. She looked at the Duke of Lox with pleading eyes, but he did not turn to look at her. He could feel her eyes on him. He was grateful when the two of them moved away from him toward the front door, and even more grateful when he heard the door close after they went in. He stood straight with his shoulders back and his hands clasped behind him. His mind was whirling with worry. He did not know the Duke of Corning. He had not had the opportunity to meet with the man. The Duke of Lox was not typically a man who worried. Worrying never solved problems. With enough thought, any problem had a solution. This was one occasion when he was driven to distraction because his hands were tied. He was helpless. He had left Corning Manor almost immediately because he did not want Lady Christian to interfere with what was happening there. He had not wanted to leave and made up his mind to ride back to the manor and offer his assistance. He wanted to be there if the Duke of Corning should pass on. He would offer his comfort to Lady Wentworth. No matter what she thought of him, he would do whatever he could to help her. An idea was forming in his mind when he heard the door behind him open. He closed his eyes, realizing how quiet it had been without the sound of Lady Christian's voice in his ear. He felt a moment of dread before he heard the Duke of Rabney's voice. "Baldwin," the Duke of Rabney said as he took the steps down to his friend. "I have given her a room on the north side. I did not think you would mind. Where are you going? I wish to come with you." The Duke of Lox grinned, turning to his friend. "You are welcome to come with me. I plan to go back to Corning Mansion. I feel I should not have left so quickly." "I understand why you did," the Duke of Rabney responded, standing next to him. "I must apologize for my cousin." The Duke of Lox shook his head. "There is no need, Christian. If you had anything to do with this, I would not believe you would wait a year before bringing her into the mix. She is a woman of her own mind and does what she pleases, within reason." The Duke of Rabney made a sound of disapproval while nodding his head in agreement. He lifted his chin when he saw Arthur come from the stables, holding the reins for the Duke of Lox's personal horse. When Arthur saw the Duke of Rabney standing next to the Duke of Lox, he stopped walking. They watched as he threw the reins over a small post by the stable door and went back inside. A few minutes later, he came out with another horse. He led them both to the Duke's and handed them the reins, bowing at the same time. "Your Grace, Your Grace." He addressed each of them when they took the reins. "Arthur, if you will go inside and tell Helga that we have a guest and to make her comfortable." The Duke of Lox pulled himself up onto the horse and settled comfortably in the saddle. "Yes, Your Grace," Arthur replied, moving past the two men to go up into the house. The Duke of Lox moved his eyes out over the road they had just come from. "Did you see Lord Archibald Van Dobson when he passed us on the road?" The Duke of Rabney nodded, urging his horse to walk alongside the Duke of Lox down the path. "I did. Did it appear to you that he was going to the Corning home?" "He was going in that direction, yes," the Duke of Rabney responded, "but that does not necessarily mean he was going there." How would he know what happened? He is not a member of the family. I have noticed him watching on several occasions while dancing or speaking with Lady Wentworth at a ball. What do you know of him? The Duke of Rabney had a thoughtful look on his face. I do not know a great deal about him, unfortunately. I have had no business dealings with him that I can recall. His patroness, Lady Bonneville, has a reputation for being a persnickety old woman who thinks the world revolves around Lord Carnay. When she is seen in public, she is rarely without him. The Duke of Lox was nodding. Yes, these things I do know about him. I was introduced to Lady Bonneville about a month ago, and he was by her side. It was that meeting that made me notice when he was watching me with Lady Wentworth. I can see you find his behaviour inappropriate. It is not the looking and watching that bothers me as much as the look on his face when he is doing it. The Duke of Rabney lifted his eyebrows. How does he look? The Duke of Lox hesitated before answering, picturing Lord Carnay in his mind. He looks as though he is afraid, very afraid. His fear is that you will take Lady Wentworth from him. The Duke of Rabney shrugged as if it was an obvious answer. I did not realise Lady Wentworth could be taken from him, as she has shown no interest in him that I have seen. It bothered the Duke of Lox to even think about Lady Wentworth with Lord Carn. His friend shook his head. I do not think she has any interest in him. That does not mean he does not have an interest in her. To either degree, I have had the pleasure of speaking with Lady Wentworth while visiting Cooksey Castle on occasion. She has never mentioned anything about the man. The Duke of Lox immediately wanted to ask if she had spoken of him. He stopped himself, embarrassed that the question would so quickly come to his mind. He felt foolish. I see the look on your face, Baldwin, the Duke of Rabney said in an amused voice. And I do know what you are thinking. You have come up in conversation and never in a negative way. What does she think of me? The Duke of Lox could not keep himself from asking the question, risking the Duke of Rabney's laughter. His friend did not laugh, however. He answered in a level voice. She is a very interesting woman, Lady Wentworth is, he responded. She is not like the other women of the ton. And yet, she is not like Lady Fielding. I believe we may have found the two most unique women in the ton. You are speaking in riddles. Say what you mean, Christian. The Duke of Rabney smiled at him. When you are mentioned, she has nothing to say. It is the look on her face that gives away how she feels, and that changes at times. What I am trying to say, Baldwin, is that in one conversation when your name is mentioned, she will look shy and move her eyes away from me or Lady Fielding. Then on other occasions, she looks annoyed by the mention of your name. It is difficult to tell how she really feels. The Duke of Lox listened to his friend with a growing sense of relief. The more the Duke of Rabney talked, the more he could relate to the confusion he felt with Lady Wentworth. I do find her attractive, he confessed when the Duke of Rabney finished speaking. I would like to court her, but I cannot tell from her behaviour if she is a good match. I would like to receive my inheritance, but I do not wish to be tied to a woman who is of two minds and does not stay consistent in her behaviour. I understand. The Duke of Rabney nodded. I suggest you give her a little more time. We must get to know these women and their idiosyncrasies before we decide to live with them for the rest of our lives. Well spoken, my friend, the Duke of Lox nodded. Well spoken. Chapter 19. Instead of immediately walking down the road, Emma sat down in frustration. Camilla looked shocked, turning her head from side to side, looking for anyone who might see. Emma looked around her and reached to the side to pick up a small branch that had fallen from a tree. She used it to push the excess mud from her shoe. She moved her toes inside the shoe, dismayed that she could feel the cold mud slipping down through the lacing at the top and sticking to her stockings. She did not see how she could possibly walk all the way to town. Her eyes filled with tears. She felt like a fool. She could not bring herself to look up at her friend. Camilla stepped up next to her and bent over, pressing her hands into her dress between her legs. Oh, Emma, you really cannot walk all the way to town. We must decide what to do. Shall we go back to your home? Perhaps we were rash in running away. I can say nothing to the Duchess, Emma said, tears clogging her throat. She will not listen to me. Your father is still with us. He will listen to you. He asked me about the Duke of Lox. Camilla smiled. What did you say? I did not give him an answer. I told him I had not considered the Duke of Lox because of... Camilla nodded, a look of understanding on her face. You are thinking about Lady Christian. She did seem to be very close to him. I am surprised you noticed. Emma grinned up at her through her tears. I did not see you take your eyes from the Duke of Rabney for long. Camilla shook her head. I enjoyed the time I spent speaking with him. I believe that opportunity will happen much more often. However, it did not stop me from noticing her behaviour. I am sure that is why they did not stay at Corning Manor to give you comfort. Emma raised her eyebrows, glancing at Camilla before returning her eyes to her mud-soaked boot. She was still plucking at it mournfully, considering whether she should take it off and try to get the mud out of the inside. There was no one on the road. What were the chances she would be seen without her shoe on in public? She did not know if she could bear the humiliation, should someone come along and see her. You told your father that they are courting? Camilla's voice sounded wary. Emma could see the look of doubt on her cousin's face. I told him I did not know, but that it did seem so. Camilla shook her head, sighing. Oh, Emma, you are so quick to jump to these conclusions. That is not what I saw. Emma narrowed her eyes. What did you see, Camilla? Camilla gave up the fight to be appropriate and sat on the ground next to Emma. I saw a man who did not want to be near her. He did not look pleased to see her. He barely spoke to her. I got the impression he was trying to avoid her. Do you think that is true? Camilla tilted her head to the side. I would not have said it if I did not believe it. You know that I will never lie to you. You are my cousin and my friend, and I dearly love you. I want you to be happy. You will not be happy if you are given to Lord Carnay in marriage. You must push for the life you want. But I am not certain the Duke of Lox is interested in... You keep saying that, Camilla responded, shaking her head in bemusement. How many times must I tell you to give him a chance? He has always been kind to you. He is a perfect gentleman. It would be so nice if you and I found husbands who are as close as we are. Then we will never be apart. Camilla's smile lifted Emma's spirit. She smiled back at her. Yes, that would be so lovely. Though we will never be apart whether our husbands are friends or not. No man will keep me from my lovely Camilla. Camilla laughed and put her arms around Emma's shoulders. I'll help you take off your shoe if you need me to. Emma's cheeks reddened. She pulled in a sigh. Yes, I do need to take it off. I wish there was a stream nearby. I would like to wash it off. The only water nearby is the rainwater left over in puddles, and they are not clean. The two young women laughed softly. Emma could not help being amused by the whole situation. If she was seen without her shoe on, she doubted she would live it down. It would be brought up in the many circles around London. Everyone would know of the scandal Lady Emma Wentworth caused, showing her bare feet in public. She might die of shame, but she had to take the boot off. The mud was cold and sticky, and she was certain there were at least a few tiny leaves that had found their way in, poking at her soft skin painfully. She stuck her foot out, pulling the bottom of her dress up to her knee. She rolled the bottom of it so the mud would not spread any further. She watched as Camilla took the top buttons of the boot and separated them. She followed it up by unlacing the silk ribbon from the boot and loosening it. Then she pulled it off. Both young women reacted with dismay when pulling the boot off caused a long streak of mud to slide out, splattering them both unkindly. Oh, I am so sorry, Camilla. Emma reached out to her while at the same time slapping her muddy dress with the other hand. I did not realize there was so much mud. Camilla's initial shock was quickly gone. She looked at Emma, shaking her head. We are both a mess now, Emma. We cannot possibly go to town. Emma giggled. No. Camilla shook her head. I do not know what you find funny. Now I must go to change as well. We should go back to your house. Emma sighed. I suppose we should. I do not want anyone to see us in this condition. Perhaps if Lord Carney sees you like this, he will lose interest. Emma had to laugh, though it came out weak and soft. I suppose that would be nice. I do not expect it, however. Camilla grinned. Nor do I. Come, I will take off my shoes if it makes you more comfortable. Oh no, Emma gasped. You will not damage the bottom of your feet because I am walking without one shoe. Style. Text a line. Justify. You will be so uncomfortable. Camilla used several nearby leaves to brush mud away from Emma's foot. The Duchess will be furious with you. Style. Text a line. Justify. The thought made the two women look at each other with wide eyes. Style. Text a line. Justify. Oh dear, Emma said softly. She will be furious. I must try to get in the house without her seeing or noticing. Style. Text a line. Justify. Do you think you can? Style. Text a line. Justify. Emma thought about it. The house was large, but there were only a few doors to go in, and she was not going through a window. She had already shamed herself enough. The only remaining thing that could go wrong was if the Duke of Lox came along and saw her in the condition she was in. She was thankful he had left when he did. Yeah, style. Text a line. Justify. But if he had not left, she would not have left either. Style. Text a line. Justify. She shook her head. I am confusing myself. Come, we must start walking. But I warn you, Camilla, if someone comes along the road, I am hiding in these woods. I would not live down the shame of being seen in public without my shoe on. I am so embarrassed. Style. Text a line. Justify. I know, Emma. I will walk with you and hide with you. Style. Text a line. Justify. The two sat for just another moment before Camilla pushed herself to her feet. She brushed off her dress with her hands, but it did little more than spread the tiny flecks of mud, making it even worse. She held out her dirty hand to Emma, who took it with a grateful smile. Style. Text a line. Justify. Camilla helped Emma to her feet. Emma stood tilted to one side as the heel on her boot had given her an extra 2 inches of height. Camilla scanned her. Style. Text a line. Justify. Perhaps you should at least take off your other shoe. I know you do not want to hurt your feet or do any more damage to your stockings, but you will not be comfortable walking with only one boot on. It could cause a permanent limp. Style. Text a line. Justify. Emma gave her cousin an amused look. I will not cause a permanent limp by walking crooked for a little while. Style. Text a line. Justify. But it might be longer than you think. We cannot go back through the woods. We must take the road. It is closer when going through the woods. Style. Text a line. Justify. Emma nodded, reaching out to take Camilla's hand. Help me. I will take the other boot off. Style. Text a line. Justify. They went through the process of taking off the other boot, not noticing 2 horses were approaching from behind them. Emma held up her skirt while Camilla knelt in front of her and removed the buttons and the silk ribbon that laced it up in the front. She placed one hand on Camilla's shoulder to steady herself while Camilla pulled the boot from her foot. Style. Text a line. Justify. Do you have it? Is it undone? Emma kept up a steady stream of questions that Camilla did not answer as she removed the boot. Finally, Camilla stood up. She was now looking down at her cousin and her face turned to amusement. Style. Text a line. Justify. I did not realize you were so short, she said in a teasing voice. Style. Text a line. Justify. Emma snorted softly. Camilla, you have seen me without my shoes many, many times. If I am short, you are also short, and it is your boots that make you taller than me. Style. Text a line. Justify. They both giggled. Camilla handed the second boot to Emma. I am not going to carry your boots for you. I am not your maid. Style. Text a line. Justify. Emma's giggle turned into laughter, and she took the boot from Camilla. She moved her eyes from the boot up to Camilla's face and froze. Camilla was looking over her shoulder, her eyes wide, a stunned look on her face. Style. Text a line. Justify. Her lips moved and her eyes darted to Emma's face. Terror swept through Emma. Someone was riding up behind her. From the look on Camilla's face, it was not going to please her. The blood drained from her face and she turned around to see who was approaching. Style, text a line, justify. She moaned when she recognized the Dukes. Style, text a line, justify. This cannot be happening, she said softly. She felt like giving up. The one and only man who was capable of getting her out of her current situation was about to see her in the worst possible state ever. Style, text, a line, justify. Regret filled her. She felt like crying again, but was not going to add that to the list of things the Duke would see that would shame her. It was bad enough she was covered in mud, her hair was a mess, and she had no shoes on in public. Style. Text a line. Justify. Steady yourself, Emma, Camilla hissed as the two men rode up to them. The Duke of Lox is not a judgmental man. Perhaps he will not be cruel about this. Show style. Text a line. Justify. Emma pulled in a deep breath, deciding she would meet the eyes of the Duke of Lox and see for herself what he thought of her current dilemma. Style, text a line, justify. Style, text a line, justify. Chapter 20. Baldwin. It was the Duke of Rabney who spotted the strange sight first. He lifted both eyebrows and strained his eyes to see if it was really two women sitting in the dirt off in the distance. The Duke of Lox looked over at him and then followed his eyes. What do you think is happening there? The Duke of Lox reacted with the same surprise as his friend. It looks like a couple of women in trouble. They are covered in mud. How did they get so much mud on themselves? I believe we are about to find out. They were quiet as they got closer. What are they doing now? Is she taking off her shoe? The Duke of Rabney gave the Duke of Lox an amused look, which the Duke of Lox returned in kind. It certainly does look like it. Perhaps someone has sent their maids to town to purchase supplies and they fell in the mud. The Duke of Rabney chuckled. I certainly hope that is not what happened. Their master would have some explaining to do, sending two young women to town on foot with... He stopped. The Duke of Lox looked at his friend, whose jaw had dropped, a look of utter shock on his face. Baldwin, I do believe that is Lady Fielding and Lady Wentworth. The Duke of Lox's eyes darted towards the women in the distance. It cannot be. What could they possibly be doing out here alone? Where are their horses? Why would she leave her home when her father is in such a state? You should ask her those questions when we get to them, the Duke of Rabney replied, because that is most definitely Lady Fielding and Lady Wentworth. I do not mistake Lady Fielding for someone else. She is uniquely formed. The Duke of Lox knew what his friend meant. The Duke of Rabney had memorized the slender but curvy body of Lady Fielding, assessing it for its qualities. He planned to ask Lady Wentworth all those questions. It seemed such a strange and unlikely situation. As they got closer, the women saw them coming, and the looks on their faces showed how dismayed they were to be caught that way. The Duke of Lox urged his horse to go a little faster and close the distance between them. Seeing Lady Wentworth in the state she was in made him want to laugh, but not in a hateful way. He was very amused by the fact that she was standing in front of him, her shoes removed, one leg covered in mud, dirty dress and hands, hair dishevelled. He tried not to smile. He did not want her to think he was laughing at her. The Duke of Rabney did not help when he mumbled under his breath, "Methinks the lady did lose her footing in a mud puddle, would you not say?" The Duke of Lox choked on a chuckle, holding it in so the ladies did not hear him snickering. When they were a few feet away, they stopped their horses and sat staring down at the women. Emma was staring at the ground, her face as red and hot as it could be. She looked completely ashamed and appeared to be bending her knees so that less of her shoeless feet could be seen. Unfortunately, they were being only partially hidden by a dress that hung heavy with mud caking the hem. Camilla was looking up at the Dukes, her eyes almost defiant, daring them to laugh at the situation. Her eyes were focused on the Duke of Rabney. The Duke of Rabney sat on his horse for less than a minute, assessing them before sliding from the saddle. He stepped closer to Camilla, looking into her eyes. "Lady Fielding, I fear you and Lady Wentworth have come upon some trouble." Camilla nodded, glancing down at her dirty dress. She instinctively moved closer to Emma, as if to shield her from the shame she felt. "Yes, we had an accident." The Duke of Lox was staring at Emma, scanning her from head to toe. He followed his friend's direction and slid from the horse, taking a step forward in Emma's direction. "What are you two doing out here?" He did not mean to use a demanding voice, but in the few minutes it had taken for the two men to reach the women, he had run through several scenarios in his mind that would put her in this predicament, and he was now worried about her more than ever. Was she running from someone? Was she running to someone? Had she been attacked and had her horse or carriage stolen? And why was she not still at her home when her father was nearing the end of his life? The questions begged to roll from his tongue, but he restrained himself. Emma still refused to look up or speak. Camilla spoke in a stilted, stammering fashion, tripping over her words. "We needed to leave Corning Manor. We were trying to reach the town or find—" "Why did you need to leave Corning Manor?" Since Emma would not look at him, the Duke of Lox turned his eyes to Camilla. Camilla looked down at Emma. "Emma, tell them what is happening with you," she whispered in an urgent voice. She pressed her hand against Emma's elbow and squeezed it encouragingly. We left because I saw Lord Khan coming to the house, and I did not wish to speak to him." The Duke of Lox's eyebrows shot up. "You left your home because he arrived?" "Without invitation," Camilla added hurriedly. The Duke of Lox looked at her again. "Whose?" Both the women looked at him, confused. He stared back at them. "By whose?" Chapter 20. Baldwin. It was the Duke of Rabney who spotted the strange sight first. He lifted both eyebrows and strained his eyes to see if it was really two women sitting in the dirt off in the distance. The Duke of Lox looked over at him and then followed his eyes. "What do you think is happening there?" The Duke of Lox reacted with the same surprise as his friend. "It looks like a couple of women in trouble. They are covered in mud. How did they get so much mud on themselves?" "I believe we are about to find out." They were quiet as they got closer. "What are they doing now? Is she taking off her shoe?" The Duke of Rabney gave the Duke of Lox an amused look, which the Duke of Lox returned in kind. "It certainly does look like it. Perhaps someone has sent their maids to town to purchase supplies and they fell in the mud." The Duke of Rabney chuckled. "I certainly hope that is not what happened. Their master would have some explaining to do, sending two young women to town on foot with—" He stopped. The Duke of Lox looked at his friend, whose jaw had dropped, a look of utter shock on his face. "Baldwin, I do believe that is Lady Fielding and Lady Wentworth." The Duke of Lox's eyes darted towards the women in the distance. "It cannot be. What could they possibly be doing out here alone? Where are their horses? Why would she leave her home when her father is in such a state?" "You should ask her those questions when we get to them," the Duke of Rabney replied, "because that is most definitely Lady Fielding and Lady Wentworth. I do not mistake Lady Fielding for someone else. She is uniquely formed." The Duke of Lox knew what his friend meant. The Duke of Rabney had memorized the slender but curvy body of Lady Fielding, assessing it for its qualities. He planned to ask Lady Wentworth all those questions. It seemed such a strange and unlikely situation. As they got closer, the women saw them coming, and the looks on their faces showed how dismayed they were to be caught that way. The Duke of Lox urged his horse to go a little faster and close the distance between them. Seeing Lady Wentworth in the state she was in made him want to laugh, but not in a hateful way. He was very amused by the fact that she was standing in front of him, her shoes removed, one leg covered in mud, dirty dress and hands, hair dishevelled. He tried not to smile. He did not want her to think he was laughing at her. The Duke of Rabney did not help when he mumbled under his breath, "Methinks the lady did lose her footing in a mud puddle, would you not say?" The Duke of Lox choked on a chuckle, holding it in so the ladies did not hear him snickering. When they were a few feet away, they stopped their horses, and sat staring down at the women. Emma was staring at the ground, her face as red and hot as it could be. She looked completely ashamed and appeared to be bending her knees so that less of her shoeless feet could be seen. Unfortunately, they were being only partially hidden by a dress that hung heavy with mud caking the hem. Camilla was looking up at the dukes, her eyes almost defiant, daring them to laugh at the situation. Her eyes were focused on the Duke of Rabney. The Duke of Rabney sat on his horse for less than a minute, assessing them, before sliding from the saddle. He stepped closer to Camilla, looking into her eyes. "Lady Fielding, I fear you and Lady Wentworth have come upon some trouble." Camilla nodded, glancing down at her dirty dress. She instinctively moved closer to Emma, as if to shield her from the shame she felt. "Yes, we had an accident." The Duke of Lox was staring at Emma, scanning her from head to toe. He followed his friend's direction and slid from the horse, taking a step forward in Emma's direction. "What are you two doing out here?" He did not mean to use a demanding voice, but in the few minutes it had taken for the two men to reach the women, he had run through several scenarios in his mind that would put her in this predicament, and he was now worried about her more than ever. Was she running from someone? Was she running to someone? Had she been attacked and had her horse or carriage stolen? And why was she not still at her home when her father was nearing the end of his life? The questions begged to roll from his tongue, but he restrained himself. Emma still refused to look up or speak. Camilla spoke in a stilted, stammering fashion, tripping over her words. "We needed to leave Corning Manor. We were trying to reach the town or find—" "Why did you need to leave Corning Manor?" Since Emma would not look at him, the Duke of Lox turned his eyes to Camilla. Camilla looked down at Emma. "Emma, tell them what is happening with you," she whispered in an urgent voice. She pressed her hand against Emma's elbow and squeezed it encouragingly. We left because I saw Lord Khan coming to the house, and I did not wish to speak." Chapter 21. Emma and Camilla both knew where the house the Duke of Lox had mentioned was. As he walked beside the horse, his hand firmly holding the reins, she looked down at him curiously. She was unable to keep herself from asking him questions. "Your Grace, it is very surprising that you know of the place we are going. How did you happen to come across it?" He looked up at her. "It was quite by chance, my lady," he said. "I was simply on a ride through the countryside and stumbled across it. I did not see a house to which it might have been attached as a servant's quarters, but I do believe it was used for that purpose, now that you have mentioned it." Emma nodded. The main house was on the hill behind it, but burned to the ground nearly 30 years ago. The Duke of Lox raised his eyebrows. "Is that so?" "Yes," Emma nodded again. "The family that lived there and all the servants in the house perished." The Duke frowned. "How tragic! I had not heard that story." "It is not surprising. It is such a terrible thing, it is rarely mentioned. It was a mother and father, the Earl, and his wife with their 6 children. I believe there were many servants in the house, as it was quite large. Did anyone escape the fire?" The Duke found himself intrigued by the story, his eyes steady on Emma. Her blue eyes were up, looking off into the distance as she remembered being told the story of the Hillshire family. When her eyes flitted back down to look at him, his heart jumped in his chest. "Yes, one cook escaped the fire. I believe she is in charge of the house we are going to, unless she herself has passed on. I do not believe she was a young woman 30 years ago. She would be quite elderly now. That is a fascinating story." The Duke of Lox moved his eyes away from her, looking down the road. "Yes, it is." Emma fell quiet. After a pause, the Duke of Lox spoke without looking up at her. "Lady Wentworth, why did you leave your home? Surely it was not because of the arrival of Lord Khan. It seems you are afraid of him. Are you afraid of him?" Emma pressed her lips together and took in a deep breath through her nose. She let it out slowly before responding to him. She wasn't sure what to say. She was not afraid of Lord Khan per se. She was afraid of what he might do to her reputation, how he might manipulate her father or the Duchess and she would end up married to him. But she was not afraid of him physically. I am not afraid of him. I am afraid of what he will do. What has caused you to feel this way about him? The Duke of Lox could not help being curious. If he found out Lord Carnay had hurt Emma in any way, he would take action to make sure it did not happen again. The feeling that he needed to protect her was stronger now more than ever. When left to her own devices, she certainly did not seem to thrive. In addition, she was very close to losing the man in her life who had always been there for her to turn to, look up to, love. He would not replace the Duke of Corning in his daughter's heart, but he would fill it in another way, if given the chance. He has been nothing but a gentleman, Emma said, sounding reluctant. And I have no cause to feel the way I do other than to say, it is in my heart. It is a feeling in my stomach. I fear he will manipulate my family in some way. Does he have that sort of reputation with the rest of the ton? His patroness, Lady Bonneville, seems quite fond of him. He must be more than fair and generous to her for her to speak so highly of him. Lady Bonneville depends on Lord Carn a great deal, Emma agreed, nodding. She did not want to talk about Lord Carnay, but yet somehow the conversation had turned to it. She thought it a shame that Camilla had been so forthcoming with the information, outright telling the dukes they had left because of the arrival of Lord Carnay and Emma's desire to avoid him. That does not accurately answer my question, my lady. The Duke of Lox's voice had lost its stern tone. She finally returned his gaze. He could not read the look on her face, which annoyed him. He shook his head. I see you do not wish to discuss Lord Carnay. Emma was impressed with the fact that the Duke of Lox had noticed that so easily. She could not help smiling. It widened when he looked surprised by her smile. A warm feeling spread through her when he grinned back at her. No, I do not care to speak of him. It is not that he is not a handsome man, nor is he the kind of man who would harm someone else for his own sake. I would not believe it to be true anyway. However, his interest in me unnerves me. It is a bit intense, if I may be so bold. I am left feeling uncomfortable. The Duke of Lox nodded, looking back out over the road, his eyes straining for the outline of the house. His feet were beginning to ache already. He had done enough walking for the time being. In addition, the sun was lowering in the sky, and it would soon be dark. They needed a hackney and to get to Cooksey Castle. He was certain the Duke of Cooksey would allow him and the Duke of Rabney to occupy 2 of his rooms for the night. I understand what you are saying, Lady Wentworth. The Duke of Lox did understand. When he thought of Lord Carnay, it made him uncomfortable too. He wanted to point out the fact they had in common, but didn't. He wasn't sure how the lady would take such an observation. I must say, you must think very little of him if you are willing to leave your home when your father is so ill. The thought of her father made a chill run through Emma. She suddenly remembered their conversation, and when she had pointed out how it appeared the Duke of Lox might be betrothed, or close to a betrothal with Lady Christian. A flood of emotion passed through her, and she stiffened in the saddle. She kept her eyes locked ahead of them on the road, watching for the house to appear in the distance. It was off the road some, but she knew where to look for the chimneys that were a dead giveaway to its location. The Duke of Lox glanced over his shoulder at the lady on his horse. Her face had changed from the smile he had seen just moments before. Now she looked upset, cold, distant. He frowned, running through their last words in conversation to see if he had said something wrong. Was she so ashamed that she had left the house and her father behind that she was angry with him for pointing it out? He did not know what to think or how to feel. Should he feel guilty for asking the question? Should he be ashamed for prying into her business? He looked out over the road when Emma's eyes focused on something in the distance. From his walking height, he could not see the chimneys or the outline of the house, but atop the horse Emma could. He knew they were close and was happy about it. Once again, the lovely woman had left him confused. He had said something wrong inadvertently, and she was cold to him again. He sighed. This was going to be a conversation between himself and the Duke of Rabney later. Christian did seem to have some insight into the minds of women. Perhaps he could help his friend decipher this enigma of a woman. They turned left at a hidden path, the Duke of Lox leading his horse with Emma in the saddle down the narrow footpath, and the Duke of Rabney following up with Camilla and the horse behind him. Is there a reason why this house remains so hidden to everyone else? The Duke of Rabney looked up at Camilla when he asked the question. Do they not want business? The hackneys they have for rent are not well known to the city, Camilla responded. I'm not sure. The family wishes to advertise. They only wish to rent to those they already know and trust. Why is that? The Duke of Rabney asked. No. Camilla moved her eyes to look at the approaching house, which was 3 stories high and had been recently reinforced with new walls and pillars holding up the wide front porch roof. The circumstances behind the mansion burning down were very suspicious. The cook was accused of starting the fire because she was the only one who survived. She moved her family into the servants' house after the fire. No one ever proved or disproved her guilt. The family has always felt left out of society. She sounded as though she was not sure if she was saying the right words. The Duke of Rabney looked up at her, nodding. I understand. They do not feel accepted by the ton. Oh yes, that is exactly what I mean, my lord. Camilla nodded back at him. They have no status in society to speak of and therefore do not feel accepted. But family mansions like Cooksey Castle and Corning Mansion are neighbours and friends with the family that runs the house. The Duke of Lox was listening to the conversation behind him, wishing he could talk with Emma the same way. They had been, but now she had closed up like a clam. He wondered what it would take to pry her back open. They came out of the woods and into a long clearing. To one side, a wide path that allowed the passage of carriages and buggies went toward the city of London. A second path on the other side of the house would take the traveller away from London and deeper into the countryside. There were 4 hackneys lined up in front of the house. The Duke of Lox felt relief flood through him. The sun would be setting soon, and they would need to light lanterns to find their way home, even in a hackney. It was apparent Emma and Camilla were familiar with this family. Although he knew of the house, he had not stopped. He had only seen it from a distance. If there were other young ladies at the house, they might have gowns the women could borrow and boots, so their feet would not be injured walking without shoes. 100 questions ran through his mind, but he did not speak any of them. Emma was casting a cold cloud over him. He felt frozen out. One moment he was certain she was warming up to him. The next, she was cold, avoiding his gaze. How long would he be able to withstand her hot and cold nature? He was beginning to wonder if it was worth the aggravation. Chapter 22. The Duke of Rabney and the Duke of Lox allowed the ladies to go up the steps in front of them, having gently helped both down from the horses. They both held up their skirts as they went up. Emma clutched her shoes in one hand and the fabric of her dirty dress with the other. The door opened before the ladies got to it, and a young woman rushed out, her brown eyes wide with alarm. "Oh dear!" she cried. "What has happened? Are you all right, my ladies?" Camilla stepped forward but did not embrace the woman. "Rose, we need to clean ourselves. Can you help us?" "And we will need to rent a hackney," Emma added, coming up beside her cousin. Rose looked both women up and down, her arms spread out as if she wanted to take them both in a huge hug, but also did not want to do that. "You are not injured?" Camilla shook her head. "No, Rose, we are perfectly fine, but we do need to clean ourselves and perhaps purchase some clothes from you. My father will pay whatever price you set, I am certain." Rose nodded. "I understand, Lady Fielding. The Dukes came up behind the women. Rose lifted her eyes to take them in. Emma saw the look on her face change to one of awe and admiration. Rose lowered her head to the men. "My lords," she said, "I am at your service." Emma turned and looked up at the Duke of Lox. His handsome face sported a half grin, and when he spoke it was with a charming voice. "Our needs are secondary, compared to the need for these fine ladies to clean themselves. Please accommodate them immediately." "Yes, my lord." Rose didn't look up at him when she responded. She turned on her heel, glancing at both Emma and Camilla. "Please follow me. I will take you to the washroom." My lords, if you will come inside and make yourselves comfortable, I will send Jacob to speak to you about the hackneys. That will be fine, the Duke of Lox nodded. He could not help glancing at Emma, who had turned to look at him. He wanted to meet her eyes, assess what he saw behind them. Would they be warm again? Or had they remained cold? What he saw made him even more confused. It looked almost like jealousy. But there could be no way Emma would be jealous of his treatment of a servant. He was kind to everyone, unless they gave him a reason not to be. He had learned in his travels that people were the same all over the world, and most of them were good people with no ill intentions. It mattered not what station they held in life. If they were kind to him, he would be kind to them. "Please follow me," Rose repeated, turning back to go in the house. The group followed her. Once inside, she turned around again and gestured to the ladies. "Come this way. I will take you to the washroom. My lords, if you would please wait here and I will send Jacob immediately." The Duke of Lox nodded at her and watched as Emma and Camilla followed her down a hallway to the back of the house. When they disappeared from sight through a door at the end of the hallway, he turned to the Duke of Rabney. "I must say I did not expect the day to turn out like this," he said, shaking his head. The Duke of Rabney nodded. "Nor I. It is a pleasant turn of events." The Duke of Lox smirked. "You did not need another opportunity to capture the heart of Lady Fielding." "Perhaps not, but it has afforded you another opportunity to speak with Lady Wentworth." The Duke of Lox looked down the hallway even though the women were gone. "I fear I have said something yet again to offend her." "I saw you two were speaking as we walked here," she smiled. Yes, she was smiling. "I mentioned her father and she became quiet." The Duke of Rabney shook his head. "It seems the two of you continually misunderstand one another. Shall I speak to Lady Fielding about it?" The Duke of Lox grunted. "I may need an act of God to decipher the odd Lady Wentworth." "Yet it is worth the effort, is it not?" The Duke of Rabney grinned at him. "It is no longer the inheritance that you seek. You have finally found the other reason for courtship and marriage." "I believe you were as wayward as I in that matter." The Duke of Rabney chuckled. "I concur. However, I am not having a difficult time with my choice for a bride." "You tease me, Christian." Both men laughed. "To be serious, Baldwin," the Duke of Rabney said. "I will speak to Lady Fielding this evening, as I expect we will be arriving at Cooksey Castle just as dinner is served and we will be invited to stay. I do not know that you should avoid the topic of the Duke of Corning, as it will be pertinent to Lady Wentworth's life for some time. I wish to meet with him and speak to him. I am not sure I will be given the chance to do so." The Duke of Rabney nodded. "Yes, I recall that is why we were going back to Corning Manor. Since we are going to Cooksey Castle instead, perhaps you can speak with the Duke of Cooksey about it. They are related, and he may have some good advice." The Duke of Lox raised his eyebrows. "That is a good idea, Christian. I will do that." "Do you think it could have been anything else you discussed that made her change her behaviour?" The Duke of Lox thought about it for a moment. He shook his head. "I cannot think of anything. I mentioned her father. I asked her how she could leave the house with her father in that condition. I asked how it could be that Lord Carnay bothered her so much she would leave abruptly, without preparation. It seems so unlikely. Lady Fielding is a logical woman, yet she went along with Lady Wentworth." He shook his head. "The woman never ceases to amaze me." "It is true that Lady Fielding seems more logical than most." The Duke of Rabney said the words with pride in his voice, making the Duke of Lox smirk. A door on the other side of the house opened and an older man with flashing dark blue eyes and a thick beard and moustache came through. He spotted them and raised one hand. "My lords!" He approached them and bowed at the waist. "I am Jacob. You wish to rent a hackney?" "We do. Where is your destination?" "We are going to Cooksey Castle." Jacob's eyes brightened and he smiled at them. "Ah, yes, Cooksey Castle. We have been there many times. Please follow me." Emma splashed water on her face and ran her hands through the basin even though it was already turning brown. "I will need much more water than this." I believe she will be bringing more, Camilla said, reaching in front of Emma to take the dirty water to the nearby window. She dumped it out and brought the basin back, refilling it with fresh, clean water from a large pitcher sitting on the floor by the dresser. You do not need to tend to me, Camilla, Emma said, though her gratitude for her cousin's help was obvious in her voice. You must clean yourself, too. Camilla smiled at her. Do not be silly, cousin. You will be helping me when you are through. Besides, you are filthy. I am not as filthy as you. Emma chuckled. It was true. She did not know how she had managed to cover herself with so much mud. She was anxious to take off her dress and stockings. Rose assured them she had extra dresses that would fit, and a few pairs of stockings too. Camilla promised to repay Rose for her kindness, even though she did not need new stockings or boots. Thank you, Camilla. Of course, my dear. Camilla lifted the pitcher and poured a generous amount over Emma's hands as she rubbed them together. She set the pitcher back down and took a thick towel from the rack next to her. She unfolded it and handed it to Emma, who pressed it against her face. Tell me, Emma, Camilla said in a voice that gave away what she was going to follow up with. Emma stiffened a little, bracing herself. Did you enjoy the ride here? I saw you and the Duke of Lox talking. I even saw you smile at him. The Duke of Rabney and I were pleased to see it. Emma looked over the towel at Camilla, her eyes narrow. You were talking about us? Camilla blinked at her innocently. We were not gossiping about you, if that is what you mean. We were simply observing that you were smiling at each other. Did you ask him about Lady Christiane? Emma gasped. Of course not, Camilla. Such a thing would not be appropriate. It is not my place to question him about her. If he wishes to reveal his intentions, he will. Camilla's face turned darker and she frowned. Are you upset with him again? Emma made her face blank and rubbed the towel between her hands. I would rather not say. Camilla looked exasperated and sighed heavily. Oh, Emma, it is as though you look for something to be wrong so that you can be upset with him. Why is that? I see the way he looks at you. Why do you not see it? Emma wanted to burst out saying she did see the way he looked at her, but her doubt stopped her. She could not be completely sure of his trustworthiness. She did not know him well enough. She said as much to Camilla, who threw up her hands, shaking her head. Emma, you will not get to know him if you keep turning away from him when he is reaching out to you. You will push him away, I have no doubt. You must make up your mind. You do not have much longer to decide. Why, it may already be too late. Emma's eyes opened wide and Camilla lifted both hands, saying apologetically, I do not mean that your father has passed on, Emma. If you continue to push the Duke away, you may push him into the arms of Lady Christian, where he does not want to be. You must think of that. I do not want to be someone's second choice, Emma said. Emma Wentworth, Camilla exclaimed. You are the one who must make the choice. I am certain he is not interested in Lady Christian while it is obvious she wishes to be with him. You should not assume anything. I am sorry, Emma, but I truly do not want to see you lose this good man because of your fear. My fear? Emma took a few steps backward and settled on a cushioned chair, relieving her aching feet. She set the towel to the side and began to hike up her skirt to remove her dirty stockings. You are afraid of the Duke of Lox, but you must make a decision. What are you more afraid of? Emma stopped moving and stared at her cousin through teary eyes. Are you afraid of falling in love with the Duke of Lox? Or are you more afraid that you will be forced to marry Lord Carney? You must make a choice, Emma. Chapter 23. Emma could not get Camilla's words out of her mind as they rode towards Cooksey Castle. The look on the Duke of Lox's face when she came out from the back washroom spoke volumes to her. His eyes widened in admiration, and a bit of colour came to his cheeks. She was amused that he moved his eyes away from her after scanning her from head to toe. After having seen her at her worst, she was relieved to feel pretty again, and clean, and respectable. She and Camilla spoke briefly of the irony that the Dukes had come along the road right at that moment, in their most troubled hour. It was almost like divine intervention. Camilla had said in a wistful voice.
But
Emma looked through the window of the hackney at the passing scenery. The land was so familiar to her. She had passed this way as far back as she could remember, going to Cooksey Castle to see her dear cousin, Camilla. That had been when her father was in good health and they had get-togethers regularly. Emma longed for the days of her childhood at times, but was content to be at an age where she could make her own decisions and set goals for herself. One of her most recent goals was to purchase and read at least 3 new books every year. The thought made her eyes slide to the Duke of Lox, remembering how they had spoken about reading and poetry. He was familiar with the great works of Shakespeare and Aristotle, as well as the works of Chaucer, which Emma had read without her parents' permission. They would not have approved. He was looking through the opposite window, gazing out as the small buildings passed by, the landscape dotted with trees and shrubs, flower beds and leaves covering the ground. She wondered what he was thinking at that moment. He must have sensed that she was looking at him, because his eyes moved and met with hers. This time, she did not drop her eyes as she had done in the past. She hesitated to think she was testing him, but essentially, that's what she was doing. She gazed at him, keeping her face neutral, begging him with her mind to come forth with the truth about Lady Christian. She could not prompt the conversation, nor could she ask such a question of him. If he was truly interested in seeing her on a more consistent basis, if he should start calling on her at Corning Manor, she would need to know what, if anything, was between them. It was a glimpse into his character. No gentleman would ever seek out the affection of 2 women at the same time. Unfortunately, she saw nothing in his eyes except admiration. He wore the tiniest of smiles, just the edges of his lips turned up, but even that slight change made his high cheekbones rise up, giving him the face of a Greek god. Adonis, perhaps. Or Zeus. Sure that her cheeks were flaming red, Emma finally looked away from the Duke of Lox. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed his smile became more visible, and he turned his head back to the window. "How is the lovely Lady Christian, Your Grace?" Shock went through her when Camilla asked the question of the Duke of Rabney. Her eyes darted to the man's face and watched him closely to see his reaction. He had the same type of smile on his face the Duke of Lox had been wearing, but his eyes were settled comfortably on Camilla's pretty face. She also noticed the look on the Duke of Lox's face when Camilla asked the question. Like her, his head had spun back away from the window. He was giving Camilla a sharp look. She felt like he was avoiding looking at her. Her heart sank. Why had Camilla brought up Lady Christian? She was sure her cousin was only trying to help clear up the situation, but she was terrified by what she might hear. "I am sure she is quite well," the Duke of Rabney answered in a hearty voice. "She is settling in at Brisbane." "She is staying at Brisbane? This is surprising news." Camilla moved her eyes to the Duke of Lox. The Duke of Rabney jumped in to clear up the confusion. "I am staying with Baldwin for the time being, until I decide where I will settle. It was not appropriate for us to allow Danier, Lady Christian, to stay in a hotel when Brisbane has extra rooms." "That does make sense," Camilla replied, nodding. Her voice still had a trace of doubt in it, and the Duke of Lox caught the sound of it. "Lady Christian is a lovely woman," he said. "At times, however, I find her presence a bit overwhelming. Had it not been for Christian staying with me at Brisbane, she would not be there. I do apologise for the harshness of my words. Lady Christian can be a bit unnerving." Emma was sure she had never before experienced a feeling of relief quite like the one that flooded through her at the conclusion of the Duke of Lox's words. Her heart suddenly sped up, and a warm feeling swept through her. She smiled at him. He saw the look and smiled back. "I see we are of like mind." "I believe we all feel that way, Baldwin," the Duke of Rabney said. "My cousin has good intentions and seeks no ill will." "She seems quite taken with you, Your Grace." Camilla turned her eyes to the Duke of Lox. She did not attempt to make conversation with anyone else quite as often. "Yes, she is an admirer," the Duke of Lox replied in a voice so cold it made Camilla's grin widen. My lord, you do not sound happy about that. The Duke of Lox narrowed his eyes, though he looked amused. I did not intend for it to sound happy. A soft chuckle rose from the others as the Duke sighed and shook his head. May I ask you, Lady Wentworth, he said when they were quiet again, what made you fear so much that you left your home on foot? You were seeking us out? What did you hope to accomplish? Emma pushed away the feeling that the Duke was judging her somehow. She pulled in a deep breath and held it for a moment. Her eyes moved to Camilla, who tilted her head to the side. Would you like for me to tell them, Emma? Camilla's voice was gentle. Emma shook her head. No, I will. It is only that Lord Carnay has been seeking my hand in marriage, and though I must marry before the end of the season so that my family is secure when my father passes, I do not wish to marry him. You do not have to marry him, then, the Duke of Lox said. Do you? No, there is no arrangement at this time, but that may be what is happening now. I did not want to see Lord Carnay. I am afraid if I am there at the same time as him, I will be informed that the Duchess has made just such an arrangement with him. Does the Duchess have a right to do this? What does your father think? Emma shook her head. He does not want me to marry someone I do not love. The warm look the Duke of Lox was giving her, the way he refused to move his eyes from hers, made Emma's heart pound. She was finding it somewhat hard to breathe and put one hand below her neck as if it would help open the passages and slow down her rapid heartbeat. Then you must secure your future before your father passes on, the Duke of Lox said. Emma nodded. I am trying. One of his eyebrows lifted up and he gave her a curious look. How are you trying? I am attending all the events of the season and dancing with fine gentlemen wherever I go. Emma had forgotten Camilla, and the Duke of Rabney were even in the hackney. She did not care if the driver heard every word she said. She was completely focused on the Duke of Lox. What would it be like to be his wife, the woman on his arm, his pride and joy? Is that all? She recognized the teasing in his voice. She tilted her head in confusion. Is there anything else I can do? He shrugged, closing his eyes as he did so, and then smiling at her. I suppose it is all you can do if you do not have one gentleman to focus on. Emma needs to decide if she is going to let her stepmother rule her life, Camilla said. The Duke of Lox and Emma both looked at her serious face. Their smiles diminished and they glanced at each other solemnly. I simply do not understand why the Duchess would want Lord Khan to marry Emma so badly. They have no relationship that I know of. One can never tell what is happening in someone else's life. They do not live it. They cannot know. The Duke of Lox moved his eyes to each of his companions. If Lady Wentworth does not want to marry Lord Carnay, she should not do so. The Duchess and Lord Carnay may have malicious intentions towards you, Lady Wentworth. Can you imagine why? Emma shook her head. I cannot believe that Lord Khan's intentions are bad. He is just... He gives me the impression he... She couldn't say the words. Loves you, Camilla supplied. Emma dropped her eyes to her hands, which were folded in her lap, and nodded. Yes, that is right. Well, that may be the truth, the Duke of Lox said quietly. But sometimes love is not reciprocated. He needs to know that lesson. Emma wondered if he was trying to tell her something. His eyes were on her again, she could feel them. But she didn't bring her eyes up to his. The thought of Lord Carnay and becoming his wife was repulsive to her. She did not care what gifts were bestowed upon her by Lady Bonneville or anyone else. It would be a lifelong sentence in hell. We are almost to the castle, Emma, Camilla said, leaning over and whispering dramatically. You look like you could use some rest. The hour is growing late, and I know dinner will be ready when we get there. I am sure the lords will stay for dinner. She glanced at the dukes, her eyebrows raised. They both nodded their heads. We will get you in bed as soon as you have some food in your stomach. Emma looked at her. Do I look that tired? Camilla tilted her head. Not tired. Worn through. You have been through so much today. I just want you to get some rest. I will. Emma could not help feeling that Camilla's assessment was right, and she could add the word tired to the list, exhausted being another. You have your own clothes at Cooksey Castle, and your own room. Think of that. Will it not be lovely to get a good night's sleep? Emma concluded Camilla was attempting to distract her from worrying about her father's condition. It could be the only reason her cousin was behaving in an anxious manner. Camilla was the collected one. She was the one who got overexcited about things. Yes, she nodded in agreement. It will be lovely. Chapter 24. The night passed slowly for Emma. Dinner was served shortly after their arrival, and the young women told their story to the Duke and Duchess of Cooksey, who listened with amused faces. Neither Emma nor Camilla mentioned the reason for their sudden departure from Corning Manor. It was described as a walk, which was not a lie. "I have a mind to tell Camilla not to visit with you, Emma," the Duchess of Cooksey said in a teasing voice. "You always seem to get in some kind of trouble." "It is never intentional, Your Grace, I promise," Emma responded with a smile. She shook her head and sighed. "I suppose the Lord wants me to have an adventurous life." "There is nothing more adventurous than stepping in a mud puddle and filling your boot with it," the Duke of Lox added, "and then attempting to walk to town." "We went to Hillshire, just as we intended," Emma said in rebuttal, but with an equally humorous tone. "As we intended once we had the mishap," Camilla put in quickly. "I am so grateful to you and the Duke of Lox for stopping to help us." The Duke of Rabney shook his head, his eyes moving to the Duke of Cooksey. "No, it was our pleasure. There is no need to thank us. Your father would have had us in the firing line if we had not stopped to help. And even if that was not the case," the Duke of Lox cut in, "you were ladies in distress. We would not pass up ladies in distress without offering assistance." "I am certainly glad that you came along." The Duchess dropped her napkin beside her plate and wagged her finger at Camilla. "You must behave like a lady, Camilla, and remember never to bring shame to your husband with your wild ways." Camilla's cheeks flooded with her embarrassment. Her eyes darted to the Duke of Rabney and then away from his just as quickly. "I thought it was quite becoming," the Duke of Rabney said in a voice loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. It was refreshing to come across young women in a position that gave them the opportunity to show their true characters. These are fine young women. I am proud to know them. He looked at the Duke and Duchess. You have done a fine job. I commend you. Now it was the Duchess's turn to blush deeply. She could not hide her smile. Once she turned her eyes to her daughter, they were warm. I do not often scold Camilla. She is a smart girl and I love her dearly. Camilla laughed. You speak of me as if I am not sitting right here listening. But thank you, Mother. I love you as well. And Father too. I am filled with love, overflowing with it. She lifted both hands. Her fingers splayed and acted out an explosion from her heart through her head. Her family laughed. Lady Wentworth, the Duke of Rabney drew Emma's attention. Would you care for us to ride out to Corning Manor after dinner and see how things are going with your father? We will report anything back to you right away. He glanced at the Duke of Lox. I apologise for not asking you first. I assumed you would not mind. Not in the least, the Duke of Lox replied. If there is anything we can do, just tell us. I do not wish for you to take up all of your night worrying about me and my worries. Emma did want the Dukes to check on her father. She did not, however, want her stepmother to know where she was quite yet. If something happened to her father and she was arranged in marriage to Lord Carney, there was a good chance she would throw some clothes in a bag and run as far away as possible. She knew of at least 3 people who would help her every step of the way. If you would care to check on him this evening, however, she continued, I would be grateful. But if he is doing well and still breathes life, you do not need to return to tell me. Return to Brisbane and perhaps I will see you again in the morning. Yes, we will return to take you back if you like. Camilla was nodding. I think that is a good idea, Emma, she said, and I will come with you. In the morning, then? Emma nodded in agreement. Before they left for the night, the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney stood outside on the porch with Emma and Camilla, admiring the million tiny stars that dotted the sky. Emma was leaning on one of the large round pillars that stretched up to hold the roof above their heads. There were only a few steps down to the ground, but the men both stopped at the top, without going down even one. The women stood beside them, looking up. "Will you find your way home?" Camilla asked. "Perhaps you should stay overnight." The Duke of Rabney looked down at her. "If we have bad news to report from Corning Manor, we will stay. If we do not return, rest assured we are all right, and either at Brisbane or heading there." "I hope we do not see you again tonight, then," Camilla said with a smile. Both the men smiled back at her, finally taking the steps down to where their horses were waiting for them. They mounted and took the lanterns from the stable boy as he handed one to each of them. "Good night, Lady Wentworth, Lady Fielding," the Duke of Lox said. "We hope to see you again in the morning, and not later tonight." "Yes, my lord," Emma said softly, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Both men gave a curt nod, then turned the horses away, leading them down the path, holding up their lanterns to light the way. Camilla put one arm around her cousin's shoulders and squeezed. "Perhaps you should have gone back to Corning Manor with them, Emma," she whispered. "You must be terribly anxious about your father." Emma nodded. "I am anxious, but I do not wish to see the Duchess. I simply cannot bear to see her. Not tonight. Tomorrow when I am there, I am sure to see her. But I must have time to think about this. I cannot make any rash decisions." "You are not talking about the Duchess," Camilla said. Emma looked at her. "What do you mean?" "You are talking about making a decision between the Duke of Lox and Lord Carney. We both know the answer to that question, Emma. The Duke of Lox is much more suited to you, and you actually want to be around him. It is not like that with Lord Carn. When was the last time you felt any attraction to him? If ever?" Emma thought about it. It was true she had no romantic feelings for Lord Carney, but recalled feeling sorry for him on occasion, when he would be with Lady Bonneville and would look about as miserable as a man could get. It was a wonder the lady did not recognise that look for what it truly was. "I have never felt any romantic attraction to him. I have never felt any attraction to him. He was my friend of the ton, and I danced with him on occasion. It was never meant to be any more than that. I have seen him." She hesitated, but continued after a moment. "I have seen him with Lady Bonneville, and he looks utterly miserable. On those occasions, I may have felt a stir in my heart, but I do not think that is a sign of attraction to him. Being sympathetic towards someone, no, that does not count as love." Camilla gave her another squeeze, and they smiled at each other. "Come, let us retire and talk about them inside." Emma let out a noise of exasperation. "Ugh, I do not wish to speak of Lord Carney any more." "Oh, Emma, you know that is not who I was talking about." Camilla giggled as the two young women turned to go inside. They could barely see the lantern lights in the distance, swinging as the Duke's horses disappeared down the path. "I am praying we do not see them again tonight," she continued, "though being in the presence of the Duke of Rabney is becoming such a joy for me." "I can see that," Emma smiled at her cousin. "You two seem perfectly matched." Camilla's dark eyes flashed at Emma as they passed the lit torches on either side of the front door. "I feel so comfortable talking to him. He seems to have the right response to everything I say." "I suppose you ask him questions about the Duke of Lox, Camilla," Emma teased, "so that you can tell me about it later." Camilla laughed. "And what if I do? Do not think too highly of yourself, Lady Emma Wentworth," she said through her tittering. "There are many times when we talk and do not mention you and the Duke of Lox at all. You are not the only topic of discussion, you know." Emma joined her cousin in laughter. She felt a jolt of excitement hearing Camilla pair her and the Duke of Lox together. Instead of saying you or the Duke of Lox, she had said you and the Duke of Lox. The one word made a huge world of difference to Emma. "Yes, I am sure of that." She noticed her cousin giving her a close look when they passed through the door to get back in. Camilla's smile had not left her face, When she laughed this time, it was light and gentle, but with still the same infectious air. Emma couldn't help giggling. "Why are you laughing, Camilla?" "I am very happy, Emma," Camilla responded. "I see our futures looking bright and happy. I am excited for that to happen. Not just to me, though, to both of us. You were very different with the Duke of Lox tonight. You were more pleasant to him than usual." "Does that mean you have made your choice?" Emma felt her heart squeeze tight. She was not going to let Camilla in on it, but she had made her choice. If the Duke of Lox would have her, she would agree to be his. The obstacle that now stood in their way was the possibility of the Duchess's objection and arrangement with Lord Carnay, if there was one. "Camilla, I wonder what the chances are that I have this whole situation wrong. Perhaps Lord Carnay was just coming to pay his respects. Perhaps his intentions were good." Camilla shrugged, a nonchalant look on her face. "It matters not. He did not come by your invitation. He may have come calling on you, not realizing what had happened, or he may have been summoned by your stepmother. Either way, you did not want him there. You did not ask him to come calling." "Do you think the Duke of Lox understands that too?" Camilla smiled again, satisfaction covering her face. "Yes," she replied confidently. "I do." Chapter 25. The Duke of Lox rode alongside his companion in comfortable silence that was not broken until the men got past the long driveway. "What an odd experience," the Duke of Rabney was first to speak. "I do not think I will forget this day and night for some time to come." The Duke of Lox nodded, running one hand through his hair. "You are correct, Christian. It has been an odd day from the beginning. I feel like I have been living this day for a year." The Duke of Rabney's voice was so whimsical, the Duke of Lox looked over at his friend's profile to make sure he was not falling asleep in the saddle. He could only see the outline of the Duke of Rabney, but the man was not slumping in exhaustion. He was sitting up straight in the saddle, his eyes directly ahead. He only turned them when he noticed the Duke of Lox was looking at him. "It is a very bright moon tonight," the Duke of Lox said. "Do you not agree?" "It is. We almost do not need the lanterns." There was a moment of silence before the Duke of Rabney spoke once again. "I say, I am still in shock from today's events, and I noticed a difference in Lady Wentworth after we left the Hillshire estate." "Do you suppose it was my wit and charm finally winning her over?" The Duke of Lox grinned from ear to ear. The Duke of Rabney laughed loudly, and the Duke of Lox feigned being hurt by it. "Why do you laugh? It is a possibility." Yes, yes, of course," the Duke of Rabney said quickly. "I only laugh because you have been pining over her for weeks now and you finally have a chance. It makes me very happy for you. I wish the same fortune for you as I have with Lady Fielding." No. "I do not think I need to be worried about Lord Khan, do you?" The Duke of Rabney shook his head. "No. If anything, you might be worried if you do indeed have to do business with him, but not where Lady Wentworth is concerned. She is not interested in that man. It took her this long to show any interest in you. It feels as though you just danced with her and we have remained at the beginning." The Duke of Lox shook his head, staring down the road in front of him. "Not to me. I have spoken with her enough to know a few things about her. It is my wish to have time to find out many more things about her. A delightful bonus it is to have no more worries about our inheritances. We will surely be married by the end of the season." The Duke of Lox tried to imagine himself married to Lady Wentworth. It seemed like a dream. How could he possibly be so blessed as to have her as his wife? He was sure she would provide him with an heir quickly, which was the whole point of holding the inheritance. He had to marry to produce an heir. He smiled. Their children would be beautiful, like their mother. "I got the same impression, Christian," the Duke of Lox finally replied, bringing his thoughts back to reality. "But I would like to know more about Lord Carnay. It seems odd to me that he would be making deals with the Duchess of Corning. What would possess either of them to conspire? If the Duchess is only worried about Lady Wentworth being married, why would she strictly focus on Lord Carnay?" The Duke of Rabney nodded. "I know what you are thinking. You are thinking about what is wrong with you instead of him. That is a good question, Baldwin. One to which I do not know the answer. I see nothing that young man has that you do not have. In fact, you are much more suited to take care of Lady Wentworth and her family than he is. I have to agree not to sound boastful. The Duke of Rabney shook his head. The truth is not boastful. The Duke of Lox thought about it for a moment. I cannot put my finger on it, but there must be something. Perhaps we can find out somehow. I do not know either of them to speak of, but I know others who do. You may raise suspicion if you ask too many questions, Baldwin. You must be careful not to damage Lady Wentworth's reputation. I am aware. The Duke of Lox nodded. The last thing he wanted to do was damage her reputation in society. He would do anything he could to avoid such a thing. When they reached the long path up to Corning Manor, they stopped and looked up at the house. It was dark, other than 1 or 2 rooms lit by indoor lanterns and fireplaces. It looks peaceful up there. Surely it would not be peaceful if the Duke passed on. The Duke of Lox peered up at the house, scanning the row of buggies out front. He recognised the doctors and the Cornings. There was a horse next to the Corning buggy. He narrowed his eyes when movement caught his attention. Someone had come from the front door. "Speak of the devil!" the Duke of Rabney muttered under his breath. Lord Khan was coming through the door of Corning Manor, carrying a torch in front of him. As soon as he was outside, he lit the torch and held it up in front of him. He turned when someone else followed him from the house. The Duke of Lox sucked in his breath. "That is the Duchess," he hissed. "It certainly is." The Duke of Rabney's voice was low. They sat atop their horses, watching as Lord Carnay and the Duchess of Corning had a discussion. It was too dark to see the looks on their faces. Neither of the dukes could tell if they were arguing or not. Lord Carnay turned away from the Duchess, and she watched as he went down to his horse. He must have said something when he reached the horse. He mounted and sat in the saddle for a prolonged pause. Then he urged the horse to the left and began down the path to where the dukes were waiting for him. The Duke of Rabney looked at his friend. "Here he comes. What will you say to him?" The Duke of Lox raised his eyebrows, giving his friend a curious look. "I have nothing wayward to say to him. Perhaps I should introduce him to Daniela?" Both men burst out laughing. The Duke of Lox noticed when Lord Carnay suddenly halted his horse, staring down at them. They were lit up enough by their lanterns for him to see who they were. The Duke of Lox lifted one arm and beckoned to him. "Come down, Lord Carnay. Tell us the news of the Duke of Corning. Is he well?" Lord Carnay moved his horse along the pathway, approaching them slowly. "He is not well," he answered when he was within a few feet of them. "But he lives." "That is good news." The Duke of Rabney pulled his horse closer to the Duke of Lox, and they blocked Lord Khan's progress from the pathway to the road. "The doctor has stayed?" Lord Khan nodded. "He felt he may be needed in the night. We are hoping not, as Lady Wentworth seems to have disappeared." "She has disappeared!" The Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney shared a look between them, should they mention Emma's whereabouts to Lord Carnay. Just the thought made a frown cover the Duke of Lox's face, which Lord Carnay took to mean he was worried about the young lady. "Lady Wentworth is a unique woman," Lord Khan said almost to himself. The Duke of Lox narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. "I have been acquainted with her for several years now," the younger man replied. The Duke of Lox detected a hint of superiority in Lord Carnay's voice. It amused him and annoyed him at the same time. "She is odd in her ways. She is not like the other women in society. She is like a wildfire, always on the move, always doing something." "Is that the way she seems to you?" The Duke of Rabney sounded surprised. "She seems quite demure and kind to me." "She is both of those things," Lord Khan was quick to say. "And she is hot and cold and weak and strong. She is unique, as I said." The Duke of Lox felt a bit sick that Lord Carnay described Emma to such great precision. Those were his thoughts on her, too. He didn't want Lord Carnay to know her better than he did. "I have danced with her for about 3 seasons, this being the 4th, I do believe." She is a lovely woman, is she not? I hope to someday make her my bride. The Duchess and I—" He stopped suddenly and his eyes widened, as if he had just realized who he was speaking to. It is quite late and I must get home. I am sure you both have important things to do tomorrow as well. I will bid you good night. The Duke of Rabney stared at Lord Carn for just a moment before moving his horse to let the young man pass. "Good night, Lord Carne," he said as he moved his horse to stand next to the Duke of Lox again. Once his torchlight faded and he could no longer be seen, the men looked at each other. "Do you still feel the need to go up to Corning Manor?" the Duke of Rabney asked. The Duke of Lox ran his tongue along the inside of his mouth, thinking about it. "I see no real need since we know he is alive but failing quickly. Going to the house will bring questions about Lady Wentworth. She does not want the Duchess to know where she is." He shook his head. "This is a terrible situation for Lady Wentworth. My heart goes out to her." "Your heart goes out to her for more reasons than her trouble with the Duchess." The Duke of Rabney snorted. "But I do see your point. Shall we return to Brisbane and Daniela?" The Duke of Lox grunted. "You continue to bring up Lady Christian and cause me pains in my stomach. Why must you do that?" The Duke of Rabney laughed. "It is fun. There is no better reason to do something. Daniela is a good reason to try something new, especially in your case, Baldwin." The Duke of Lox moaned and placed one hand over his stomach as if he was truly in pain. His companion continued to laugh. "Come now, it is not that bad, is it?" The Duke of Rabney shook his head. "Calm yourself. I will find a way to get Daniela to go home soon. I am sure you can live through a day or two of her being in Brisbane." The Duke of Lox snorted. "It would not surprise me if we returned to see that she had changed all the furniture, placed paintings on the wall, and laid new rugs on the floor." The Duke of Rabney laughed harder than before. "Oh, Baldwin, you surely do know my cousin well. Perhaps you should marry her." "Mention that again and I will thrash you within an inch of your life," the Duke of Lox warned his friend, shaking his head and smiling. "Do you hear me, sir? Within an inch of your life." Chapter 26. When the two men returned to Cooksey Castle the next morning, they found the entire family ready to leave with them. The Fieldings were going to visit with the Duke of Corning. Camilla's mother was worried about her brother's health. The Duke of Lox approached the Duke of Cooksey, speaking to him in a low voice as the rest of the family got in the carriage. "Do you feel it appropriate for me to come along, sir? This may be a time only for family." The Duke gave him a grateful smile. "That is kind of you to say, Your Grace, but no, you are welcome to come along. I do believe you can provide some comfort for Lady Emma." "She and her father are very close, are they not?" The Duke of Cooksey nodded. "Yes, they are. She has always been her father's daughter. They are much alike in many ways." "Does she get along well with the Duchess?" The Duke of Lox noticed when the Duke of Cooksey's face screwed up a bit. "I do not believe they have the relationship she would have had with her mother, but I believe the Duchess holds no ill will against her. I do not see why she would. Perhaps a bit of jealousy, because Lady Wentworth is not her own child." The Duke of Cooksey shrugged gently. "There is always a possibility." "I will come along then on my horse. I must assume the Duke of Rabney is invited to come." A chuckle escaped from the Duke, whose large round body bounced as it came out. "He is invited. I do believe Camilla would be one unhappy young lady if I said no." They both laughed at that and parted ways. The Duke of Lox kept his eyes on Emma, who was casting him warm looks as she waited to get in the carriage with the rest of her family. He was filled with desire, mounting his horse, a little sad that once she was inside the carriage he could no longer see her. He chided himself for being an impatient child. It was not a long ride to Corning Manor. He would see her there. He wondered whether Lord Carne had returned to Corning Manor as he followed the carriage down the path. He hoped not. He did not want to see Emma's mood change again. It seemed whenever he was mentioned, she turned stiff as a board and was unwilling to talk to anyone. That did not sit well with him. In 3 days there was another ball. He wanted to attend this one with Emma. By next season, he wanted to be hosting balls at Brisbane. He did not know what was stopping him from doing that anyway. He thought about the idea as they rode along. It would be fun to host a ball. He could afford it, especially knowing he would have his inheritance to cushion him should he spend too much. It would also open up a great many prospects and business deals. He glanced at the Duke of Rabney, deciding he would talk to him about it later. He was grateful that Lady Daniela Christian was asleep when they returned to Brisbane the night before, and nowhere to be seen that morning at breakfast. He was not even sure she had stayed at Brisbane into the morning hours. For all he knew, she could have gotten up in the middle of the night and wandered off. He would only be slightly surprised if she did something like that. They got closer to Corning Manor, and the Duke of Lox strained his eyes to see what carriages and buggies were in front of it. There were more than the night before, but none that he recognised, other than the usual. If Lord Carnay had come back, he did not leave his horse out front. The Duke of Lox breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they were not alone, he would feel more comfortable being with Emma when the Lord was not around. He could feel the competitive air between them, and it made him uncomfortable. The Duke of Rabney rode up next to him and kept pace with his horse. "I cannot stay long, Baldwin," he said. "Much as I would like to, now that I know Lady Fielding will be there. I must go sign documents for the sale of the property we looked at." The Duke of Lox grinned at his friend. "I am glad you decided to make that purchase, Christian," he said. "I believe it is a good investment." The Duke of Rabney nodded. "Yes, that was my thought, as well. But it was the look on Lady Fielding's face that sold it to me. I want to see that look on her face every day." The Duke of Lox wondered if he had that look of awe on his face when he thought about Emma. "Have you discussed marriage with her or her father yet?" "We, that is, Lady Fielding and I, have touched on the subject. I have not approached her father yet. She is waiting for something. I suspect it has to do with Lady Wentworth." The Duke of Lox lifted his eyebrows. "She is waiting? She refuses to be happy unless her cousin is also happy?" "That is the impression I get," his companion replied. "She has not come out and said it, but it is what I suspect." "How do you feel about that? She knows she is also making you wait, does she not?" "Oh yes, she does," the Duke of Rabney nodded. "But I do not mind. I will not lose Lady Fielding. She will be my bride, of that I have no doubt." "I long to feel so secure in my relationship, Christian. It will come. You just have to be patient. But it will come." "How can you be so sure?" The Duke of Rabney gave his friend a brilliant smile. "I have someone on the inside who has access to the information." Both men laughed. The Duke of Lox felt a sweeping sensation from his head to his toes. It was a new feeling, a feeling of contentment. He hoped it would last. The carriage and the two men on horses stopped in front of the house. The dukes dismounted and threw the reins of their horses around a post in front of the house. The Cooksies left their carriage behind to go up the stairs and file into the house. The housekeeper took their shawls, hats and coats when they entered, but when she got to the Duke of Lox, who was in front of the Duke of Rabney, she gazed up at him with wide eyes. "Oh dear." She looked around as if searching for someone. The Duke of Lox felt anger slide through him as he held out his hat to her and she did not take it. "What is the problem?" he growled. "I beg your pardon, sir, it is only that Her Grace said only family and the doctor were allowed in the house right now." "I believe we have permission from the family." The Duke of Rabney spoke up from behind the Duke of Lox. His voice was determined, and it frightened the housekeeper. "You know who we are," the Duke of Lox said firmly. "There is no need for this sudden privacy." I am sorry, sir. Please forgive me." The woman bowed and nodded her head, taking hold of his hat and coat. She continued to apologize as she took the Duke of Rabney's hat and coat, but the terrified look on her face remained, even as she turned away. The dukes looked at each other through cautious eyes. Something had happened to change the atmosphere of Corning Manor. It did not feel warm and loving anymore. It felt cold, sterile. The Duke of Lox found it somewhat uncomfortable, but he rested his eyes on the back of Emma's head as she darted down the hall to the room her father was in. He longed to follow after her, express his love for her in front of her father and ask him for her hand. But it was not the time to draw attention to himself or his desires. It was time for Emma to spend with her father. If she convinced him she did not want to marry Lord Carney, it would leave the door open for him, and he would gladly walk through it. He had a feeling it was not the Duke that needed to be convinced. It was the Duchess. He waited until he saw Gertrude coming back from the coat closet and stepped in front of her to make her stop. She looked up at him just once before keeping her eyes trained on the floor. "Where is the Duchess?" he asked. Gertrude pressed her lips together. "I believe she is in the study, Your Grace." Her voice was almost too low to hear, but the Duke of Lox knew he was standing over her in a very intimidating way. He was much larger than her and could snap her like a twig if he so desired. But that was not what he desired. He just wanted to ask some questions. "Was she worried about Lady Wentworth last night?" Gertrude looked up at him in surprise before quickly dropping her gaze. I would not know, sir. I was not here. I do not stay in the house at night. Is the Duchess in her own study or the Duke's?" "There is only one study, Your Grace." Gertrude almost whispered the words. The Duke of Lox stepped to the side, regretting that the woman was so terrified of him, but grateful that his intimidation got him information, however useless it might be. He raised his eyes to the Duke of Rabney. "Shall we go to visit the Duchess?" The Duke of Rabney nodded. "I do believe that is a good idea, Baldwin. Do you know where the study is?" The Duke of Lox paused before grinning wide. "I do. I had to think for a moment, but I do." The Duke of Rabney followed his friend down the hall on the other side of the stairs that led to the second floor. It was the third door down. The Duke of Rabney put his hand on the doorknob and pulled it open, only then realising it was a closet. He glanced over his shoulder at the Duke of Lox. "Wrong door!" They both stepped to the next one, and this time the Duke of Lox knocked 3 times and then opened the door just as they heard the Duchess calling out that they could come in. When she saw the Dukes come into the study, her face fell and turned a slightly ashen grey. "Your Grace. Your Grace. To what do I owe this pleasure?" The Duke of Lox stepped close to the desk she was standing behind, ignoring the chairs that looked so inviting. "I would like to apologise, my lady." She lowered the book she was holding and stared at him. "What are you apologising for, my lord?" "Your housekeeper did say that this was to be only family members present during this time, but the Duke and I thought it would be nice to pay our respects to you and your family. We have been with Lady Fielding and Lady Wentworth during this tragedy. We would like to continue to offer our support." The Duchess looked from one to the other. Gertrude was correct. I did ask for her to only let in those who are family. She did not do her job well, did she? The Duke of Lox was taken aback by the rudeness in the older woman's voice. He raised his eyebrows and turned the upper half of his body to give the Duke of Rabney a shocked look. "I know why you are here, Your Grace." The Duchess's voice was not friendly and was only barely polite. "I must warn you. It would not be a good idea to give your heart to Lady Emma, as she will be shortly unavailable. Arrangements have been made with Lord Archibald Van Dobson for their marriage. It will take place 1 month after the death of my husband." The Duke of Lox thought she said the words without a hint of affection or remorse. She did not care if her husband died. She did not care if her stepdaughter lived a miserable, unhappy life. But why Lord Carney? He was about to protest when the Duke of Rabney stepped up behind him. "We will go for now, Your Grace," he said. "Thank you for your understanding." The Duke of Lox looked at him as if he had lost his mind. The Duke of Rabney shook his head and pulled gently on his companion's arm. They left the room, the Duke of Lox seething and fuming. He would get to the bottom of this. He would not let Emma become the Lady Van Dobson. Chapter 27. 2 full days had passed and Emma had not heard from the Duke of Lox. Those 2 days were also spent in near isolation, as the Duchess would not allow her to leave and did not allow any callers. She claimed visitors would disturb the Duke, but Emma knew better. Her father never shied away from his friends. He would have wanted them there. Her only companion as she waited for the ball on Friday night was Catherine. She and her sister dressed for the ball in their separate rooms, but Catherine came into Emma's to do their hair up, in the beautiful jewel chains the Duchess provided. They spoke quietly to each other, alert that at any moment the Duchess might come in and hear what they were saying. "I do believe Mother has lost her mind," Catherine said as she stood behind Emma, pulling a comb through her blonde locks. "I have not seen her so agitated before. I am upset, Emma, that she keeps you apart from the Duke of Lox." Emma felt a little sorry for her sister. She had tortured Catherine with non-stop talking about the Duke since he and the Duke of Rabney dropped her and Camilla off 3 days ago. Camilla had visited one time and informed Emma that the Duchess had run the Dukes off the day they had come to visit, claiming it was a time for family only. "I am terrified he will no longer want to see me after the way the Duchess behaved to him," Emma Stage whispered. Catherine bent down and said quietly in her ear, "You need not worry about him, Emma. I do believe you already have his heart." Emma shook her head gently. "The Duchess told him I am to be married to Lord Carnan. If he believes that, he will never speak to me again. I must have a chance to explain myself." Catherine frowned, resuming brushing her sister's hair. "I do not know why Mother would put you in such a position. It does not make sense to me. The Duke of Lox has much more to offer than Lord Carn. I know she was upset that the Duke of Rabney rejected me, but that is no reason to force you to be with someone you do not want to be with." Emma doubted her stepmother's behaviour had anything to do with Catherine, but said nothing. Girls her age tended to focus events and circumstances on themselves. There was something else happening, and Emma needed to find out what it was. "You know, I even tried to ask Mother about it," Catherine said. Emma's eyes flicked up to look at her sister's reflection in the mirror. Then she spun around, unintentionally pulling her own hair as it slipped from Catherine's grip. She ignored the pain and stared at Catherine with wide eyes. "What did she say?" "What did you ask?" "I asked her why she liked Lord Carn so much. She said he has potential." Emma frowned. "Potential? For what?" Catherine gently turned Emma's head so that it was facing the mirror again and resumed brushing her hair. "I suppose greatness. Wealth. I know he can use the dowry that will be settled if you were to marry him." "I am not going to marry him. There is no document that will make me do it." Emma set her jaw and crossed her arms over her chest. She did not care if she looked like a sulking child. She was not going to live her entire life with a man she found somewhat repulsive. Catherine began to pile the blonde curls up on her sister's head and pin them back. She traced the pins with the jewel chain carefully as she spoke. "I know, Emma. I will support you no matter what you decide. I did not want to marry the Duke of Rabney. I am so glad he chose Camilla. She has been looking for a man like him." Yes, Emma had to laugh. We have all been looking for a man like him. What woman would not want a man like him? "I'm sure he has some faults," Catherine said thoughtfully, looking up for a moment. "He must. All men have faults." "I have not seen any yet," Emma said, "but that does not mean there are none. I suppose it is Camilla who will find out long before we do." "If we ever do," Catherine added, finishing the jewel chain she had threaded through Emma's long curls. "How does that look?" Emma turned her head from side to side. "It looks wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. All right, it is your turn. Sit. I have an idea in mind." When Emma saw Camilla come into the ballroom, she felt like she had not seen her cousin in years. She resisted the urge to break into a run to get to her. She had chosen a spot closer to the door so that she would not have far to travel when Camilla came in. She was only a few feet away when Camilla turned and looked behind her with a huge smile on her face. The Duke of Rabney came in with her, along with her mother and father. They were very obviously together. She would desire to dance with no one else. Even though she was obliged to, she was a taken woman. It was written all over her dear cousin's face. Emma had mixed feelings, reacting with great pleasure and pride, as well as fear that she would lose Camilla and anger that she had not been told of the developments. Camilla's smile was dazzling. It melted Emma's heart. She crossed the remaining few feet quickly and grabbed her cousin around the shoulders, placing soft kisses on both her cheeks. "Camilla, my darling, I am so glad to see you. It has been an eternity." Camilla laughed, throwing her head back a little. Emma was once again reminded how much she loved the delightful sound of it. "It does feel like it," Camilla said, a giggle in her voice. She looked Emma over, holding her out at arm's length. "Look at this gown. I absolutely love it. And did Catherine do your hair? Oh, Emma, you look lovely." Lady Wentworth, the Duke of Rabney bent and took her hand, silently admiring the colour of her light green glove. "It is lovely to see you once again. It does feel like some time since I have laid eyes on your face. I do hope you have not forgotten all about me." "I believe those are my words, Christian." Emma heard the voice of the Duke of Lox, and it split through her like a knife. She had not realised how much the isolation she had felt in Corning Manor over the past 3 days had affected her. When she saw his face appear behind the Duke of Rabney, she knew it was not just the isolation that had gotten to her. It was being kept from hearing his voice, seeing him, the Duke of Lox, the man she dreamed of at night and longed to be with during the day. The Duchess had not mentioned Lord Carnay during those 3 days. In fact, she had hardly seen her stepmother at all. She had stayed in her father's room, painting, reading poetry, watching over him as he slept. He rarely woke up, and when he did, he could not remain awake for long. The Duchess always made him drink a medicinal concoction when he woke up, and it kept him very sleepy. Emma had spent those 3 days feeling so alone. She wanted to talk to the Duke of Lox. She wanted to talk to Camilla. She wanted to talk to her father, and he was in the same room as her. But she felt so very alone. Now in the crowded ballroom, staring at the lovely face of her cousin and the handsome faces of the 2 dukes who accompanied her, she felt completely at ease. "May I put my name on your card, Lady Wentworth?" The Duke of Lox seemed very amused by the fact that Emma had not answered his question. She stared at him for a moment before coming to her senses. "Oh dear, yes, of course," she laughed, handing him the card, which she swiftly pulled from her small handbag. He grinned and put his name on the card for the first and last dances. "I must not let anyone take those 2 spots from me, though I do feel the need to share such beauty and not keep it all hidden to myself." Emma blushed. He had leaned over to hand her the card back, and she spoke the words in a tone only he could hear. "Thank you, my lord. I look forward to dancing with you." His smile spoke volumes. She could see how pleased he was to see her, and tell by the way he walked by her side to the punch bowl and then to the large cushioned chairs she had just come from that he did not want anyone else to dance with her at all. The Duke of Lox had been told she was betrothed, or would soon be betrothed to Lord Carnan, and yet he still signed her card and took the first and last dance. The first dance might not mean as much, but the last dance was to be kept for the most important pairing of the night. Lord Carn would be furious to see the Duke of Lox had taken that slot. But it was not the Duke of Lox's fault. It was Emma who had made sure to make herself scarce, just in case she heard the Lord announced before the Duke of Lox. She did not want him to get the most important dance. She would inform the Duke during their dances that she was, in fact, not betrothed to Lord Carn, nor would she be any time in the future. This would give the Duke of Lox another opportunity to win her over. Not that he had anything left to do. He had her heart. He just did not know it yet. Chapter 28. After the Duke of Lox signed her card, Emma made sure to be in the presence of any other suitable dance partner. She wanted her card filled up as much as possible before Lord Carnay spotted her. She was a little surprised she had not seen him yet. Surely he would be early so as to secure his spot with her. She was pleased when the Duke of Andries and several of his friends came to stand around her chair, bowing deeply and complimenting her on her attire. They stood around her in a circle, hiding her from the front room, where Lord Archibald Van Dobson had just been announced. He apparently accompanied Lady Bonneville. That had to be the reason for his late arrival. Emma looked nervously down at her card and was relieved to see she only had 2 dance slots left. If he should approach her before her card was filled, she would be obliged to dance with him. If it came to that, she would do so gracefully, but she would not give him her attention in any other way. She was required to be polite. She was not required to give him her devotion. She looked through the men surrounding her as they talked, trying to see where the Duke of Lox had gone. She knew he had gone with the Duke of Rabney as he escorted her to the dressing room to remove her outer clothing. Where they had gone after that was a mystery to her. Lady Wentworth! Emma looked up when the Duke of Andries spoke to her. His eyes flashed, and he grinned wide. I do believe you have 2 slots left on your card. I would not be a gentleman if I did not make sure those spots are filled. I have brought along several gentlemen who will do that for you. Emma smiled up at him. That is very kind of you. She wished she could be the one to ask for a dance. If she could, the Duke of Lox would fill those slots. She had not seen him since he arrived and walked her to her chair. I would... Please allow me to take one of them. Emma cringed, recognizing Lord Carney's voice. Since you have already claimed the lady for at least one. The Duke of Andries stood back and allowed Lord Carney to approach Emma, who stiffened slightly and then relaxed. She could not allow herself to react to him in an improper manner. If the Duke of Lox did not propose marriage to her, she would need a good reputation with the other suitors that surrounded her. She doubted any of them could mistake the look on her face for what it was, masked disgust. She struggled to maintain a pleasant look as Lord Carney scanned her card. He looked up at her before placing his name on the card. I had my doubts there would be any left, Lady Wentworth. The dear Lady Bonneville was delayed. She nodded. I understand, Lord Carn. She tried to keep her voice level. It happens. He scanned her face as she waited for him to take one of the 2 dances left. To her chagrin, he placed his name on the first one before thanking her and bowing. I will see you for our dance then, my lady. He backed away from her. Through the opening in the crowd, she saw the Duke of Lox looking her way. He was standing with the Duke of Rabney. She watched as Lady Annabella and her mother, the Duchess of Lucy, approached with the hostess of the ball, Lady Louisa Carmel, Duchess of Darcy. Her heart sank. It was Lady Carmel's duty to make introductions. She was doing what she was supposed to do. But Lady Annabella was a lovely young woman, shapely, with a fine face, and a becoming smile. She was dressed in a beautiful blue dress that Emma envied on the spot. Her white gloves had a hint of blue. Somehow Emma felt that it made her look so much plainer. She looked down at the gown she had worn, scolding herself for not taking more care in how she dressed. She looked up again and saw that the Duke of Lox was still looking at her, despite the fact that the women were being introduced. He glanced at Lady Annabella and her mother, greeting them appropriately, but when they were distracted by being introduced to the Duke of Rabney, the Duke of Lox moved his eyes back to Emma. Emma's heart pounded as she waited for the first song to be announced. The Duke of Lox would come to her side and hold out his hand to escort her to the dance floor. She regretted that he had only the first and last dance. She wished she could dance with him many times in between. After what seemed like an eternity, during which Emma sat impatiently grumbling on the inside, a pleasant look on the outside. The first dance was announced and the introduction music played softly. The men made their way toward their chosen partners. Emma stood up, her body tingling with anticipation. She kept her smile to a minimum when she spotted him coming towards her. She wondered if he could see it anyway. Maybe he was feeling anxious too. If so, she could not tell. Lady Wentworth. The Duke of Lox bowed and held out his hand. She placed just her fingers in his hand, and he held it up between them as they walked to the dance floor. They found a comfortable spot and faced each other, waiting for the music to begin. She stared up at him, admiring the darkness in his blue eyes, the way his face was shaped so finely. His wavy hair brushed back from his face, with a few wisps straying loose without his knowledge. She wanted to reach up and smooth them down, but resisted the urge. How inappropriate that would have been. The music started, and she curtsied softly to him while he bowed to her. They met together in the middle when he took her hand and placed his other hand on her waist. It was not the first time Emma felt a pleasant sensation slide through her at his light touch, but it seemed more intense than the other times. She was fully aware that he was touching her, even if it was only slightly. He was a graceful dancer. She appreciated it. Lord Carnay was not a graceful dancer and had stepped on her dress or her toes more than once. He was always very apologetic, and Emma had no doubt he did not mean to do it. His apology made it no less aggravating for her. As they moved across the floor, she wondered why she was allowing herself to think about Lord Carnay when the Duke of Lox was standing so close to her, smiling down at her. She smiled back at him, scanning the wrinkles in the corners of his eyes. They were smiling along with his mouth. "I am always so happy to dance with you, my lady," the Duke of Lox said in a low voice. "You are very graceful." "I was thinking the same thing about you, my lord," Emma replied. "I am very glad to hear that," the Duke of Lox laughed. "I have never thought of myself as graceful." "Perhaps you should start?" "Perhaps I should!" Emma's heartbeat sped up as she remembered her plan to reveal to him that she was not now and would never be betrothed to Lord Carnay. She opened her mouth to tell him and saw Lady Christian watching them from a big chair she was sitting in. The look on the woman's face confused her. Emma would have assumed there would be a look of jealousy or dismay on Lady Christian's face. But what she saw was more satisfaction. What gave her cause to look at the Duke of Lox with such satisfaction and contentment? Emma moved her eyes back up to the Duke of Lox, her smile faltering. He had spent the last 3 days alone with Lady Christian. Well, alone enough. Had they bonded? What else could cause such a look on the woman's face? She stiffened automatically and moved her eyes away from the Duke of Lox. She knew she tended to jump to conclusions. It was not helpful, but she could not help it. She could not imagine why Lady Christian would be so happy to see the Duke of Lox dancing with her, a rival for his affections. She tried to calm herself with thoughts that she was probably mistaken. Lady Christian probably was not even looking at them. She could have been looking at another dancing couple. It was unlikely, but it could have been true. "Lady Wentworth, you seem troubled." She looked up at the Duke of Lox. How did he know so quickly? Could he read her that easily? Her first thought was that he must be observing her closely to understand her moods within seconds. She was pleased by that, however unwillingly. She could not trust her own instincts, she decided. How likely was it that Lady Christian had won over the Duke of Lox in 3 short days after they had been acquainted for many years? "Lady Wentworth?" She looked up at him again, catching his concerned gaze. "You are troubled. Please tell me what has bothered you so. You did not appear troubled at the beginning of the dance. I cannot imagine what has happened to cause you distress." Emma pulled in a deep breath. "I am a bit perplexed, after having spent the last 3 days in isolation." The Duke of Lox nodded. "Yes, I have inquired at Corning Manor and at Cooksey Castle, but was not given permission to visit. It was a bit distressing for me as well." Emma looked up at him. "Oh, why would that be, my lord?" His eyes moved around the room as they danced. Instead of being concentrated on her face, she got the impression he did not want her to think he was staring at her. "Your stepmother has informed me that you will be betrothed to Lord Carnay soon." I was unsure whether he might be visiting or not, especially after the incident with you and Lady Fielding. Emma nodded, feeling her cheeks become hot. She did not want to remember the humiliation, but it seemed the Duke of Lox did. "What must I do to remove that memory of me from your mind, my lord?" she asked. His eyebrows went up and his smile returned. "It is a pleasant memory for me, my lady." "The cause of my great humiliation is humorous to you." The Duke of Lox shook his head, his smile remaining. "No, my lady. The memory of being in the right place at exactly the right moment is what pleases me. I hesitate to think what you would have done had it been anyone else who came upon the two of you in such a state." "I do not think I would have fared well, my lord. It would have been the talk of the town." Yes, I do believe you are correct. He swept her to the side. She was aware the dance would be ending soon. She should tell him about Lord Carney before they parted. She did not want Lady Christian to worm her way into the Duke of Lox's affections, or Lady Annabella, or any other woman. "My lord," she whispered frantically when the music played its last chords and they were about to part ways. He focused his eyes on her, alerted by her tone. "I am not betrothed to Lord Carney, nor will I ever be. If there is an arrangement, I fear I may have to run away." The music ended and they had to part, the Duke of Lox looking at her through wide, shocked eyes, obviously with much to say. Chapter 29. Emma was grateful the Duchess of Corning was not standing next to her when Lord Carney called on her for their first dance together. She would have been scolded for her polite but cold behaviour. She allowed him to escort her to the dance floor, and they stood facing each other, waiting for the dance to begin. She looked to her left and her right to see who else was paired for the dance. Her heart flipped over when she saw Lady Annabella had paired with the Duke of Lox. She did not know whether the beautiful young lady was worse or better than Lady Christian. She barely knew Lady Annabella. She forced herself to continue looking at the paired couples, moving her eyes to see Camilla was with the Duke of Andries, while the Duke of Rabney danced with his cousin, Lady Christian. She could only hope a look of disgust did not cross her face when Lord Carney met with her to dance. She did not like the feel of his hand as it drifted just slightly off her hip. She kept her eyes on the floor and the other people around her rather than looking at him. "You look lovely this evening, Lady Wentworth." Emma did not like the tone he was using and moved her eyes to look at him narrowly. "Thank you, Lord Khan," she replied with no real emotion. "You seem quite distant." Lord Khan let his hand settle on her hip and she glared at him until he lifted it off. "I may seem distant, my lord," she said quietly, "because I have heard some distressing news." He lifted his eyebrows. "Oh?" "Yes. What news is that?" She could tell by the tone of his voice he knew exactly what she was going to say. "My lord, I have been told that a rumour is spreading that we will be married in the future." Lord Carney just smiled. He said nothing. He did not even look at her. He just looked around at the other dancers with that frozen grin on his slim face. She analysed his face, looking for a quality she could appreciate. He was not handsome in her mind. He may have been at one time, perhaps when she first began attending the dances and balls, but he was not now. Especially not when compared to the intense good looks of the Duke of Lox. She did not care what anyone else thought. The Duke of Lox was the most handsome man on the face of the earth to her now. Jealousy burned in her when the Duke of Lox passed by her with Lady Annabella in his arms. The two did not need to be dancing close together for Emma to see how appreciative Lady Annabella was of the Duke of Lox. He was a good dancer, but he was her good dancer. Lord Carney noticed her gazing at the Duke of Lox and Lady Annabella. "The Duchess of Corning told me that you are pining for the Duke of Lox. As you can see, you are not the only one. And since you are rumoured to be paired with me, it will now look quite awful if you were to spurn my advances in his favour." Emma turned her eyes back to Lord Carney, wishing once again that she had filled her dance card before he got to it. "A rumour does not fact make," she replied coldly. "I will not oblige you with my affections simply because you started this horrid rumour." Lord Carney did not respond the way she wanted him to. His grin widened. "That is what is special about it," he said, in a voice that reminded Emma of pond scum. "It was not I who started the rumour." Tingles spread through Emma as she realised who it must have been. She tried not to look as furious as she felt. She was not succeeding well. She was about to grab her skirts and run from the dance floor. What a scene that would cause. "If you are implying it was my stepmother who started it—" "I am implying no such thing," Lord Khan replied, interrupting her. "I am telling you that because it is a fact. It is the truth. I have no reason to hide. Either way, I will be the winner." "You are not going to win my affections, Lord Khan. We have been merely friends these past few years. I have no interest in taking it any further with you." Lord Carnay pressed his lips together. She could tell by his red face that her words angered him. She did not want to cause a scene, but if the dance got any worse, she feared she would not be able to take it any longer. She thought quickly. Was there a way to get her out of this predicament? Perhaps she could feign a headache, or fall in a dead faint. Or she could pick up her skirts and run to the veranda. What could she do? His hand settled on her hip again and she sucked in her breath. His hand holding hers up high in the air tightened, making her fingers ache momentarily. "Release my hand, Lord Khan," she hissed, "or I shall be forced to cause a scene." "You would not dare," was his response. His eyes were like daggers stabbing into her. She loathed him at that moment, no matter how unladylike it was. She curled her lips slightly and gave him a disdainful look. "My lord, I will never be your wife. I will make sure that it does not happen." "You are powerless to stop it, my lady." He sounded so confident. It made Emma feel uncomfortable. She refused to let him see her becoming nervous. "I will cause a scene, Lord Carney, that will have all the ladies of the ton wondering just what kind of man you are. A gentleman you are not. I cannot fathom being married to someone like you." He finally released his grip on her hand. She breathed in a sigh of relief, wanting to rub her fingers with her other hand. The dance could not be over soon enough for her. "You will soon be able to fathom it, Lady Wentworth." Lord Carner kept his voice low. "Your stepmother has promised it to me." "Her word is not enough to make me marry you." Finally, the music was coming to an end. She recognized the ending of the song and breathed a sigh of relief. Her pain would soon be over. She did not know if she could tolerate dancing with him again. She would consult with Camilla and ask for her advice. "I see you are relieved the dance is ending, Lady Wentworth," Lord Khan said. "May I say, before we part, you have certainly changed since the beginning of the season. We are halfway through, and you have still not chosen a husband. I was informed that you needed to marry at the end of this season and offered myself to the Duke and Duchess to prevent any harm to the family." She narrowed her eyes. "What do you have to offer my family, Lord Carney? You are but an artist cared for by an aging patroness and you are not wealthy. The only reason a woman should marry you is if she loves you. And I do not love you, my lord. I am sorry, but I do not, and I will not." "You will learn to love me." Emma shook her head. "No, my lord. I will not. It will not happen." "I suppose we will see." She continued to shake her head. "No, we will not see. I have chosen a husband. It is not you." The music ended, and she curtsied to him quickly. She did not care if she left the dance floor unescorted. She wanted to get away from him as quickly as she could. She would not say another word to him until their next dance, and even then, he would be lucky to get anything out of her. Her fiery anger made her steps quick as she left him behind. She heard him say something but did not stop walking until she reached Camilla, the Duke of Rabney and the Duke of Lox, who were standing together near the punch bowl, clear, small oval cups of reddish-orange liquid in their hands. The Duke of Lox saw her coming and immediately turned to the bowl, picking up a cup for her. He handed it to her when she was close enough. "You look tired already, Lady Wentworth," he said. "Have you been sleeping well?" Emma gave him a pursed lip look. "Your Grace, I have not been sleeping well. I have been isolated from those I love, even my father, but I shall not complain. I am not in isolation at the moment. I must learn to enjoy the moment." She blinked at Camilla, who was giving her a wide-eyed look. "What has gotten into you, Camilla? Why do you look at me thus?" Camilla grinned. "I did not expect that response from you. I am glad you are choosing to enjoy the moment, rather than dwell in the misery of the recent past." Emma snickered softly. "You, my dear, have no clue how troubling the last 3 days have been. It does make me appreciate those around me so much more." "That is refreshing," the Duke of Lox spoke up just before drinking the remainder of his drink in one small gulp. "Have you many more ladies to dance with, my lord?" Emma looked at Camilla when she asked the Duke of Rabney her question. She was brash and bold for asking such a thing. Was she trying to find out who her competition was? Emma could tell by the look on the Duke of Rabney's face Camilla had nothing to fear. When he spoke, he confirmed her suspicions. The Duke of Lox and I have obliged ourselves to several young ladies who are having trouble getting their dance cards filled. We do not wish to see any young woman left to sit on the sidelines. Emma remembered seeing Lady Christian sitting in the chair during the first dance and dancing with her cousin in the most recent one. "Why is Lady Christian having such trouble filling her card?" she asked. "She has a pretty face." "Her face is not the problem, Lady Wentworth," the Duke of Rabney answered her. He leaned a little closer by bending at the waist and said, looking directly in her eyes, "I think that is something you already knew, is it not? Her face is pretty, but her looks will fade in time. A respectable gentleman will not consider only the features and their attractiveness. He will also consider how attractive her character is." "That is not speaking well of your cousin, my lord," Camilla said, looking up at him. He gave her an accepting look. "Unfortunately, I speak the truth. Of the gentlemen Lady Christian has been acquainted with so far, none of them have found her behaviour attractive. It would help her cause if she would let go of the Duke of Lox and her idea of marriage with him. It will not happen. Especially not now." Emma could not help smiling when the Duke of Rabney rested his eyes on her when he spoke. Chapter 30. On Camilla's advice, Emma danced with Lord Carnay the second time without speaking to him, other than to utter polite responses to whatever he said. It was bad enough that dancing with him twice would give everyone the impression there was more between them than there was. It would add to the terrible rumours already swirling. Emma was sure that was what Lord Carnay wanted. She did not let him bait her into an argument, even when he mentioned that the Duke of Lox looked very comfortable dancing with Lady Christian. She had to admit it bothered her some, but she was comfortable that the Duke of Lox was interested in her, and that was all she needed to know. She would forego any bad thoughts she had of him and concentrate on being the proper lady for the rest of the dance. She felt that if she could get through to the last dance when she was back in the arms of the Duke of Lox, she would consider the evening a complete success. When the final dance arrived, she felt the same sensations when he came to escort her to the floor. Neither of them missed a step through the dance, moving together perfectly. Emma could feel herself glowing when the dance was over. As they walked from the floor, she looked over her shoulder at him. "It seems this ball was much faster than the others." He nodded, leaning slightly to speak to her. "I have found many in the past to be long and boring. This one was not." They went toward the Duke of Rabney and Camilla, who were standing with her parents near the dressing-room door. They appeared to be waiting for their turn to go in and fetch their hats and coats. Camilla looked over to see them approaching. She had a troubled look on her face and instinctively turned toward Emma. "Emma." She came toward her cousin, holding out one hand. Emma took it and let Camilla pull her closer. "Your father has sent word. He wishes to speak to the Duke of Lox tonight." Emma's eyebrows shot up. "He does?" Her throat constricted. Was her father ailing so much that he felt the need to put this to right himself before it was too late? Did he even realize what was going on? "He did ask you about the Duke when you visited with him, did he not? I recall you saying he did." Emma nodded. "Yes, he asked me if the Duke of Lox was a prospect for me." "You did not respond, did you? You told him you were under the impression he would soon be betrothed to Lady Christian." Again, Emma nodded. "Yes, that is what I told him." "Well, you know that he is not, and Lord Carnay is not and has not been courting you. He has not called on you these last 3 days, has he?" So Emma and Camilla went to the dressing-room door when it opened and slipped through. The Duke of Rabney stood by with the Duke and Duchess of Cooksey, while his lordship filled the Duke of Lox into what had happened. "I suppose he waited until the end of the ball for a reason," Emma said softly, casting questioning eyes at Camilla. "Do you think he was hiding this from the Duchess?" Camilla pulled in a breath. "I do not know, Emma, but my father and mother were instructed to come along, as well as the Duke of Rabney." Emma frowned. "This is a very strange turn of events, would you not say?" Camilla nodded. Yes, it is very strange, but my fear is that your father knows he will not live for much longer. I do not want to lose him either, Emma. He is my favourite uncle. Emma's frown turned to a smile that was barely there. He is your only uncle. Camilla returned her grin. If I had more uncles, he would be my favourite. Moments later, they left the dressing room ready to head back to Corning Manor. Emma obtained permission from her mother to ride with the Fieldings. As she passed Catherine, Emma leaned in and gave her sister a peck on the cheek. I do hope you have enjoyed tonight, Catherine, she whispered. You do look so lovely, even now. Catherine smiled wide at her sister. Thank you, Emma. Your idea for my hairstyle was widely accepted. I do believe some of the other girls will begin doing their hair this way. I have the privilege of being the first because of you. Emma was delighted she had gotten her sister a little extra attention. I will see you at home. Catherine nodded, watching as Emma and Camilla walked toward the front doors. The Duke of Lox was as surprised as Emma when the Duke of Cooksey told him he was to meet with the Duke of Corning that night. Is he not very ill? He asked. I have inquired there for 3 days and was turned away. The Duchess has been keeping a close eye on him, the Duke of Cooksey replied. I am afraid she has been very restricting with visitors, even for her daughters. If he is asking for you now, there must be a good reason. I would think so, the Duke of Lox agreed. Lady Wentworth mentioned the medicine he has been taking has made him sleepy nearly all the time. Do you think it's strange that he has taken such initiative? I think it's stranger that the Duchess has taken the initiative to isolate him from his friends. The Duke's voice dropped in a manner that made it impossible for anyone to hear him, except for the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney, who were closest to him. He glanced at each of them. I do know that Emma has been his steady companion, whether he has been asleep or not. She is devoted to her father, the Duke of Lox observed. It is an admirable trait. My wife, the Duke's sister, is beside herself with worry. She has been unhappy with the Duchess of Corning because she has not given permission for my wife to see her brother. The Duke of Lox frowned. Is there anything that can be done to stop this? I have heard a rumour that Lord Khan has made arrangements with the Duchess for Lady Wentworth's hand in marriage. Duke Fielding narrowed his eyes. No, Your Grace. Emma will not marry Lord Carney, not if her father has anything to do with it. Nor would I allow such a travesty. The young woman's feelings for Lord Carney are plain and clear to see on her face. The Duke of Lox nodded, feeling relief that he was not the only one who saw it. It pleases me to hear you say that. It is my hope that tonight the Duke of Corning will make it clear to his family who Emma will marry. Once again, the Duke's eyes settled on the Duke of Lox. They smiled at each other. The group travelled in separate carriages to Corning Manor. Emma could not help her feelings of apprehension. Her father had specifically asked for the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney. She could not fathom what he would want to speak to them both about. If it was only about her hand in marriage, would he not just ask for the Duke of Lox? Why both of them? She posed the question to Camilla, whispering quietly, so that the Duke and Duchess of Cooksey, who were holding their own conversation on the other side of the carriage, would not hear. Perhaps he is unsure which one you are in love with, Camilla replied just as quietly. Perhaps he wants to make sure the man his niece plans to marry is as worthy as he requires. Father has no say in who you marry, Camilla, Emma giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Her cousin smiled. If my uncle objected to the Duke of Rabney, he would tell my mother and that would be it. My mother would always listen to her brother when it came to important decisions. She has told me as much just in the last few days. She does speak of him often, Emma, more than you would realise. I suppose if I had an ailing brother, I would speak of him often too. I wish I had a female sibling to feel that way about. Emma pretended to be shocked and hurt. What am I? She asked. You are not my sibling, Camilla said warmly. But you are the closest thing I have to a sister, so I do know how it would feel, because if I lost you, my dear Emma, I would be beside myself with sorrow. I know that Catherine is my sister, Emma said, "but she is not related to me by blood. At least you are my cousin. So, we are more like sisters than cousins. I would not know what to do without you in my life, Camilla." Camilla reached over and took one of Emma's hands, which were folded in her lap. They both held on, Emma squeezing Camilla's hand a few times. "Tell me about the dance tonight, Emma. I am ashamed that I did not have a great deal of time to talk to you. How did our plan work with Lord Carney? I see you survived through the dance. Did he taunt you?" "He tried. He always taunts me in one way or another. I just chose not to respond to it the second time. I did the first time. He had me quite upset. I noticed your face was very angry. I do not think you would have asked me about it if it had not bothered you so much." "It did. I was very good for the second dance, though. I just kept in mind that the last dance would be with the Duke of Lox, and soon I would not need to attend the balls unless I was accompanied by the Duke of Lox. When that happens, perhaps the others will stop asking me to dance. The Duke of Lox can fill up my card." Camilla giggled. "That will cause quite a scandal." "Not if we are courting." "You have high hopes that your father will put an end to this farce with Lord Carney," Camilla said confidently. "I can tell. I am hoping so." She looked across the carriage to the Duke and Duchess, whose eyes were on each other. He was holding her hand and talking in a low voice. "I suppose you have nothing to worry about with the Duke of Rabney. Your father has already given him permission for your hand, has he not?" Camilla's smile radiated from her pretty face. "He has. I am very happy and excited." "Of course you are." Emma squeezed her hand again. "And I am so happy for you. When it is my turn, I know you will be happy for me." "Oh, yes, I will. And I know it will be the Duke of Lox. Oh, Emma!" Camilla sighed dramatically. "We are so lucky. We are blessed. We have the two most handsome men in London this season." Emma matched her smile. She turned her eyes out the window, looking at the stars dotting the jet black of the night sky. Her feelings were mixed inside her. She was happy for Camilla and the Duke of Rabney. She was hopeful for herself and the Duke of Lox. But she was worried about her father, and the knowledge that he would soon depart from her made her heart ache terribly. Chapter 31. The Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney followed behind the carriages that carried the families to Corning Manor. They rode beside each other in silence, passing through the quiet streets of London. It seemed everyone had settled in for the night. The few people still out on the road were walking quietly, hands in pockets, hurrying to their destinations. Somewhere in the distance, a high bell tower rang out the hour. The Duke of Lox did not realise it was so late. He wondered how the Duke of Corning could possibly be awake at that hour, especially after spending 3 days in a medicine-induced sleep. Would he have his wits about him? Would they be able to hold a conversation with him? The Duke of Lox could not help wondering how he would be able to comfort Emma if and when her father died, if there was no arrangement set between them. It was good timing that the Duke of Corning had asked them to come to meet with him, even if it was late at night. If the old man felt the timing was right, it had to be right. His chest tightened as they approached Corning Manor. Emma was probably worried to distraction, wondering how her father could be faring and why he would request their presence at that late hour. "Baldwin," the Duke of Rabney's quiet voice sounded loud in the peaceful night. "Did you see the look on the Duchess of Corning's face when the Duke of Cooksey said we had been summoned?" The Duke of Lox looked at his friend. "I am afraid I was not looking in the woman's direction. Did she seem surprised?" The Duke of Rabney nodded. "Completely surprised. It was a bit of a delight to see. Lady Fielding has been talking about the Duchess of Corning for 3 days. She has been quite upset at being denied access to Lady Wentworth. I have a feeling you are not a fan of the Duchess of Corning. She acts very suspiciously. I know the mothers of the debutantes are anxious to find a husband of good standing for their daughters, but the Duchess of Corning seems to work against her daughters in that matter. She spread a rumour that I would be asking for Miss Catherine's hand in marriage. It was a complete fabrication. Now she has spread the rumour that Lord Carney is to marry Lady Wentworth, when we both know that is also a fabrication." The Duke of Lox nodded. Lady Wentworth told me herself this evening that it was false. Why is she sabotaging her daughters? The Duke of Rabney sounded genuinely perplexed. I do not know. The two men fell silent again, just as they passed through the front gate to Corning Manor and headed up the path. They slowly dismounted, waiting for the ladies to go inside before them. The Duke of Cooksey began a lengthy conversation with the Duchess of Corning, directing her and his wife into the parlour as if he was the owner of Corning Manor. Your Grace. Gertrude glanced up at the Duke of Lox but did not hold his gaze. If you will please follow me. The Duke is waiting for you. I will wait here for you, Baldwin, the Duke of Rabney said. Gertrude glanced up at him. His Grace requests your presence as well, sir. The two men shared a look, and the Duke of Lox nodded at the housekeeper. Show us the way. They followed the older woman down the hallway. She stopped in front of one of the double doors and grasped the door handles in both hands. She turned them and spread the doors open before stepping to the side. The two men went into the room. The Dukes of Lox and Rabney, Your Grace, Gertrude said, not looking in the room. She reached in for both the doors and pulled them closed behind the men, stepping back out into the hallway. The Duke of Lox looked around the room. The bed was huge and placed directly in front of them. The old Duke was stretched out on it, propped up on a great many pillows. He was looking pale, thin, and frail. Your Grace. The Duke of Lox went directly to stand next to the bed. How are you feeling this evening? The Duke of Corning smiled at him. You are the Duke of Lox? I am. The Duke of Lox smiled at him. And you are the Duke of Rabney? The Duke of Corning turned his eyes to the other man in the room. Yes, Your Grace. Come, stand next to me, so I can get a better look at you. The Duke of Rabney went to stand behind the Duke of Lox so the old man would not have to turn his head from side to side. They both bowed to him. As you may know, and can probably tell from my appearance, I have not much longer to draw breath. He lifted his hand when it looked like the younger men were about to protest. I know it is true. There is no need to worry yourselves about my mood. I am waiting to meet my maker, as I have much to thank him for. The Duke of Lox pulled in a deep breath. His first thought was that Emma would be devastated by the loss of her father. I am under the impression that you, Duke of Rabney, plan to marry my niece, Camilla Fielding. The Duke of Lox took a step back, looking over his shoulder at the Duke of Rabney, who stepped forward. Yes, that is true, sir. Tell me, are you interested in Cooksey Castle? The Duke of Lox knew what the old man was questioning. He was sure his friend would have all the right answers for the Duke of Corning. I am very interested in Cooksey Castle, sir, but only in that it is a magnificent structure of architectural genius. It is an amazing home, and I do expect the Duke and Duchess of Cooksey will live comfortably there for the rest of their lives. When they are gone, it will pass on to you until Nathan comes of age. The Duke of Rabney nodded, his face flushing slightly. I am aware of this, my lord, but it is not my reason for marrying Lady Fielding. I am in love with her, sir, and I do believe I will make an excellent husband to her. You will make her happy? The Duke of Rabney nodded. Yes, my lord, I will do everything in my power to make sure she is happy all through her life. You will not mistreat her in any way? Oh, no, sir, no. I will treat her with the best of care. She will be loved for the rest of her life. The Duke of Corning scanned him with an approving look. I am happy that my niece has found a pleasant young man to love and be loved by. I will tell my sister as much if I can. I do not believe I will need to, as she has already given her approval. He turned his eyes to the Duke of Lox, who stepped forward, seeing that he now had the old man's attention. Your Grace, the Duke of Corning said, lifting one hand to the younger man. The Duke of Lox bowed to him again. It pains me to see you in such a condition, my lord, the Duke of Lox said. I have come to know your daughter well, and she speaks highly of you. She is a loyal daughter. Yes, she is. She is lovely. Her mother was also lovely. She is much like her mother. If she remains happy and you are content with her, she will be as wonderful to you as my first wife was to me. I lost her mother when Emma was a young girl, and it has always saddened me that she would never see the man her daughter would marry. I did not want to pass up on that opportunity. I do not feel I have long left, and I must speak to you about my daughter before it is too late." "I do understand, sir," the Duke of Lox replied. He wanted to sit. He thought this might take some time, and his feet were beginning to ache from the dancing. "She is under the impression you are betrothed. Is this true?" The Duke of Lox blinked several times. "It is not true, my lord. When did she mention this? Did she speak of anyone specifically?" "There is a Lady Christian in question?" The Duke of Lox shook his head, feeling dismayed. So, the presence of Lady Christian had, in fact, made Emma uncomfortable. He recalled her behaviour when Lady Christian was around and understood immediately why she had acted the way she had. "Lady Christian has been prominent in my life only because of her relation to Christian, the Duke of Rabney." The Duke of Lox held up his hand in his friend's direction. The Duke of Rabney nodded. "This is the truth, my lord," the Duke of Rabney said. "Have you spoken to her about this?" "Not about Lady Christian," the Duke of Lox replied. "We have, however, spoken of other obstacles, and I do believe she, your daughter, knows that my intentions are not to marry Lady Christian. She is afraid, I believe, that an arrangement will be made for her to marry Lord Carne van Dobson. Are you aware of this, sir?" The Duke of Corning frowned. "While I was resting these last few days, Emma sat with me. She talked to me, even when she thought I was sleeping." He smiled gently. "Most of the time I was asleep, but I woke several times and listened to her words. She mentioned Lord Carne and that she does not want to marry him. She fears the Duchess will commit her to the man after I am gone." She wept, several times. It broke the Duke of Lox's heart to hear that Emma had been crying. He lowered his head, dropping his eyes to the floor. The Duke of Corning kept his eyes on the young man's face. "I see how this affects you, my lord." His voice was raspy. He took a breath and coughed a few times, his body bouncing on the pillows. The Duke of Lox leaned forward. "Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" he asked anxiously. The Duke of Corning ceased coughing and took a few breaths before answering. "There is nothing anyone can do for me now, but there is something I can do for you." The Duke of Lox felt a chill run through him. He stared at the man, waiting for him to continue. He could only hope he would hear the words he wanted to hear. "I know that you wish to court and marry my daughter. I do not know what has kept the two of you apart before now, but I give you my blessing and my permission. You are the better man for her. I know of Lord Carney, as does my sister. If you need to know more, you should speak to my sister and her husband. Just know this, Duke of Lox, you have my daughter's heart. Be gentle with it." Chapter 32. As soon as the group entered Corning Manor, Emma and Camilla went up the stairs to Emma's room. Neither noticed when Catherine hovered in the foyer, watching where the rest of the group dispersed too. The door closed behind them, and Emma went straight to her bed, sitting on the edge and wrapping one hand around the canopy pole. Camilla gave her a look, tilting her head and lowering herself down to sit at Emma's dressing table. "You look strange, Emma. Are you feeling all right?" Emma's body tingled with excitement. Her father was finally talking to the Duke of Lox. He would save her from the clutches of Lord Carne. "I feel fine. I am nervous." "You should not be nervous. Your father will approve of the Duke of Lox, just as my father has approved of the Duke of Rabney. You have nothing to worry about." Emma shook her head. "I know. I cannot help it. There is always a chance that my stepmother will not honour my father's wishes, especially if she has already made an arrangement with Lord Khan." Camilla moved from the dressing-table chair to the side of the bed to sit next to Emma. She took her cousin's hands in hers and held them against her chest. "You must not worry, Emma. The Duchess cannot go against your father's wishes. He will tell the Duke of Lox that he has your approval, and I would just dare the Duchess to stand up to the Duke after your father is gone." I would just dare her. Why, she would not have the nerve. He would sweep you away to a castle far away and keep you there for himself. Emma shook her head again. Camilla, you know that is not what I want. I want to stay here. That sounds more like something Lord Carney would do. Isolating me from everyone the way the Duchess has done for the past 3 days. It was agony, Camilla, pure agony. I cannot bear to be away from you. Away from my loved ones. I do not care if I ever see Corning Manor again. When my father is gone, there will be nothing left to bring me here. Except Catherine. Catherine will be on her way to marriage soon enough. She has someone in mind, and I am sure the Duchess will approve. Oh, how exciting for her! Who is it? I do not know exactly. I only know that she has her eye on someone. I am sure she would not choose unwisely. And you feel the Duchess will approve? Emma nodded. Of course she will approve. Catherine is her daughter. I am not. She just wants me to marry Lord Carney out of spite. Camilla's face looked doubtful. Oh, Emma, I think there is more to it than that. I am not sure what, but it does seem to me that the Duchess has changed since Lord Carney came calling. I have been dancing with him for several years during the season. Why is it only now that he has become a problem? No. Perhaps he felt that he was not getting close enough to you on his own and enlisted the Duchess's help in the matter. But why would she be so willing to go along with it? At the beginning of the season, I was told I needed to find a husband. She did not mention Lord Carney then. Why did she wait until halfway through the season to force me into this? Now I must count on my ailing father in his last days to save my happiness. Why, it just does not make sense. Camilla shook her head. I do not know the answer to that question, but I can tell you that I believe there is more to this than we know. We do not know what the Duchess does with her time. She may have met with Lord Carney, or worse yet, Lady Bonneville. They may be making arrangements without your knowledge. Would Lady Bonneville do such a thing? She does not even know me. That may be why she would go along with it. She may think this is your idea. I am sure Lord Khan would not snicker at the dowry your parents are offering. The Duke of Lox is much more qualified to care for us and Corning Manor than Lord Carney. He has travelled the world, learned from the best, and he has a good heart, a good soul. I can tell. Camilla grinned wide. I see you have given up your quest to convince yourself he is no good for you. Do you still think he will treat you like a servant? Emma laughed softly through her nose, pursing her lips. I have seen the way he treats servants, Camilla. He can treat me with such kindness as much as he likes. Camilla giggled. I am so glad you have come to that conclusion. He really does seem to be a quality suitor. You will marry him then? I will, if he will have me. I think we have no doubt that he will have you. Camilla leaned over and began to untie her boots. Prompted by this, Emma did the same thing. I was thinking, however, how funny it was that Lady Christian did not come back with us. Surely she rode with the Duke of Rabney. He is her cousin and she is staying at Brisbane. It would only make sense for her to ride with us. It is. Strange, Emma said, sitting up straight again and watching her cousin as she took off her boots. And neither of the dukes knew they were coming back here until the last minute. Oh, Camilla, do you suppose the Duke of Lox made another arrangement for her previously? I saw her looking at us as we danced tonight, and she did not look displeased. It made me wonder for a few moments, but then I forgot about her. What do you suppose happened to her? Camilla grinned. Perhaps she had Lord Carney escort her home. Emma had to laugh at the notion. I can only dream of such a thing. I am not really worried about Lady Christian, though, Camilla said as she pulled off first one boot and then the other. She flexed her toes in her stockings and glanced at her cousin. Look, my stockings have no mud on them. Both young women burst out laughing. Emma pulled off her boots and smiled. None on mine either. Do you think we should stay up and wait for the men to be finished talking to your father? Emma thought about it for a moment. It was already very late. She was very tired from the dance. She lifted one foot and rubbed it with her hands. I do not think it would be wise. We will see them again very soon. Tomorrow, in fact, I am quite sure. My father is surely giving his blessing to the Duke of Lox, and the Duchess will not be able to change that. We can only hope she does not try. I agree. Emma stood up, grimacing from the ache in her feet. I should have sat down more often during the ball tonight. It was an eventful night, was it not? It was. Camilla stood up too, moving to the dresser. She pulled out 2 nightgowns and nightcaps. It is so fortunate that we are the same size, Emma. I do not have to have my own clothes here. I can just borrow yours. As long as you leave me with some, you can borrow all you want. Emma's smile was teasing. You do the same when you come to Cooksey Castle. Camilla chuckled, shaking her head. Oh, Emma, I do not know if I will even be able to sleep. I am surprised you can. You have finally overcome your desire to avoid believing in the Duke of Lox's honest intentions and affections. I suppose we can say it was a good thing that your stepmother has been trying to pair you with Lord Carney. You may never have given the Duke of Lox a chance otherwise. Emma sighed. I should not have behaved the way I have. I have been so suspicious. It seems I only hear the negative when he speaks. That is something I will work on. He is a good man. My Rabney always speaks so highly of him. Emma turned to look at her cousin. Have the 2 of you discussed me? Camilla raised her eyebrows. Of course we have discussed you. Rabney wondered why you would not give the Duke of Lox a chance. I suppose the Duke of Lox has been speaking about you to him, in highly favourable ways as well. That is what Rabney has said. The Duke of Lox has never spoken ill of you. I do believe he was intrigued by you from the beginning. She grinned. Your behaviour toward him may have been what intrigued him. He is used to being fawned over like a god. When you did not show him that kind of attention, he wondered why. That is just my thoughts. I do not speak for him, but it is a good possibility. Emma thought about it for a moment. It may be the truth, Camilla, but I cannot continue to treat him that way. Camilla shook her head. No, you do not want to do that. Now that you have established you are interested in him, you should not treat him with disdain any longer. It made Emma's heart hurt to think that she had ever treated the Duke of Lox with disdain, even though she knew she had. I am ashamed of the way I acted. No, do not be ashamed. Keep in mind that he never lost interest and is speaking to your father about you right now. We both know that must be what they are talking about. Emma nodded. He is yours now, Emma, Camilla grinned. You must get used to it. They laughed softly as they finished dressing for bed. Both were exhausted. Camilla gave Emma a long hug and left the room with a smile. Emma pulled back the covers to her bed and slid in between them, enjoying the feel of the cool sheets against her bare toes. She wondered if the Dukes were still talking to her father. She closed her eyes and pictured her wedding to the Duke of Lox in her mind. What would it be like? How would she dress? Who would attend? She fell asleep with a smile on her face. Emma woke to the sound of movement in her room. She turned over in bed but saw nothing in the darkness. Is someone there? She tried to focus, but her drapes were pulled closed and the moon provided no light. She could only see the shadows of still objects in her room. She looked around for a moment before turning back to lay her head down on the pillow. Her eyes were open. She was wide awake. Another sound behind her reached her ears, but before she could turn, a hand covered her mouth with a cloth. She tried to scream, but the cloth stank of a chemical that made it hard for her to breathe. She struggled, kicking her legs for a moment when the weight of someone's body came down hard on her, trapping her arms. She moved her head from side to side to try to get away from the cloth over her mouth and nose. She felt fog cover her brain and fell unconscious. Chapter 33. Emma woke with a headache. She lifted one hand and pressed it against her forehead, moaning. The bed she was in felt foreign and alerted her that she was not in Corning Manor any longer. She was not in her bedroom. Fear split through her. She was afraid to open her eyes. There might be someone in the room. What had been done to her? Where was she? She took note of each of her limbs. Her wrists and ankles were free of binds and she was resting in a comfortable bed. It just was not her bed. The only part of her that hurt was her head. Otherwise, she was unharmed. She opened her eyelids just enough to peek through her lashes. She was facing a window with the drapes pulled open halfway. Her mind whirled with terror. She wanted to turn over and look around the room. But what if someone was there waiting for her to awaken? What would they do to her when they found out she was awake? She thought frantically for a moment before deciding that she would have to take that chance. If there was someone there and they meant her harm, surely she would already be hurt, possibly not even alive. She braced herself, turned over and sat up, looking around the room. It was empty other than the furnishings. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her relief was short-lived as she realized she did not recall ever having been in the room before. She had been taken to a strange place for unknown reasons. She looked under the blanket and saw that she was still dressed in her nightgown. She lowered the covers and slid her legs out so she was sitting on the side of the bed. Fear struck her again when the doorknob turned and the door was pushed open. Her eyes opened wide in shock when the Duchess of Corning came through the door. She glared at Emma. She was carrying a tray which she set down on the dressing table near the door. "You are awake, I see." "What is going on, Mother? Why have you brought me here? Where am I?" The Duchess came towards her, an angry look on her face. Emma was caught off guard. She would never have expected the Duchess to do something like this. "You will behave while you are here, Emma, or you will be punished." Emma's eyebrows drew together in confusion. "Mother, what is going on?" "I saw the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney last night as they were speaking to your father. He has agreed to let the Duke of Lox marry you." A pleasant thrill moved through Emma and she could not help smiling. "I suspected as much. But what has that to do with you? You cannot possibly be so upset about the arrangement you tried to make with Lord Carne. The Duke of Lox is much better equipped to take on the duties my father will leave behind when he passes." A cold chill lit up Emma's skin. Was her father still alive? Her stepmother's behaviour made no sense to her. She was beginning to think Camilla was right. Lord Carne had something on the Duchess of Corning that was causing this irrational behaviour. "You will do as I say, Emma. Your father will die soon, and Lord Carne will take over Corning Manor after you are married to him." Emma frowned. "I do not wish to marry Lord Carne. I wish to marry the Duke of Lox." "What you wish is not important." The Duchess approached the bed. Emma shrank from her, staring up at the woman's furious eyes. She did not understand what had made the Duchess so angry with her. "What is important is that you obey me, just as you will obey Lord Carne when you are wed to him." Emma shook her head. "I will never marry Lord Carne. You may be able to create a wedding for us, but I do not have to go through with it. My father has given the Duke of Lox his blessing. I am sure of it." "But you do not know for sure," the Duchess replied, "and I will not give the Duke of Lox the satisfaction of having his way." "What do you have against the Duke of Lox? Why do you hate him so?" "I do not hate him, quite the contrary. I am doing what is best for our family." Emma was confused. She struggled to find the right words to say, the right questions to ask. But it was difficult when she could not fathom how the Duchess could think she would get away with kidnapping Emma long enough for her father to die. The thought hit Emma like a ton of stones. "Mother, do you plan to keep me here until father dies? Surely no. You would not deprive me or my father of each other in these last days. You cannot do that. Please tell me that is not your intention." The Duchess of Corning grinned in an evil way. Emma felt tears rise up in her throat. She knew she would not be able to hold them in. She pictured her father in her mind, lifted her hands up and covered her face, unwilling to let the Duchess see what kind of pain she had levelled upon her stepdaughter. "It was obvious to me last night that I could waste no more time." "But it is daylight! I will be missed!" The Duchess shook her head. "You will not be missed. I told Gertrude to inform Camilla and your father and anyone else who inquired that we have gone to do some shopping in the London district. I did not specify where. They would need to search all over London for us. Also, we are not in London. We are in the country, and no one will ever find you here." "Where am I? Do I at least get the courtesy of being told where I am?" The Duchess of Corning shook her head. "There is no need for me to tell you where you are. I believe you will find out soon enough." She gestured to the tray. "I have brought you some breakfast. Eat to keep up your strength. There are clothes for you in this trunk. Get dressed. Someone will be back for the tray later." She went toward the door. Mother, why are you doing this? I do not understand. Emma hopped off the bed and moved toward the Duchess, but stopped when the older woman gave her a hard look. You will come to understand in time. For now, you will do as I say. Eat your breakfast, get dressed. We will talk later. Please do not do this to me. I wish to marry the Duke of Lox, not Lord Khan. Surely you would not deprive me of a lifetime of happiness to please Lord Carne. The Duchess of Corning threw back her head and laughed. Emma did not like the sound of her laughter. It made her miss the pleasant sound of Camilla's. Camilla was going to be curious about this turn of events. She might even be suspicious that something else was going on besides shopping in London. She was fully aware that Emma did not often go shopping with the Duchess of Corning, and certainly not without Catherine. Catherine. Emma wondered if her little sister knew what was going on. Surely she was not in on the plot as well. Emma's heart ached. She hoped not. Dear, sweet, innocent Emma, your happiness means nothing to me. Do as I say. The older woman flicked her fingers in Emma's direction, as if she were a fly to dispose of. She turned on her heel and swept out the door quickly, turning back to pull it closed before Emma could even think of trying to get out. Emma heard the lock turn as the Duchess locked her in. She ran to the door and hit it with her fists. Mother! Mother, do not lock me in! She did not keep up the pounding on the door or calling out to her stepmother. She knew there was no use. The Duchess of Corning had made up her mind and nothing would stop her now. It was too late to stop now anyway. If Emma was given a chance to run away, she would, and she would tell everyone what the Duchess had done. With that thought, Emma looked at the tray of eggs, ham and biscuits. It looked and smelled delicious. She went to it and picked up the fork, pushing the food around on the plate before taking a few small bites. She had no appetite, as her fear had run it out of her. But she knew the Duchess was right. She had to keep up her strength so she could fight against this travesty. There was no way the Duchess of Corning would get away with what she was doing. Emma would tell everything before or after her father passed on. It did not matter who she was married to. And if she knew the Duke of Lox at all, he would figure out what had happened. He would rescue her. She continued to eat, taking the tray to the bed and sitting on it. She concluded her stepmother had truly gone over the edge and lost her mind. She could not keep Emma away from everyone she loved forever. Could she? Thoughts began whirling through Emma's mind, scaring her. If the Duchess of Corning wanted to tell everyone she had run away, she would. And she might be believed. Even the Duke of Lox knew that Emma would run away if she was forced to marry Lord Khan. Still, the chances of Emma leaving when she was on the brink of marrying the Duke of Lox were slim to none. It had taken her half a season to relax around the man, and now that she was ready to commit to him, her stepmother interfered. She sighed. A thought came to her mind. Her eyes darted to the window. If she had been in this home before, she would recognize the outside. She would recognize something. She stood up and went around the bed to the window, gazing down at the landscape with dismay. She did not recognize anything around her. She shook her head. How could this be? Where was she? The words she and Camilla had spoken before rang in her ears. Lord Khan would take her to a high tower and leave her there with only his company for comfort. He would hide her away from the world. Looking down from where she was, Emma realized that was exactly what had happened. She had to be at least 6 stories up. The room she was in had only 2 corners on the side where the door was. The window was placed strategically in the middle of a rounded wall. She was reminded of a fairy tale she had recently discovered in her father's library. It was called Rapunzel. The girl in the book was placed in a high tower and raised there by a witch. The Duchess of Corning was not a witch, but she had taken Emma hostage and was planning to hold her there until her father died. Emma lifted her hand and pressed it against the window ledge, leaning over to look down at the ground below. It made her slightly dizzy and she pulled back into the room. "Father," she whispered softly. "Wait for me, Father. Please wait for me. I will return soon." Chapter 34. The Duke of Lox woke to the sound of knocking on his bedroom door. He frowned and sat up in bed, running his hands through his hair. The knocking came again, more frantically, and he heard Helga's voice come through the door. "Your Grace!" she called out. "What is it?" he called back. "May I come in, sir?" Helga asked through the door. The Duke of Lox sighed. If it had not been the first time Helga had ever done such a thing, he would have been less forgiving. "Yes, come in." Helga pushed open the door and took one step into the room. "I am so sorry to wake you, sir. There is a young woman downstairs who wishes to speak with you." The Duke of Lox gave her a confused look. What young lady would dare to come to his home and wake him in the early hours of the morning? "What time is it?" he asked. Judging by the sun, he would have said it was about 7 in the morning. "It is 6:30, sir. She is in distress. Do you care to speak with her?" The Duke of Lox nodded and waved for her to leave the room. "Tell her I will be down shortly." The only woman the Duke of Lox thought might come at this hour to speak to him was Emma. Perhaps Camilla. Lady Christian would not dare to wake him up unless it was a true emergency. He ran through the other women he thought might come asking for his aid, but could think of none that he would suspect of doing such a thing. He dressed quickly and pulled a brush through his hair. Before he left the room, he splashed water on his face and dried it with a towel. It would help make him more alert and awake. He would have been up in a few hours anyway. He took the stairs down to the foyer and stopped at the last step, staring at the young woman in surprise. It was not Emma or Camilla. It was someone he did not expect at all. It was Catherine Wentworth. He looked at her with concern on his face. "Miss Catherine, what on earth are you doing here at this time of the morning?" Catherine took a step towards him. Her face was in distress, just as Helga had said. "My lord, I am so afraid, I am so afraid." She lifted her hands and covered her face, breathing heavily. The Duke of Lox walked to her and placed both his hands on her shoulders, looking down at her. "Miss Catherine, have you come here alone?" Catherine nodded without taking her hands from her face. The Duke of Lox was immediately worried about the girl's reputation. He looked around for Helga. She was standing by the foyer door, staring at the ground. "Helga, wake Christian. Tell him to come down to the parlour immediately." "Yes, my lord." The woman went directly to the stairs and started up. "Come with me, Miss Catherine." The Duke of Lox gently turned Catherine towards one of the sets of double doors and went to it, opening it for her. "Sit down, I will have some tea brought in. Have you had breakfast?" Catherine nodded. "Yes, my lord, I ate breakfast at home before I left." "It is very early, Miss Catherine. Why are you venturing out on your own so early in the morning? Has something happened?" I do not know, my lord. That is why I am here. I am afraid. I believe something has happened to Emma." The Duke of Lox drew in a sharp breath. He remained standing when Catherine dropped into a large chair. She leaned forward, still covering her face with her hands. "Do not despair, Miss Catherine. Tell me what has happened. Wait." Before she could speak, he lifted one hand. "We must wait for the Duke of Rabney. Is Lady Fielding all right?" Catherine nodded, removing her hands from her face but staring down at them when she balled them up in her lap. I think she is. I am only concerned about Emma." "Oh, my lord, I do believe she has been harmed." "Who would do such a thing?" He shook his head, holding his hand up again. "Hold your thoughts. I will get you some tea." He stood up and went to the counter that ran along one side of the parlour. He reached up and pulled a cord to notify the scullery maid or the cook. It was only moments before the young woman appeared, having come directly up the steps from the kitchen in the lower part of the house. "My lord?" The girl looked at him curiously. He could tell she was wondering what was going on. He would not provide gossip for her. "Fetch Miss Catherine some tea, Minnie, and bring some for myself and the Duke of Rabney as well." Minnie nodded. "Yes, my lord." She turned and went back down the steps, closing the door behind her. The Duke of Lox went to a side table by the doors they had come in and opened a drawer. He removed a soft handkerchief from it and returned to Miss Catherine with it. "I can see you are trying not to cry, my dear. You must be quite concerned about your sister." Catherine nodded vigorously. "I am. Oh, your Grace, I do not know what to do or how to feel. I am so afraid for her." I just know something terrible has happened to her. The thought that Emma was in danger and he knew nothing about it made the Duke of Lox feel nauseous. He sat in a chair near Catherine, staring at her, wishing the Duke of Rabney would hurry up. Just as he was thinking it, his friend appeared at the door, staring at Catherine with wide eyes. "Miss Catherine," he stated in a tone eerily similar to the one the Duke of Lox had used. "What is going on?" "Come in, Christian," the Duke of Lox said, leaning forward and waving his friend in. "There appears to be trouble." He turned back to Catherine. "Tell us now, Miss Catherine. What has happened to Lady Wentworth?" "Something has happened to Lady Wentworth?" The Duke of Rabney spat out the words before Catherine could explain. "Is Lady Fielding in danger?" Catherine looked at the Duke of Rabney through teary eyes as he approached with concern in his eyes. "No, my lord. She was fine when I saw her this morning. I went to Emma's room to see if she wanted to go to London with me today to purchase a new gown. Mother said a few days ago that I could get one, but Emma was not in her room. I went to Camilla's and she was still sleeping. I found Gertrude and asked her where Emma and my mother were because Mother was also gone. She said they had gone shopping in London early." The Duke of Lox blinked at the young woman, eventually turning his eyes to the Duke of Rabney to see what he thought of that explanation for Miss Catherine's arrival. Both men looked at Catherine with curious looks. "Why do you suspect that might not be what happened?" the Duke of Lox asked her. Catherine shook her head. "My lord, Mother and Emma have not been getting along since you came into her life. Mother is determined to have Emma wed to Lord Khan." "I know she is." "How can you be so confident?" the Duke of Rabney asked as he sat down in a chair facing both the Duke of Lox and Catherine. "Perhaps that is exactly what happened." Catherine shook her head even more violently. "No, no! Emma would not go without Camilla or without telling someone else. Her bedsheets were messed in a way I have never seen, as if someone dragged her from her bed." A chill ran through the Duke of Lox. He stood up in his anxiety and began to pace, thinking about the situation. Why would Gertrude tell you she was gone to London with the Duchess if that is not in fact what happened? Catherine lifted tear-filled eyes to him. "I am afraid, my lord, that my mother told her to say that." The Duke of Lox stopped pacing and stared at the young woman. Before he could speak, the Duke of Rabney stated in a calm voice, "Do you realise what you are saying, Miss Catherine?" Catherine nodded without vocalising her feelings. "This is a very serious accusation to level against your own mother." The Duke of Lox sat back down again, his heart pounding in his chest. Would a mother truly take a child away from the family home and hide her away just so that she would be forced to marry another man? It seemed so unlikely. "I realise that," Catherine said in a desperate voice. "But I have thought about it and I cannot come up with any other reason for the state of Emma's bedroom and the fact that she did not speak of her intentions to leave to anyone. It is not like Emma to do that. She always tells Camilla where she is going, if her cousin is there. And Camilla stayed last night." The Duke of Lox looked at the Duke of Rabney. "I thought something was odd when the ladies did not stay up to say good night to us." The Duke of Rabney nodded. "Yes, I agree with you, Baldwin, though it was very late." The Duke of Lox returned his eyes to Catherine. "What do you suspect happened to Lady Wentworth, Miss Catherine?" Catherine shook her head, reaching up with the handkerchief to wipe the tears from her cheeks. "I do not know, my lord. That is what is troubling me. I cannot fathom where Mother might have taken her. Corning Manor is a big place. Perhaps she is being held there, in a private room or suite." The Duke of Lox looked at his friend approvingly. "That sounds possible," he said. Catherine shook her head. "No, I do not believe she is still in the house. I believe she has been taken from the house." "Why do you feel this way?" The Duke of Lox was on his feet again, his mind racing as fast as his heart. "Surely the Duchess would not hurt Lady Wentworth." "I do not know. I just do not know." Catherine began to sob, holding the handkerchief over her face. She spoke in spurted breaths. "I fear something has happened to Emma. My mother can be very headstrong. I heard her discussing the marriage arrangement with Lord Carney, and they were not kind to Emma. They do not care if she is happy. They only want her to do what they want her to do. My mother expects the Duke to die very soon. If she has taken Emma away from Corning Manor, her father may die without her presence, without knowing. I do not know if he can hold on that long, my lords, and we must find her and return her to Corning Manor so that she is with her father when he passes. I cannot bear the thought of Emma not seeing her father until he is already gone. She should be sitting in his room right now, spending the last moments he has with her. She is his only daughter. He should not be without her. Chapter 35. Emma sat on the ledge looking down at the green grass below, wishing she was free to leave the castle. She had not realised how precious her freedom was until it was taken from her. She had thought the 3 days she spent in isolation in Corning Manor were bad, but it was not nearly as bad as being locked away in a tower, kept away from everyone she loved. The sun was reaching up into the sky. It was one of the bright, sunny days of England. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. She wondered what her friends and family were doing. Did they know she had been taken? Surely someone would think to check on her. Especially if her stepmother had returned to Corning Manor. What excuse could she have given that would not raise suspicion? She could not have returned without Emma. Someone would say something. Camilla. The Duke of Lox. Someone. She did not know how they would find her, even if they were looking. She did not know where she was. How would they know? She tried not to feel distraught by her situation. No matter what happened, she would be all right. Her stepmother's threat of punishment meant very little to her. After all, a life with Lord Carnay would be punishment enough. She could jump from the window at that very moment, and it would be better than living her life with Lord Carnay. But Emma was not a stupid woman. She was confident the Duke of Lox would find her. She was not about to take her life to avoid Lord Carnay. He certainly was not worth that price. She looked out over the trees and the rolling hills around her. Winter was coming, but the grass below the castle tower was still as green as ever. The door opening behind her made her turn her head and look to see who was entering. Whoever the Duchess had sent to pick up her tray had not come yet. She wanted to see who was going along with the Duchess in her scheme. It could not be one of the servants from Corning Manor. They were loyal to Emma. Most of them had been with the family for many years. It was not a servant. It was Lord Khan. He grinned wide at her. "Good morning, Lady Wentworth." She did not smile back. She moved from the window ledge. She would not give him an opportunity to push her over when she rebuffed his advances. "Is it still morning?" was all she could say. He stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Emma immediately felt unsafe. No gentleman would allow himself to be in a room alone with a lady. She crossed to the chair by the bed nervously. "It will be morning for another hour, my lady," he replied, still smiling. She shook her head. "Why are you doing this, Lord Khan? You must know I am not willing to marry you. I will never want to marry you. I will never love you." "You will learn to love me, Lady Wentworth, I promise you." Emma grunted. "Your promises mean nothing to me. You will have much to deal with when my father and the Duke of Lox find out what you have done. Do you not realise what a position you have put yourself in? You will not escape from this." "I have no need to escape. I have what I want already here." "They will come looking for me," Emma insisted. "You know they will." She did not like the look on Lord Khan's face. He was too smug. She wondered how far away from her home he had taken her. Fear slipped through her, but she pushed it away. She could not let Lord Carnay know she was intimidated by him. "As I said before, they can look all they want. They will not find you here." He stepped closer to Emma but did not come close enough to touch her. After having successfully kidnapped her, she did not know whether he would go even further with his ungentlemanly behaviour. She braced for it, but he did not come any closer. "You must realise I am only doing what needs to be done," Lord Carnay said, leaning against the canopy bedpole, his eyes directly on her. She gazed back at him with confusion. "Whatever do you mean?" Lord Carnay sighed and moved to sit on the edge of the bed. She watched him, thinking he had a strange look on his face. He had looked so smug before. Now he looked almost sympathetic, as if there was something he should be sympathetic about. He leaned forward, clasping his hands in front of him with his elbows on his knees. "I care a great deal about you, Lady Wentworth, and the Duchess of Corning has told me all about your situation. She is very worried about you, and so am I." Emma frowned in confusion. She could not think what the Duchess of Corning or Lord Carney could be worried about. "I do not understand," she said quietly. "What is Mother worried about?" Lord Carney did not immediately answer. He was still giving her that sympathetic look, as if she simply did not realise how she was being hurt. Her heartbeat sped up as several different theories ran through her mind. Had her mother told him she was ill, that she was going to be sent away after her father died? What could she possibly have told him that would make it imperative for him to hide her away from the world and keep her from the ones she loved? "The Duchess said you would deny it, but you do not need to with me. I will care for you as a gentleman should. You do not have to worry yourself." "I am not worried about anything," Emma protested. "I have nothing to worry about, except you and Mother. I still do not understand why you are worried about me." "I just want to keep you safe from harm, Lady Wentworth. That is all I hold dear." Emma shook her head. "I am afraid you know more than I do about my own situation. I do wish you would inform me what you are talking about." "I am talking about the Duke of Lox, my lady." His words took her completely by surprise. She frowned deeper. "What do you mean?" Lord Khan pulled in a breath, looking like he did not want to speak the words aloud. "He has a reputation for being a cad. I want to spare you from any humiliation he might cause you." Emma felt a sharp pain in her chest. This had to do with the Duke of Lox. How could it be? She thought back as her reservations about the man flooded her mind. Had she been right all along? She knew nothing about his reputation, other than what the Duke of Rabney had passed on to Camilla and Camilla passed on to Emma. "I am so confused." She regretted her tone of voice. Pain and embarrassment split through her. "How do you know this is true? What has been said about him?" "I only know what the Duchess has told me, my lady. She said that where he comes from, he has been seen with many different women, all claiming to be courting him, apparently at the same time. He has multiple women in different areas of London and living out in the country, and he visits them frequently." "That does not make sense," Emma said. "He has been here in our part of London all season. Just because you do not see him with the women he is purported to have been with does not mean it did not happen." "And just because you say he was seen with them does not make it true," Emma countered. Lord Carno raised his eyebrows. "Are you saying your mother is a liar?" Emma did not know how to answer that. She suspected that the Duchess of Corning had indeed lied to Lord Carney, but she also could not deny her initial suspicions about the Duke of Lox. She had convinced herself that he had just used the wrong words and had not given her the best of first impressions. But it was too late for Emma to turn back. She had decided she loved the Duke of Lox and would not be able to come back from that. When she pictured him in her mind, it made her body flood with a warm, pleasant feeling she wanted to feel for the rest of her life. She saw his eyes gazing at her in her mind. She felt an inner peace that told her the Duchess of Corning had to be wrong. The Duke of Lox was not a scoundrel. He was not a rake. He was a good man who had given his heart to Emma, just as she had given hers to him. She shook her head. "I do not believe these claims. Mother must be mistaken. It must be another gentleman she is thinking of. It is not the Duke of Lox. I am afraid of you, Lord Carney. You have made me afraid of you. I do not want to be here. I do not want to marry you. I do not love you. I love the Duke of Lox, and I plan to be his wife." Lord Khan shook his head. "The Duchess said you would say as much, but it is simply not going to happen. She has convinced me we must protect you for your own good." Emma felt the flicker of anger slide up the back of her neck and into her head. She clenched her jaw. "I cannot and will not let you and Mother do this to me," she said through clenched teeth. Lord Khan stood up. Again, she feared he would approach her and try to touch her, but he did not. He turned to pick up the tray of food she had left behind. Before he left the room, he turned back to look at her. "Lady Wentworth, I am only doing what the Duchess said needed to be done. Neither of us wants to see you hurt. She has convinced me that the Duke of Lox only considers you another woman to ensnare. I cannot bear to see you end up with a man of that nature." Emma shook her head. "You are wrong, Lord Carney. My mother is mistaken. It is not the Duke of Lox who should be feared. It is you. You are the one who has taken me from my family and friends. Do you think the Duke of Corning would allow such a thing to happen to his daughter? He will not permit you to marry me. Bringing me here before he has passed on was a mistake. He will demand to know where I am." Lord Carney gave her a sad look that brought back her fear. Her eyes opened wide and she lifted one hand to cover her mouth. "Why do you look at me that way?" she asked breathlessly. "I am sorry, my lady. The Duke of Corning passed on this morning. I am truly sorry. My deepest condolences. I do hope you will see this is why we must keep you safe from the Duke of Lox." He moved to close the door, leaving her alone to drop her head to her hands and sob uncontrollably. Chapter 36. The Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney discussed their next move as they prepared to leave Brisbane. Their first task was to see Catherine safely home. It took them nearly half an hour to calm her down. Once she stopped weeping, they both escorted her to the Corning carriage which she had brought to get to Brisbane. The Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney rode their horses alongside the carriage Catherine was sitting in. She was sitting with her back straight, her worried eyes focused ahead of her. If she had been seen alone in the carriage with a man not her relation, it would have severely damaged her reputation. Both the dukes were attempting to establish themselves in the society of the area and did not wish to damage their own reputations either. They rode down the street in near silence. She was staring out at the passing landscape with melancholy eyes that had grown puffy and red from her crying. The Duke of Lox could see just how much the young girl was afraid for her sister. It touched his heart while also making him very nervous. If anyone knew the family inside and out, it was Catherine. She suspected her own mother of wrongdoing. It seemed so unlikely, and yet the Duke of Lox could see it happening. He did not know the Duchess well enough to make an established opinion, but what he had seen of Lord Carney made him suspicious. Catherine gasped, and her eyes flicked to the Duke of Lox. "Oh my," she exclaimed. He frowned, riding up alongside the carriage. "What is it, my lady?" "I just remembered something that could prove useful and relevant," Catherine continued, as though she could not believe she had forgotten to mention it. "I overheard Mother talking to Lord Khan. It must have been last week, or perhaps a fortnight ago. I do not remember where Emma was, but she was not here. Father had just taken a turn for the worse. You and the Duke of Rabney were there that morning. You did not stay. You had Lady Christian with you." The Duke of Lox nodded. "I remember the day, Miss Catherine." She was referring to the day that he and the Duke of Rabney had discovered the very muddy, very dishevelled Emma and Camilla standing on the side of the road. He glanced at the Duke of Rabney, who turned his eyes and twitched his lips. He remembered the day as well. How could he not? "It was that day," Catherine's voice turned mysterious as she remembered, "that I went into the parlour and sat by the fireplace. There is a vent near the floor there. I could hear Mother talking to Lord Carney, but I do not know what room they were in." The Duke of Lox leaned forward slightly, urging Catherine to continue with a nod of his head. What were they saying? Mother was saying that there was a problem she needed his help with, and that he was the only one who could do it. His responses were not pleasant. I must say the tone of his voice sounded more angry than compliant. He asked why he should help her in any way. She told him he would get nothing if he did not cooperate. "Please continue," the Duke of Rabney said when she hesitated. The Duke of Lox glanced at him, noticing he was as anxious as he to learn what was going on. She nodded, swallowing visibly, and her voice dropped. He said he would help her, but only because he was required to do so. Why would he say that? Why would he be required to help her with anything? The men looked at each other and then back at her. shaking their heads. "Continue, Miss Catherine," the Duke of Lox said. "I did not hear much more. They left the room when Mother said she wanted to check on the Duke, but I did catch Emma's name and yours, Your Grace." She looked at the Duke of Lox. "She was saying something about... Catherine's face scrunched up as she searched her memory. "But I could not hear what she said. It was so low. I thought nothing of it at the time because you had brought Emma home, and I thought she was referencing that you had rescued someone in that manner before. If she is speaking to Lord Khan about you and my sister, and now my sister is gone, it cannot be a good thing, can it?" The Duke of Lox was taken by the look on the young girl's face. She was looking at him as if he was her only hope. He had no doubt she felt he was the only one who could rescue Emma, wherever she was. "Miss Catherine," the Duke of Rabney got the girl's attention, "tell me what you think is going on. It looks as though you have an idea." Catherine flushed prettily. Both men immediately felt sorry for her. "Your Grace, I believe my mother and Lord Khan have taken Emma from Corning Manor. I do not know where they have taken her, but I do believe he is involved in this." The Duke of Lox frowned and sighed heavily. Lord Carnay was becoming quite a problem. It seemed the man felt behooved to act as Emma's rescuer under false pretenses. "What could the Duchess be thinking?" he mumbled. Catherine's eyes grew wide with fear. "Oh, my lord, I do not wish to bring harm to my mother or her reputation. But I do fear she has taken matters into her own hands where Emma is concerned. I cannot imagine what she could be thinking. It does not make sense to me." "That is because you are a lady, Miss Catherine," the Duke of Lox replied. "You have a good heart, like your sister." "We are not blood-related, Your Grace," Catherine replied. "We are only stepsisters. My father was killed when I was a child, just before my mother married the Duke of Corning." The two men looked at each other. This was something neither of them knew. They looked back at Catherine. "I did not realize that, my lady," the Duke of Lox said quietly. "I was under the impression the Duke was also your father. You are very close in age to Lady Wentworth." "Yes, she is only a few years older than I," Catherine confirmed. "My mother wed him when I was about 5. He has always been my father, but he is not my real father." "I am sorry to hear about your father, Miss Catherine." Catherine nodded at the Duke of Rabney. "Thank you, my lord. I do not remember him well. My mother has never given me any details of his death, so I cannot tell you what happened. I only know that the Duke of Corning was courting my mother shortly after, and I only know that because he told me about it when he was still a healthy man." "How is the Duke of Corning this morning?" "He is well. He is not a strong man, but he is holding on to his life. I believe I know why." The Duke of Lox nodded in agreement. "I do as well. He is waiting to see his child marry someone who will make her happy." Catherine nodded. "Those were also my thoughts, my lord. Do you think my mother will try to convince him to let Emma marry Lord Carnay?" The Duke of Lox frowned. "Why would you ask such a thing? Have you heard anything more about that situation?" "No, sir, I have not heard another thing." "How much time do you get to spend with the Duke?" the Duke of Rabney asked curiously. "Is he awake more often than he was? Lady Wentworth mentioned that he was taking medications that made him sleepy." The look on Catherine's face initially confused the two men. A very small smile broke through her distraught face, and her eyes crinkled at them. "It is my opinion that my father refused to take his medications. Just yesterday I heard Gertrude mention it to my mother. It is my belief he wanted to have his wits about him to talk to you, Your Grace." The Duke of Lox nodded, understanding the knowing smile Catherine allowed them a peek at. "I believe that may be the only thing about this situation I have heard that makes sense. The Duke is not a stupid man. He will continue on until he sees his daughter happily married." "I would prefer he continue on until he sees my wedding as well," Catherine replied in a voice that implied she was feeling better and had confidence the men were going to make everything all right. "And to see our children." She lost the smile she'd had and gazed at them, moving her eyes from one to the other. "What do you think will happen to Mother if she has done something to Emma? Surely she will not harm her." The Duke of Lox shook his head. I am afraid we do not know her as well as you do, Miss Catherine, and you are the one who came to us. If you had not thought something bad was happening, would you have come to us for help? Would you not have simply asked your mother where Lady Wentworth was? Catherine turned her eyes to look at the passing scenery once more. I suppose I would, my lord. Yes, I suppose I would. And tell me, Miss Catherine, the Duke of Lox continued in a gentle voice, what do you think has happened? Who do you think is responsible? Catherine sighed. She did not want to blame her mother. The Duke of Lox understood that. He thought about his own mother, the Grand Duchess. His mother would be outraged by the Duchess of Corning's behaviour. She would have the woman in chains before the day was out. I do not know, Your Grace. That is why I came to you. I do not believe I am a good judge in this matter. The Duke of Lox nodded. He decided the girl had been put through enough questioning and fell silent. He was nervous for Emma. In the 6 weeks of the season that had already passed, he would never have taken the Duchess of Corning for an evil woman. When she spoke of Emma the very first night they were introduced, she spoke highly of her. She seemed eager for Emma to meet the right man. She even gave the impression the Duke of Lox was that right man. Or perhaps the Duke of Rabney. What had happened in those 6 weeks between Lord Carney and the Duchess of Corning that caused this sudden union of goals? He moved his eyes back to Catherine. Miss Catherine, how long has your family known Lord Carney? He has attended nearly all of the events we have for the last 3 seasons. While I could not give you a personal account of this, as I was not there for my sister's first 2 seasons, I am certain that his name has come up in conversation between my parents. In connection to your sister? Catherine looked up, thinking about it. At first, yes, but when it was brought up to Emma, she did not like the idea, and chose to only be friends with Lord Carney. He seemed like a nice man. I have danced with him several times. He was always very polite, but was quiet to a point. I had no opinion of him, and he was very obviously not interested in me. The Duke of Lox nodded, moving his eyes away from her. An idea was forming in his mind. Chapter 37. As much as he detested it, the Duke of Lox knew he would have to enlist the help of the Duke of Corning. It was imperative that he knew as much about Lord Archibald Van Dobson as he could. It was obvious he could not ask the Duchess of Corning, and so it would fall to her husband. He had his doubts the Duke of Corning would mind helping to find his daughter and ensure her safety. They rolled up to the front of Corning Manor, and the 3 of them got out of the carriage. Catherine held her skirts as she hopped up the steps and crossed the porch to the front door. Without hesitation, she went in and headed toward the stairs. I am going to see if she is here or if Camilla is still here, she said over her shoulder as she ascended the curving stairs to the 2nd floor where the bedrooms were. Neither of the men spoke. They both watched her until she was nearly at the top before looking at each other. The Duke of Rabney lifted his eyebrows. I know that look, Baldwin. You know what to do. Tell me what you are thinking. The Duke of Lox nodded. I believe I know what we can do. But first, we must find out how much the Duke of Corning knows about Lord Carney and his family. Do you believe there is something nefarious going on between Lord Carney and the Duchess? The Duke of Lox moved down the hallway, shaking his head. No, nothing quite nefarious. Mysterious. I believe if we look into Lord Carney's history and his background, we will find the answer to this. I am hoping it will lead us to Lady Wentworth. You do not believe she will come back with Miss Catherine? Perhaps she did go shopping with the Duchess. The Duke of Lox looked over his shoulder. No, Christian. She is not here. His friend's eyebrows shot up. I wish I knew what to do for you, Baldwin. I truly understand why you are so keen to find her. I will help you however I can. The Duke of Lox nodded at him. I know, Christian. I am grateful. They reached the doors to the room where the Duke of Corning would be lying in his comfortable bed, hopefully alert enough to answer their questions. The Duke of Lox turned the knob and pushed open the doors. He stepped in with the Duke of Rabney on his heels. Gertrude jumped to her feet, her eyes wide in shock. Oh! Her hands flew to her mouth as she attempted to hide her surprise from the two men. "Oh dear, I am sorry. I did not know you were coming. No one told me. I would have been waiting. I am so sorry, my lords." She curtsied several times as she passed them, going out the door. She turned to wrap each hand around a doorknob and pull the doors closed behind her. The men watched her leave before turning to the Duke of Corning, who was sitting up higher in bed than he had been the night before and looking even more alert. A rush of relief ran through the Duke of Lox. He approached the bed. "My sincerest and deepest apologies for bursting in on you without announcement, my lord," the Duke of Lox said in a low voice. "But I fear this is an emergency and I need your help. That is Lady Wentworth needs your help." The Duke of Corning's eyes, which had been looking at them curiously, suddenly turned alert and focused. He stared at the Duke of Lox. "What has happened to my Emma?" His voice was raspier than the Duke of Lox would have liked, but he was completely awake. The Duke of Lox reached out and grabbed the high-backed chair Gertrude had been sitting on. He dragged it closer to the bed and sat down. The Duke of Rabney came up to stand behind him, placing one hand on the back of the chair the Duke of Lox was sitting in. He sat forward. "Forgive me, sir. I do not mean to upset you." The Duke of Corning shook his head. "No time for that now. I must know what is happening to my daughter." "We do not know where she is. I must ask you for some—" "You do not know where she is? I was told she went shopping with the Duchess." The Duke of Lox shook his head. "Your stepdaughter does not believe this to be so, my lord. She has come to us in the early morning hours seeking our assistance in finding her sister. I do not believe Miss Catherine would approve of my visit with you, but I fear you are the only one who can provide some answers." "What do you need to know?" "How well do you know Lord Carnay and his family?" "Lord Carnay? Emma mentioned him. She does not want to marry him. She wants to marry you. I know she does." The Duke of Lox nodded, afraid that he was losing the Duke of Corning's attention. "I certainly do hope so, my lord. I have not yet had a chance to tell her we have your blessing. I do not believe she would leave on her own, not without telling anyone. Miss Catherine fears the Duchess may have made a promise or an arrangement with Lord Carnay, and he has taken her somehow, away from her home in the darkest hours of the night." The Duke of Corning's eyebrows drew together. "The Duchess? My wife?" The Duke of Lox lowered his head, blinking several times, deferring respect to the older man. "Yes, my lord, I am sorry. I do not know this to be fact. I am merely asking you to help me find Lady Wentworth and bring her home. The guilty parties will pay as they must. I met Lord Carnay 6 years ago at the opening ball of the season. The Duchess and I were hosting the affair and he was new to London. He is 3 years older than my daughter. Emma was not yet of age to attend the affairs in any meaningful way. She did not meet him until 3 seasons later, when she began attending. Lord Khan does not have a family, as his father died and his mother abandoned him in the arms of Lady Bonneville, who became his patroness and guardian, such as was needed. What became of his mother? I have never found out that information. The Duchess attempted a union between Lord Carnay and Emma, but there did not seem any interest on her part, and therefore I directed my wife to discontinue her efforts. She acquiesced to my decision, and I never heard another word about it, until now. This season appears to be different. I hear the women talking as they move about the house, and Emma comes in frequently to talk to me, even if she thinks I am asleep." He smiled. "Which I usually am." "Did you consider him a good match for Lady Wentworth? I am asking if there was any effort on your part to pair Lady Wentworth with Lord Carnay." The Duke of Corning shook his head. "No, there was no effort on my part. My wife always took care of such matters. She would have continued if she had not been told to cease her efforts." The Duke of Lox nodded. "Thank you for answering my questions, my lord. Allow me to apologise once more for arriving without announcement." The Duke of Corning shook his head slightly. "No need to apologise. I am glad you are going to look for my daughter." "One more question before we leave, my lord," the Duke of Lox said as he stood up. "Do you know of any out-of-the-way properties that Lord Khan's patroness, Lady Bonneville, might own?" The Duke of Corning frowned again. "I see you are assuming Lord Carnay has, in fact, taken my daughter?" "I do believe it to be so, yes." The Duke of Corning moved his eyes and lifted one hand, pointing to a large roll-top desk behind the Duke of Rabney. "There is a map of the area in that desk. Second drawer down, my lord. Please get it. It has all property owned marked by name and territory." The Duke of Rabney patted the Duke of Lox on the shoulder. "I have it, Baldwin." He turned and went to the desk while the Duke of Lox twisted in his seat to watch him. The Duke of Corning waved his hand, nodding. "Yes, that is where... Yes, bring it to me, my lord." The Duke of Rabney pulled out a large folded piece of parchment and unfolded it slightly to see what it was. "I believe this is what you seek, my lord." He held it up for the Duke of Corning to see. "Yes, that is it. Bring it to me. I will show you where to look." The Duke of Rabney brought the map over, and the three men unfolded it together, pressing down the edges and scanning it with their eyes. The Duke of Lox stood up to get a better look, tilting his head to read the names. "You see, there is Cooksey Castle, and this is Corning Manor. Here is Hillshire Estate and Greenwich Place. Lady Bonneville is here in relation to us." The Duke of Lox traced the area between Corning Manor and the Bonneville estates. There were two of them, not any nearer to each other than they were to Corning Manor. He looked at one and then the other. "Lord Carnay has no estate of his own?" The Duke of Corning moved his eyes up to look at him. "No, my lord. His father is unknown. His mother, I believe, may have been a distant second cousin to Lady Bonneville. I am unsure of their bloodlines." "I understand. Thank you, my lord. May I borrow this map?" "Of course, my boy. You take it with you and bring it back in my daughter's hands." The old man quickly folded the map and pushed it toward the Duke of Lox, who picked it up. He turned to the door, gesturing with his head to the Duke of Rabney. "Let us go formulate a plan, Christian. I am praying you are successful. Do find and bring back my daughter. I wish to see her wed to the man she loves." The Duke of Lox smiled over his shoulder. "I wish that for you as well, my lord. We will be back as soon as we can." The two men went back through the bedroom doors, walked down the hall and did not speak until they were outside Corning Manor, standing on the front porch. The stable boy had untied their horses from the Corning carriage and tied them once again around the post in front of the house. Chapter 38. The Duke of Lox moved to the round white iron table flanked by two chairs that served as part of the outside decorations. He spread the map out again and looked down at it. "We must each choose a property to search." "Should we not notify a constable?" the Duke of Rabney asked. "Someone of authority must be there to take Lord Carnay if Lady Wentworth is found. He must face trial proceedings." The Duke of Lox nodded. "Yes, I will tell Miss Catherine to go and notify the constabulary. First, do you have a preference which of these properties you wish to go to?" The Duke of Rabney shook his head. "I do not. Feel free to choose the one you want and give me the other one. I am at your disposal." "I do hope she is not too terrified. I hope she is confident I will come find her." The Duke of Rabney had a look of amusement on his face. "Her demeanour at the ball suggested she has changed her mind about your worthiness, Baldwin, and I am glad to see it. I find it ironic that when she finally accepts your advances, she is whisked away by a swine, such as Lord Carnay." The Duke of Lox almost laughed. Hearing the Duke of Rabney's observations put him in good humour, and the Duke of Rabney's reference to Lord Khan as a swine tickled him. "Your Grace!" The Duke of Lox had his back to the front doors they had just come from. He turned and looked behind him. It was Catherine, her brown hair falling from the loose bun she had been wearing. "I have looked everywhere, sir, and I did not find her in any room." "What?" Her eyes dropped to the map he had spread out on the table. "Father's map?" She came over to stand over it with curious eyes. "Where will we search?" The Duke of Lox shook his head, amused. "We are not going to search anywhere. You are going to stay here and wait to see if she does come home." He lifted a hand when it looked like Catherine might protest. "No, Miss Catherine. Lady Wentworth is in danger. We cannot endanger you as well. Catherine stepped back, her head down and her hands behind her back. I apologize, my lord. I did not mean to be forward. Go in and have someone send for the constabulary, Miss Catherine. Have them send one to each of these properties. We will take care of this and bring Lady Wentworth home. I promise. Catherine retreated back into the house, nodding a hopeful look on her face. The Duke of Lox met the Duke of Rabney's eyes. Shall we meet back here in 4 hours, Christian? If I am not back, come to this property. If you are not here, I will go to the second one. We do not know the area well, Baldwin. Who will take the map? The Duke of Lox had to think about that for a moment. Perhaps we should not split up, but time is of the essence. I will have the Corning driver take me there. He will know the way. You take the map. The Duke of Rabney began folding the map. The Duke of Lox took it from him. They nodded at each other and separated. The Duke of Lox going to his horse and the Duke of Rabney heading toward the small cottage near the stables where the Corning driver would be. The Duke of Lox pulled himself up and started down the path away from Corning Manor. His chest was tight with anxiety. The properties of Lady Bonneville were not close by. It would take an hour and a half to get where he needed to go. And then he would have to find her. He had no idea how vast the property was, or how he would go about getting inside the place. It could be surrounded by a large stone wall. It could be a fortress for all he knew. He sighed, wishing he could make his horse gallop the entire way. But the Duke of Rabney was right. He did not know his way around the area well. He was almost envious of the Duke of Rabney. He had a driver who knew the area very well. He rode the entire way, wishing he could have at least seen the place once before so he could plan, see it in his mind, decide what to do ahead of time. He consulted the map frequently to make sure he was going in the right direction. When he saw the property line coming up, he kept his eye out for a gate or a wall. He saw nothing. As he came through the tall trees, rounding the curve that would take him to the estate house, he had to stop his horse and look up. The house was not a house. It was a castle. It had 4 tall towers on each corner and was, in fact, built like a fortress. His chest tightened once more and he clenched his jaw. The Duke of Lox scanned the fortress. Although it seemed it was built for the purpose of a military barracks, there was no one anywhere in sight. No servants wandered the grounds. He heard no sounds of movement anywhere, other than the woods around him. He slowed his horse to a trot and moved slowly toward the large arched entrance into the courtyard. He passed under the arch, keeping his eyes alert to spot any movement that might come. Still he saw no one. He stopped the horse and surveyed the area. There were many doors that ran along the 4 buildings around him. Each building was attached so that they formed a square with one side being the main house. It was taller than the others and had more windows and decorative etchings. There was a large flag hanging from a pole over the main building with the Bonneville family crest woven in its threads. It was a large bee with a sword, shield, spear, and a lion surrounding it. It was impressive. The Duke of Lox allowed his horse to continue until he spotted a good place to get down. He did not want the animal to be seen, although he did not think it was likely there was anyone here. The fortress appeared to be abandoned. He could tell as he got closer that the buildings had not been used in some time. They were probably occupied more recently than the Duke of Lox presumed. But the walls were cracking some, and the foliage was overgrown. He saw several holes bored into the ground from underground animals. The approaching winter had killed most of the grass that had grown in the courtyard. He'd noticed while he was coming up the pathway to the house that the west side of the fortress was as green as it could be, stretching out over the rolling hills in amazing beauty. He slid from the saddle, looking around some more, wondering where to start. He contemplated leaving the fortress and heading to the other property, but something was making him curious. If he were Lord Carney and wanted to hide something or someone, would this not be the perfect place to do it? Surely, the man would know that he, the Duke of Lox, would come searching for his soon-to-be bride. Surely, Emma would inform him that they were to be wed. The Duke of Lox shook his head. She did not know her father had given permission. Regardless, he was confident nothing would make Emma give her hand to Lord Carnay. She had registered such disgust even at the mention of his name. The Duke of Lox would be more than surprised if she ended up marrying him. He would consider it an act of lunacy and count himself blessed he had not wed a woman with no sense. The thought made him snicker. The sound echoed through the courtyard softly. He glanced to his left and right, trying to decide where to start looking for her. He approached one of the doors and turned the knob. It was either locked or stuck tight. He went to the next one. He did not reach an open door until he came to the portion of the square facing the west. He opened the door and looked in. The door led to an opening that went to the left and right. A long hallway was on his left, and a door to the north side of the fortress was on his right. Directly in front of him was a stone staircase that would take him up into the tower. He looked up, wondering how many steps it was. He would take it steady so as not to wear out. He decided first to check the doors that were placed every 10 feet to his right. Each one was locked but one. He opened the door and poked his head in. The sun had just reached the west side of the sky and was beaming in through the glassless, curtainless window, lighting up the room. It was dusty, but it looked as if it had been recently used. One of the chairs had been recently brushed off and the table in front of it cleaned. He scanned the rest of the room but saw nothing of importance. He came back out and tried the remaining 2 doors, which were shut tight. Moving as quietly as he could, he went back to the stairs and looked up. He began the ascension, glancing through the small rectangle windows placed every so often around the curving staircase. He was almost to the top when he stopped. He tilted his head to the side. He thought he could hear voices in the room. He reached the landing and pressed himself firmly against the wall so that when the door opened, he would not get hit with it. He was glad the entrance to the room at the top of the tower was through a door and not a hatch. There would be no way to plan any kind of surprise attack through a hatch. Anyone inside could stomp on the hatch and keep it closed. A door was easier to deal with. His heart thumped in his chest and he instinctively held his breath. He heard 2 voices but could not hear the words, one female, one male. He knew them both, one more than the other. It was Emma and Lord Carnay. The Duke of Lox could not believe his luck. He had come to the right place and found her. He grinned. He did not hear any animosity going on in the room. Even Lord Carnay's voice was not angry or spiteful. They both sounded calm. A thought went through the Duke of Lox's mind that made him pause. Could Emma have left of her own volition? Was she staying here temporarily? He shook his head in answer to his own questions. There was no way. Emma would never choose Lord Carnay over him. He had seen it in her eyes the night before, unless he was mistaken. The door opened unexpectedly and he saw Lord Carnay standing there, with a tray, a bowl, plate and cup sitting atop it. He was facing inside the room. He said something and took a step backward to come out and pulled the door closed behind him. When he turned and saw the Duke of Lox, he growled and lunged at him, holding the tray up in the air. The crockery it had been carrying flew off to the side and nearly hit the Duke of Lox. The Duke of Lox dodged the flying pieces. The Duke of Lox was a much bigger man than the slender Lord Carnay. He pushed himself from the wall, snatched the tray out of Lord Carnay's hands, and hit him over the head with it. The crockery fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Lord Carnay crumpled to the ground. Chapter 39. The Duke of Lox stepped over Lord Carnay and swung the door open. He looked in. Emma was sitting in a chair on the other side of the room near the window. She was covering her face with her hands and sobbing. She looked up and saw him come through the doorway. Her sobs increased and she stood up. She took a few steps toward him, holding out her hands to him. She placed her hands back over her face and dropped to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. The Duke of Lox went to her and took a knee in front of her. "My lady," he said quietly, "I've come to take you home to your family. Are you all right?" Emma was visibly trying to get herself under control. All she could think of was her father. She was happy the Duke of Lox had found her so quickly. She had hoped it would be soon, but just at that exact moment was Ironic. She swept at her wet cheeks with the back of her hands, trying to look presentable to the Duke. "I am so sorry, my lord," she said through her tears. "I do not wish to act inappropriately in your presence. My lady, you are safe now. You must not fear any more. It is not my safety that has made me cry, though I do thank you for what you have done, my lord. I must return home at once. My sister Catherine must be devastated at this loss." The Duke of Lox frowned. "My dear lady, of what do you speak?" Emma stared at him. Realization and hope dawned on her. She blinked at him. "Is my father... has he..." The Duke of Lox raised his eyebrows swiftly. "My lady, your father lives and is comfortable in his bed in Corning Manor. That is, however, how I left him as recently as 2 hours ago. You must not quake. He is waiting to see you." Emma's relief once again flooded her face. "Oh, my lord, thank you for telling me. Thank you for coming to get me. However on earth did you know where to find me?" "I did not know. This was an idea God gave to me, and I was led down his path to you." "I thank my lord above then, and also you for your intelligence and perseverance, my lord." The Duke of Lox smiled at her. "Please, my lady, get to your feet. We will leave this place." He stood up and held his hand out to her. She placed her fingers only in his palm and lifted herself to her feet. He pulled a handkerchief from his upper breast pocket and handed it to her. She took it, released his hand and dabbed at her wet cheeks. "You are quite damp, my lady." The Duke of Lox was grinning at her. She smiled back at him prettily. His heart melted at the look she was giving him. "My father is truly still alive?" she asked breathlessly. He could hear the relief in her voice. "Yes, my lady, as of 2 hours ago. He is waiting for you." "What will we do with Lord Carnay?" Emma looked around him at the man still lying unconscious on the floor of the landing. The Duke of Lox turned and looked at him. "The constable is on his way. We shall wait for him." "How will we get him down the stairs? What if he wakes up?" The Duke of Lox grinned at her. "My lady, I am larger than Lord Carnay. He does not scare me, but I do feel he is intimidated by me. He will do as I ask." She blinked up at him. "All right, my lord. I do wish to be home as soon as I can be. My father must be very worried. Have you seen the Duchess of Corning? She is the one who brought me here. She insists I marry Lord Carnay, but I cannot marry him. How wretched it would be if I were to wed a man I did not cherish." "I do hope you will accept my proposal, my lady," the Duke of Lox replied softly, "as your father has given his blessing for us to wed." Emma sucked in a deep breath, a pleasant chill travelling over her body. "Did he tell you this last night?" The Duke of Lox nodded. "Yes. I was anxious to tell you, but you had already retired when the Duke of Rabney and I left. It was not until your sister's visit to Brisbane early this morning that I became aware of the situation." Emma's eyes widened. "Catherine?" "Yes. She came to my house this morning to tell me that you had gone missing." Emma blinked rapidly, trying to fathom how Catherine could have figured it out so quickly. "She is a very observant girl, Lady Wentworth. She noticed that your bedsheets were such a way that you had not left the bed willingly. She also observed that you and your stepmother rarely, if ever, did anything alone together. She also overheard a conversation between the Duchess and Lord Carnay that she dismissed until today." "I do not understand why the Duchess has done this. Emma stopped, wondering if she should tell the Duke of Lox what Lord Carnay had said. She was not upset about it and had already convinced herself it was a lie, but she was hesitant to tell him of the rumour, as it may hurt him. He tilted his head to the side. "What is it, my lady?" Emma pressed her lips together before speaking. "She told Lord Carnay that you have a reputation as quite a rake in other parts of London and in the country surrounding us. She told him that I would be just another woman in your harem." "Women in my harem?" The Duke of Lox looked up in the air, a wondering look on his face. "I have perhaps always wondered what having a harem would be like." Emma's eyes grew wide and he laughed. "I kid you, my lady. Once I give my heart to a woman, she has it as her own." He pulled in a deep breath. "I have never given it away, Lady Wentworth, until now." She smiled lovingly at him. I have never loved before either, my lord. I am glad you decided to attend the ball this season. He nodded. As am I. They both turned and walked to the landing. The Duke bent down to pick up Lord Carney and sling him over his shoulder. If he wakes up, you may fall down the stairs in your struggle with him, Emma said. I see no other way to get him down. Emma said nothing more, leading the way down the stairs. The Duke of Lox kept his eye on her as they went, to make sure she did not slip. She was not wearing any shoes, only the light fabric stockings she had worn to bed. She stepped carefully and they made their way to the bottom floor. Lord Carney did not wake up until the Duke of Lox lowered him to a long stone bench inside the hallway. He stirred as soon as he hit the cold, hard seat. His arms flailed for a moment as if he was having a delayed reaction to being hit on the head. His eyes darted from side to side before settling on the two people in front of him. His eyes narrowed. He struggled to get to his feet but fell back after managing to go only halfway up. He lifted one hand and placed it on the back of his head. You have given me a knot, sir. How dare you come to my home and assault me? I will have the constabulary arrest you. The Duke of Lox smiled. You will have that opportunity in a short time, my lord, he said, as the very man you speak of is on his way. Lord Carney scowled deeper. How did you know where to look? I was assured you knew nothing about this place. I may not know, but there are others who do. Others who understand that what you are doing is wrong. The Duchess of Corning told me about you, Your Grace. I do not wish to see Lady Wentworth used as a pawn in your games. You have many women waiting for you in other parts of the world, do you not? You are a scoundrel, sir, and I do not wish to see Lady Wentworth tainted by your misdeeds. Lord Khan did not say the words with any respect, inflecting his voice when he said Your Grace. The Duke of Lox frowned at him. The Duchess of Corning was mistaken. I have no such reputation anywhere in London or beyond. She is possibly thinking of someone else. Lord Carney shook his head. I do not believe that to be true. I have done what I have done only to protect Lady Wentworth from being married to such a man who cannot be faithful to her, cannot show her the life she deserves. Emma stepped towards them, drawing their attention. Begging your pardon, my lord, but whom I marry is not your choice to make. It is not my stepmother's to make. I must be assured that I marry a man with great compatibility. We are compatible, Lord Carney protested. Emma shook her head. I do not feel that compatibility with you, Lord Carney. She looked up at the Duke of Lox. I do feel it with the Duke of Lox, and my father has already given permission for us to marry. Lord Carney frowned, his hand still pressed gently against the back of his skull where he had been hit. I was told your father passed on this morning. By whom? Emma asked, even though she knew who had told Lord Khan the wretched lie. Lord Carney hesitated. He moved his eyes to look up at them both. I... Spare yourself the indignity of lying, my lord, Emma said. We know you have plotted this with the Duchess of Corning. You have already given yourself away mentioning her once before. Lord Khan's mouth moved, but no words came out. They could tell by the blank look on his face that her logic had rendered him speechless. It is preferable that you do not speak until the constable gets here, Lord Carney. The Duke of Lox used a stern voice. You will not want to anger me. Lord Carney scowled, and Emma covered her mouth with her hand. She swallowed hard, her eyes moving to the Duke of Lox, a solemn look on her face. Lady Wentworth, would you care to take a seat? Shall I get you a coat from the room down the hallway? His eyes moved to Lord Carney. This man will not bother you in the least, will you, Lord Carney? If there was any way a person's face could collapse into the deepest scowl ever, it was Lord Khan's at that moment. He shook his head. I will not bother her. Thank you, Your Grace, Emma said softly. I am fine until the constable gets here. Perhaps then I will ask you for some assistance in that. The Duke of Lox nodded. Yes, my lady. Epilogue. Emma sat with her father, holding a huge bouquet of roses, giving the Duke of Lox a warm smile. "How kind of you, my lord," she said, bringing the flowers up to her nose and breathing in the sweet scent. "I do so love these flowers." She gestured to a nearby maid. "Please put them in a vase." The young maid smiled, bending at the waist to take the flowers from her. "Yes, my lady." "Your Grace," the Duke of Corning smiled up at the young man. "Please do sit with us." "Thank you, my lord." The Duke of Lox sat in a large cushioned chair near Emma. "I trust you are excited about this evening, my lady?" he asked her. Emma's heart raced when she thought about what the night would bring. She and Camilla were being recognised by their future husbands. The Duke of Lox was throwing a celebration ball in their honour. "I have been waiting with great anticipation, my lord," Emma giggled her response. She glanced over at her father, who was watching the two of them with warm eyes and a soft smile on his face. "I am so glad you are here to celebrate this with us, father," she said to him. The Duke of Corning nodded. "I am as well. I would not want to miss this." Emma looked out at the guests as they arrived and were announced. The Duke of Lox was unable to sit with her for long as the host of the event. He had just enough time to shower Emma with compliments on her dress and hair, saying she looked like an angel and comparing her to his favourite flowers. When he mentioned the dark green colour of her gown was very suitable for her, she made a mental note to begin buying more gowns of that colour. Camilla approached, not long after the Duke of Lox went back toward the entrance to the ballroom of Brisbane, taking a seat on the large couch next to Emma. She reached over and placed her gloved hand in Emma's. "I am so happy for us, Emma," she whispered excitedly. "Our dreams have come true, and we will be close together for the rest of our lives." Emma felt a thrilling chill run through her. Camilla was right. Her dreams had come true. She watched as the Duke of Lox made his way around the room. "I feel as though I should be by his side. I should be introducing the guests to each other." "You are not the hostess yet, Emma," Camilla reasoned. "And you will be soon enough. You should enjoy not having the chore thrust upon you yet." "I believe it is something I will enjoy," Camilla smiled. "I know you will, Emma. You are well respected and admired in society. You do know that everyone speaks of your thrilling adventure as if you are now a new saint in the church." Emma laughed softly. "Oh, I cannot imagine leading men into battle, and I do not remember it as pleasantly as others do." Her cousin nodded. "You do not like to talk about it. I understand. I am sorry about your stepmother." Emma shook her head. There was nothing that could be done for her. When her secrets were uncovered, she was unable to handle the humiliation in society. It is best that father sent her away. She suddenly realized they were talking about the Duchess in front of her father, who had loved and trusted the woman so much. She turned her head to see if he was listening, but he was standing some feet away from her, turned in the other direction, talking to Catherine across the room. Camilla's eyes moved to Catherine and her face turned sombre. "How is Catherine doing?" "She is understandably heartbroken. I suppose finding out you have a brother and not knowing it must have hurt her terribly." "And for it to be Lord Carney," Camilla exclaimed, shaking her head. "How long did he know about it?" "My father said that Lord Khan held his secret until this season because he was not interested in causing any trouble, until he saw that I was not marrying. When he realised the situation was primed to be taken advantage of, he approached the Duchess and told her he knew of his lineage." "I am astounded the Duchess was his mother. He was born out of wedlock." "Yes, father said he is an illegitimate product of a scorned union between the Duchess and a shamed prince. When the prince was killed, the Duchess ran away and started a new life as someone else. That's when she married Catherine's father." Camilla shook her head. "Such a scandalous past. And to hide it from your father in such a way." Emma felt a pang of sorrow for her father pass through her. "He is so much healthier now. I am so happy the Duke of Lox worked so hard to find the proper medicines. He purchased everything, did you know that, Camilla? He has paid for my father's health care for some time now. I did not even know he was doing it." Camilla nodded. "The Duke of Rabney swore me to secrecy about that. I tried to tell you the Duke of Lox is a noble gentleman. It just took you forever to understand it fully. Emma chuckled. Yes, I think we can safely say I am not in that frame of mind any longer. Thank the Lord above. I do feel for Catherine, though. It must be a terrible shock to find out your mother has such a scandalous past. I am sure she is hurting, but she is strong and will recover from this. We are her family. We will not abandon her. She is happy for you and me. Father has not stopped treating her as a daughter. He truly loves her as though she were his. And she is my sister, despite everything. That is what she needs. Camilla turned her eyes back to look at Emma. She smiled wide. We cannot let anything negative hamper our day today, Emma. We must dance and be happy. Emma nodded at her, placing one hand over Camilla's. Oh yes, Camilla, we must. Camilla left the chair soon after, making her way through the crowd to the Duke of Rabney, who was speaking with their guests. The mood of the celebration was joyous. Though the rumble of voices was low, Emma detected the happy nature of every person who had attended. She was anxious for dinner when she and Camilla would be announced as the future brides of the Duke of Lox and the Duke of Rabney. She scanned the crowd for the Duke of Lox and saw him in a corner speaking to Lady Annabella and her mother. Her heart squeezed for only a moment with a trace of jealousy. Then she smiled warmly. The Duke of Lox was going to be her husband. She had no fear that he would be taken from her by any other woman on the ton. She was surprised and pleased when Lady Annabella looked in her direction and curtsied to her from across the room, a wide smile on her face. She smiled back and nodded. She caught the Duke's eye and he grinned. He appeared to excuse himself from the ladies and made his way toward her, stopping every now and then to greet a guest. The closer he got to her, the more her heart pounded in her chest. She hoped she would get that feeling for a very long time, for the rest of her life if possible, whenever he approached her. She leaned forward instinctively, preparing herself to stand when he was close enough. Before he reached her, she saw a woman approach from the crowd and nearly run into him. It was Lady Christian. She gasped and lowered her head in embarrassment. She had been coming toward Emma at the same time and emerged from behind someone without seeing him. Emma had seen what happened but could not hear the words coming from her mouth by way of apology. The Duke of Lox leaned forward and said something quietly to Lady Christian that made her look up at him with a grateful smile. She said something else, glanced at Emma, nodded, and turned away. The Duke of Lox continued toward her, and when he was close enough, she stood up to meet him. A quick glance over her shoulder told her the Duke of Corning was still involved in a conversation with Catherine. She stepped toward the Duke of Lox. My lord, that was very close. There was about to be a collision. The Duke smiled. Yes, I fear Lady Christian would have been on the wrong side of that collision. Emma chuckled. I agree with that. What did you say by way of comfort? I told her not to worry, that I would have forgiven her as long as she forgave me for treading on her toes. Emma nodded. Would you like to go for a walk with me around the room? Perhaps you would like to greet some of the guests. I do not think you have left this chair since you arrived. Emma blushed. I am sorry. Have I missed protocol? I do not wish to embarrass you, my lord. He shook his head. Not at all, my lady. You are a treasure to be shown off, and I wish to do so. Starting tonight, I will have to share your beauty with the world. This may be the only chance I get. He offered her his elbow, which she took, smiling up at him. They walked through the crowd, both of them nodding and stopping to speak to several of the guests. Emma noticed that the Duke of Lox was leading her in a straight line toward the large double doors that led to the veranda. Her heart pattered quickly, thinking he could not be taking her out there where they would be alone. It was not proper. She did not realize she had tightened her grip on his arm. The Duke of Lox looked down at it, feeling the added pressure and then back up to her face. She was staring anxiously at the veranda doors. He turned his eyes to focus on the doors, wondering what she was looking at. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he said, You look worried, my lady. Are you feeling well? Emma's eyes flicked up to him. Are you taking me to the veranda? His eyebrows shot up. No, my lady. We cannot be alone together quite yet. Spoken for or not, I would not put your reputation at risk in such a way. I am grateful when others heard of our story. We were not reprimanded or judged for having to go to such extreme measures to retrieve you from the clutches of evil." Emma shuddered, thinking about Lord Carney and the place where she had been held hostage. She was grateful to God every day that he had sent the Duke of Lox to her, just when he was needed. Lord Khan was taken into custody by the constable and taken away in the back of a closed wagon. It had a very small window. Emma could see the man peering at her through that small window as the wagon rolled away. It gave her shivers to think about it now. She had not seen anything of the man since. The Duke of Lox informed her of updates every now and then, but she did not pursue knowledge of current events. Lord Carney had not been released from the prison he was being held in. That was all she needed to know. She made the Duke of Lox promise he would tell her if Lord Carney became a free man. So far he had not told her that. The Duke of Corning, having more knowledge than he needed of his wife's past transgressions, had sent the Duchess to an island where she would stay until he felt her banishment should be lifted. He allowed Michael and Thomas to visit their mother whenever they wished. Catherine was always allowed to visit, but never did. She felt betrayed by the Duchess and considered Emma and the Duke of Corning to be her only relatives. "Is it true Lady Bonneville claimed no knowledge of Lord Khan's lineage?" she asked quietly when they were sufficiently away from the crowd of guests who wandered around the room. "It is what she has said. Whether it is true or not, it cannot be known without further evidence. And she does not speak of it any more. It has been nearly 2 months. The season is over and we have no fear of anything now. Your father's health seems to be improving. Your dearest cousin Camilla will be marrying her husband on the same day as you. Lord Carney and the Duchess are no longer a factor in our lives. We have everything we want and need now. And you will be inheriting your money from your father's estate." He looked down at her. "You know that my reason for pursuing you did not stem from that. Tell me you know that." She nodded, giving him a warm smile. She remembered her initial reaction to the Duke of Cooksey when he told her about the rumours. She'd wanted nothing to do with the Duke of Lox, and at the same time, she wanted him as her husband to love forever. She just hadn't known it yet. "I do believe that, my lord. I spent long enough questioning your motives and concluded that I should not have had that frame of mind. I still wonder at times why you took everything I said and it did not process in your mind the way it was intended. Did I say something wrong when we met?" Emma was a little embarrassed to admit what she had thought, but quickly decided she would be open with him. He would be her husband. She would be an honest and loyal wife. "The first dance, yes?" she said. "You mentioned that the Duchess had recommended me to you. She said that I would be a loyal and obedient wife." The Duke of Lox nodded. "I remember." "I took that to mean you wanted a wife who would do everything she was told. I did not want to live with a man who would not let me do the things I enjoy. I did not want to be treated like a servant all my life. And then, as time went on, I thought you were only interested because of the inheritance you would lose if you did not marry, and you felt I was the most obvious choice." The Duke of Lox looked a little surprised, glancing down at her, silently admiring her beauty. He remembered when Emma had stiffened during their dance and grown suddenly cold. He had not realised what had caused it until that very moment. Emma continued. "As time went on, and with the arrival of the lovely Lady Christian, well, I guess I just thought the odds were stacked against a union with you. I did take much of what you said out of context. I apologise for that." "I am sorry that you felt that way. I did not mean to cause you any harm or confusion." "I know that now," Emma replied, trying not to giggle. "Camilla told me time and again to stop judging you so harshly. I should have listened to her. The more we spoke, the more I realised you did not want a servant, you wanted a wife. Either way, as I have told Camilla, if you did treat me the way you treat servants, I would not really mind. You are very kind to them. We are all God's children, regardless of our station in life. There is something else I wanted to say to you." Emma's voice filled with emotion when she looked up into his eyes. His smile was soft and loving. "What would that be?" I love that you helped my father find the right doctors to help him. If you had not come along, he would have passed away and I would be married to Lord Carney. She could barely get those words out without feeling sick to her stomach. You came and saved us both. I thank you and I thank God for you. The Duke of Lox tilted his head to the side, obviously touched by her words. You are welcome, my dear. Those are very kind words. It was all Emma could do to keep her emotions intact. She felt as if she was bubbling inside, butterflies swirling in her stomach. He had recognised her love for her father. The Duke of Corning now spoke fondly of the Duke of Lox, often referring to him as his son. Emma pulled in a deep breath and sighed. Her dream had come true. She had found the love she was looking for, and her father was there to see it all. She was happy. Emma and Nigel found their happily ever after. But what about Agnes and her Duke? Will they uncover the truth or fall apart? The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read it now. Click on the image or scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.